Oh, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go. Setting thumbnails for tomorrow's video. Oh, we're streaming live now.
Well, of course we are. Well,
I've never been here at the beginning.
Well, I think you have. That one time you were here, but then you popped out real quick.
Oh, I think I was here early once. I don't think I was ever like the pre-room because Wednesday night's movie night for me, so I'm always watching movie with my wife, and then we happened to finish early because, we just wrapped up early this week. So
fair enough. But here we are. We're probably surprising people by actually being live right at 9. So
it is interesting.
Anyway, it is March 24th in the year of our Lord 2021. Here we go. We got Forest fun numbers coming up later. We'll do some Forest facts as well. I'm still trying to figure out a way that we can make Forest facts into some sort of like quasi gambling thing. I'm like, it's one of those things where what if I kept like I'm open to any suggestions anybody may have. But I was thinking, what if I kept a running like spreadsheet or something, and then like when we meet at a convention later this year, it could be like we could cash in like Alaboom credits for like
Alaboom credits.
Alaboom credits. Yeah, we could cash in our Alaboom credits for then like for like meals or like, oh, you got to buy pick up a libation or something, whatever. I don't know. I'm trying to think of things that we can do.
I'm down. Sounds interesting.
Yeah, but I got to figure out a way to do it. So, because obviously it's like the number of things you think Forrest will get right. This isn't doing Forrest facts. So the number of things you think Forrest gets right, and then if you get it right, then like and maybe like you win $5 in Alaboom credits, and then after. And then when we're at conventions, they can cash it in, and then everybody that is also there that's on this, we can have a communal pool or something. I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll hammer things out eventually. I don't know. Who knows? Anyway, I can tell an amusing story, I guess. I do have grievances, but they're more like volatile and like overall angry ones, and they're not really like grievances, like things. But I did have a moment. So in the morning, my daughter is just older enough than my son that they go to different schools. So they'll never go to the same school. So which fine, whatever. So I take my son to school first because his school starts earlier. And then I come home, and then by the time I'm home, my daughter's up and she's like eating her breakfast, and then we bebop out, and I drop her off at school, and then I come back and I go to work, and it's just what I do every single day during the school year. And well, obviously not when they were at home, but anyway. So 2 days ago, was it 2 days ago or 3 days ago? I can't remember exactly. So 2 days or 3 days ago, I was, and so everybody when they get to the school, like I don't know what, and I've complained about this before, and I'll keep complaining about it. There's just a method. There's a method you do. It's a loop. You get into the chain, you go around the loop, and you come out. If everybody followed that rule, if everybody just followed that rule, there wouldn't be anybody gumming up the works. There wouldn't be anybody. There's always going to be somebody that thinks, oh, I'll just have my kid jump out in the middle of the street, like instead of like pulling off to a side like everybody else does, taking a few moments, have a good day at school, whatever, just give them a high five, or we have secret handshakes we do, but regardless, it's like you kick them out the door, and then they go to school, and then you
now, is this actually about the school, or is this all a secret metaphor for the canal situation?
No, this is at the school. I don't even know what you're talking about. For the
you don't know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't.
Okay, fine.
But so
I'll tell you soon.
Then there's and then you just kind of you zipper merge back into the flow of that's going around. And the thing is that you do the slow inch, and you look behind you. You do the slow inch until you see them until you see the person slow down and stop, so you can zipper in front of them. You do the thank you wave. The people that don't do the thank you wave go to hell. And then and I firmly believe that. And then you just go on your way. Now, one of there's tricks to it. There are tricks to it that you can use that will help you if you can pull it off. Like when I drop my son off at school, like I pull in, and then if there's like people that want to get in, I let them zipper line in. I let them zipper merge in and ahead of me, because I know that those people aren't going to pull over to the side anymore. So I've got a better chance of getting a good spot to drop off my son. And the best place to drop off your kids is the spot that is one row, one spot in front of the crosswalk, because there's a crossing guard. And then they go out when kids line up to cross, they don't run across. They sit there, and then the crossing guard comes out, puts out the flag, everybody stops, the kids go across. But here's the deal: if you're in the one spot just past the crossing guard, like you don't have to worry about that person being nice and letting you in. The crossing guard comes out, puts out the flag. Well, now I can go because there's no cars coming. Kids are crossing. I'm ahead, so that's the best spot to be. So I let people go in front of me. And then that means that there's other people leaving, but I know the people in front of me aren't gonna gank the good spot. Now, every once in a while you have some idiot who's like, oh, I'm gonna drop my kid off in the middle of the road instead of pulling off to either side, endangering their lives. And plus they got to get stuff out. They got to get their tuba out of the back of the car or something like that. So, and everybody's like stopped. They're like, what are you doing? You just had to pull over. But no. And then of course, like the kid's like looking, what? No, I don't know. I'm going to Lucy's after school. No, I'm doing this. No, what time is that at? You're just like, come on. You're like, what are you doing? And like the parents are just oblivious, but whatever. It's a little bit of slow down. Anyway, my whole point is my daughter is in like junior high or whatever you want to call it. And she'll be going to high school next year. And I went and I dropped her off, and I started doing the zipper merge in. And so the way it is there's 3 lanes. There's the lane in the middle that moves, and then you pull off to either side to drop off your kids. I pulled off to the right to drop off my kid. This other car, who we'll talk about here in just a little bit, pulled off to the left to drop off their kid. So I start pulling in. I'm like moving in. And this person like just like zooms up because is trying to get into the spot that I've already taken. I'm like 3/4 into this spot, and they're trying to finagle their way ahead of me. And normally 99 times out of 100, no, that's probably too many. Let's say 4 times out of 5. 4 times out of 5, I will let that person, you're fine. I'm like, you're in a hurry. I don't care, whatever. But I was just like the audacity of this person who was just trying to just try to zoomed up and like wanted to get in ahead of me. And I was like, what is this person doing? And so then I was just like, you know what? Screw this. I'm already 3/4 in the way. I'm not going to like let them, because they had like this little tiny window that you get. So I just moved forward to the point where like they weren't going to be able to get past me. I mean, because it was just one of those things where there was still cars on their way. There's not enough room. And so I got up right behind the person that was in front of and everybody had stopped because, I don't know, somebody was letting out a kid with a tooth. and so everybody stopped, and this person like pulls up and like sits there and like keeps moving, inching. So like literally their car now is like maybe 1/5 into the middle of the space. And I am like 9/10 in the middle, and they're like inching forward. And I was just like, whatever, it's like, I don't care. I'm just going to move straight forward. It's like, if you want to run into my car, I was just like, you can run into my car. That's fine. I don't care. And I was like, so I just kept going. And then this person, like, they tried, I'll give them credit. They tried. I mean, they made it look like they were going to, but at the last second they chickened out and they stopped. And stopped. They were going so fast that in the parking lot, when they slammed on their brakes, they actually went, so like they actually skidded just a little bit. And I was pulling forward and then laid on the horn, just laid on it, like a good, 10-second horn as I'm just, keeping moving forward. And I was just like, and I was moving forward. And I was like, I'm just laughing at this point, right? I'm just like, whatever, I don't care. I'm just like, that kind of like made my morning. And in shameful joy, admittedly, shameful joy that I had just like driven this person to the point of like absolute craziness. And so now of course, you know, and the thing was the whole time when they were trying to inch forward, like I just looked straight forward. I put the blinders on. I was like singing along to the music on my radio. Like I didn't even know they were there, you know, just like, you know, like I was just making it look like I was oblivious. And then, so then this person gets behind me and they're right behind me. They're like, you know, I mean, it was like, just like, you know, maybe inches away from my fender. And I'm just pulling forward. And I'm like, well, I gotta know. At this point, like, I gotta know who this person is. You know, like, is it, you know? And I look back.
It's your wife.
No. It was, and I'm not trying to be ageist in any way. So, but I mean, it was a gray-haired grandma is what it was. And
Well, you're old enough to be a gray-haired grandpa.
I know, but I'm not. No, I mean, this person, I'm guessing, is that like I mean, this person was, I mean, like, just gray hair, you know, the spectacles, I'm guessing in her 60s, you know, and she is white knuckled on her steering wheel and just shaking her head back and forth. And there were so many MFers coming out of her mouth.
Because you whippersnappers don't know how to drive.
just totally.
I don't understand how one school has so many issues with parking.
No, I mean, just like, you son of a, you mother effer, oh, you mother, just sitting there, just, and like, she was so mad. She like she had her hair like back in a little bun, like this nice coiffed bun, and she pulled it on her hair, and she was just shaking her hair back and forth. And she got mad. She pulled her hair back up and put it in a bun, and she followed me. She followed me for like 4 blocks, just sitting, just hating on me. I was just like, oh man.
And I bet if you got out of the car, she would have whipped your ass.
I have purposely gone back. I mean, this is horrible. I have looked for her. And I've gone back to that school.
Now you're stalking a senior citizen.
No, I want to get in front of her and drive at like 5 miles an hour so I can literally see a human being like internally combust and explode in front of me. How angry this person was over the fact that I wouldn't let her sneak in. I mean, there was like literally like the Red Sea parted behind me. She could have. She had tons of room, but she just had to be right in front of me for some reason. And I mean, like I said, I shouldn't take joy out of that, but I was just laughing. The 7-minute drive home, I was just giggling the entire way. And so maybe that's why. Maybe she was put there to give me joy that day. Maybe that, you know, the universe figures itself out
around you.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Sure, yeah. But maybe that was the whole point. I don't know. Anyway, so that, like, if that really isn't a grievance, that was just, I don't know. Maybe I was, you know, in a. I'm sure. Oh, you know, and you know. The thing is that I probably gave her like hours upon hours of stories that she was able to tell the people in her life about this, you know, jackass.
I was gonna go on her
aging hippie,
Alaboom, but I decided to go on your Alaboom.
So I mean, it's like I've had things that happen in my life that, like, at the time, like, infuriated me, like literally, like, just, I was so mad about them, like when I, back before all this, like 20 years ago, when I worked in an office job at US Bank, like this woman, she's like, hey, we're getting this very quick story, we're getting a Secret Santa thing together, do you want to be part of it? And I was like, I really don't want to be a part of the Secret Santa. No, come on, you should be in the part of the Secret Santa. I was like, yeah, I just don't want to be a part of it. And then, like, the next day she came back, come on, you want to be part of the Secret Santa? I was like, no, I just don't want to. I don't want to be in it, but thanks. And then she, like, the next day she comes back and she's like, it's only $10. It's a $10 maximum gift. You know, it's just like, and everybody else in the team is doing it. You're the only person. You're going to be the one that's going to be left out if you don't do it. I don't want you to feel bad. I was like, you know what? Fine. This girl's name was Sarah. I was like, fine, Sarah, just sign me up. I don't care, whatever. So, like, on the team, I got somebody on the team, and I was just like, I didn't know who it was. It was some woman. I was like, I asked one of our friends, I was like, what is she like? And she's like, oh, she really likes chocolate. And so I went and got like, some Christmas chocolates or whatever, $10 for the Christmas chocolates. I, put them in a gift bag, drop them off at our desk. Your Secret Santa, the chocolate, whatever. Big deal. It was done. It was easy, right? So, so I remember it was like my like Secret Santa thing came up, and like it was Christmas, and I still hadn't gotten anything. And then I was just like, it was like New Year's Eve, still hadn't gotten anything. It's like the first week of January, still hadn't gotten anything. And I finally went up to Sarah. I was like, yeah, so that Secret Santa thing, I never got anything. She's like, what? Yeah, I didn't get anything for Secret Santa. And then she was just like, oh. I was like, so who had my name? And she's like, well, I don't think I should give it out. I was like, well, then you go talk to the person and tell them that like, that you didn't do the Secret Santa. And she said, well, I don't feel comfortable in saying that. And I was just like, well, then just give me the name. And then they gave me the name. It was some girl on the team. I remember I walked over and I was like, so the Secret Santa thing, you got my name? And she's like, yeah. It's like, you didn't give me anything. Yeah, I decided I didn't want to take part. I was like,
do you not understand the process?
Yeah, I was like, and then I look over and she's got like this like bouquet of like candy and this mug and everything. It says, from your Secret Santa. And I was like, but you got a gift. I said, and she's like, well, yeah, I got a gift for the Secret Santa, but I didn't want to. I was like, you don't get to give the
This is
gift.
an easy solution. You pass on the gift that you got to me, and we call it a day.
It's just
Right,
like,
exactly. That is good.
you don't get to get the gift, and then it was like, well, like it was like almost all the candy was gone, and she's just like, well, I just didn't really want to do it. No, I remember being infuriating about that, and I'm just infuriated about that, like this younger version of me. And then I remember like, but I got so much mileage out of that story. I mean, that is like the super abridged version of the story. There's so much more backstory.
Oh, I'm sure.
All the different things and the nuance, if you will. But I've gotten so much mileage out of that. It's like, even though I was infuriated, I was able to, be made happy through telling that story. and enjoying my misery with friends.
Fun to be incensed, is it not?
Oh, well, only when it's righteous and indignant.
Right. When you're like, can you believe what happened to me?
Yeah, can you believe this mother effer? You're just like dropping.
Well, also, I remember wanting to start like something happened with my bank that made me want to. That I didn't want to enact revenge, but I wished there was a revenge club that you could pay that would say take care of things for you.
So true story. Before I worked at Gray Fox Games, they had this debacle with this and hopefully Shane shows up later today, but he said he would. But there was this debacle over these cards that were supposed to have linen finish, but they just didn't get it done. And and people were just lost their minds over. Well, I mean, I shouldn't say they lost their minds. There were a lot of people who were like, hey, you told us these cards would have linen finish. They don't have linen finish. What are you going to do about it? And then and then people said, well, we're just not going to do it. Just like because reprinting all the cards in this game would like cost us the salary of one of our employees. So we're going to choose to keep that person employed, and we're not going to. We're going to say sorry. But no, I mean, most people were like, I understand, no problem. But there were a few people that were like, blood, just like, and one day there was a package that showed up at the home office at Gray Fox Games, and it was just a package, it was like addressed to Shane Myerscough, CEO of, and it was just kind of like, oh, I wonder what, and as if you work in the industry, like you get packages all the time, like, oh, hey, here's my prototype, or here are these samples or whatever. And he opened it up, and inside was a 5, how like Runts, like one of the worst candies of all time, and then I know somebody's gonna pipe up and say Runts are amazing, but
they're not.
Okay, no, they're not. You're lying. But this was basically a 5-pound bag of Runts, same kind of flavors and anything like that. But instead of being Runts, it was a 5-pound bag of dicks. It's just like in his note that said, "Go eat a bag of dicks." And Shane said,
Wow.
I want to know who sent this. I'm going to send him a free copy of every one of our games. He's like, this is hilarious. Just like, somebody was so mad. And I was like, yeah. I mean, and I'm sure that person laughed the entire time, just like, yeah, send this too. Just like, I'm sure they laughed the entire time. And I was like, did you eat some? Oh, yeah, I ate them all. He said, they were great.
Wow.
No, righteous indignation, man. It's we love being angry.
In the case of the bank that I was saying that almost inspired it, later there was a class action lawsuit against them for the thing that I was mad about. So
was it like some sort of some sort of fee thing or some sort of like
so it was great. So the thing was that when they
name and blame, baby. What was the name of the bank?
It's Bank of America. I don't use them anymore. What their policy was that if you had, let's say you had a balance of $100 and 3 transactions come in, one is $102 and one is $2 and one is $4. So they could process those in the order of 2, 4, and then let you go under, but they don't do that. They process them in what will cause you to go under, and then the next one, and then the next one, so that they get to give you 3 fees.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, I remember I called up this lady and I was like, this is ridiculous because I had a lot of money. I just didn't expect this thing to happen. And like 5 things processed. And I was like, you could have processed them the other way and I'd be paying 1 fee. And I think that's fair. I mean, I screwed up, but 5 fees is ridiculous. And she goes, I know we could do that, but we're not going to. It was just like, she was so smug in the way that she wanted to like personally say fuck you to me, so.
Oh, yeah. Well, see, I feel bad because I used to handle when I was at US Bank, one of the jobs I had was I was the, like, if you got customer service and you didn't like what you got and then you escalated beyond that person, it went to somebody like me. And so like we basically sat there working on projects and stuff, and it was like, okay, and like almost every single escalation you got was, okay, I got a winner for you, was what you'd hear. And it would be somebody, and now looking back, I mean, it's like you couldn't have somebody like me do that job anymore because I'd be too soft-hearted. I would just be like, yeah, okay, I'll take care of that for you. But back then, it was like we had these strict, like, it's like we, like the fact that like card services, like, they unlike that section of a bank, like a customer service section of a bank, it operates at a loss. It's like you don't generate revenue. Like you're not selling mortgages. You're not making money. So you're trying to cut costs any way you possibly can, and you're trying to figure out a way to finagle like as many fees or finance charges as you possibly can out of the people as well. And this is like, like it was Wild West 20 years ago. The regulations on things have changed dramatically in the last whatever. And people forget, or people like are always under this assumption that like banks are like government institutions and things like that. It's like, no, it's a business. It's just like, I mean, there can be regulations that the government will, put on banks and things like that. But I mean, they're it's still just a business. But I remember, I get people all the time that were just like, you're going to remove this fee. No, I'm not. I'm not at all. And as a matter of fact, after I get this phone call, I'm going to send you a copy of your cardholder agreement with the sentences outlining the fees highlighted with a smiley face on them, because I'm a jerk in my 20s. Just like, I'm sad to say I probably did once or twice back in the day, because I mean, just because I had this sense of superiority because I worked in like a thing and had way more knowledge than the other people. Like I said, now I'd be so soft-hearted about it. I'd just be like, you're like, I just couldn't make ends meet this month and this stuff happened. And I'd be like, yeah, I've been there. I get it. I'll give you a refund for it. Just, like, let's just try to work on it next week. Or here, let's set you up for auto pay so this doesn't happen for you in the future. It's things like that. I don't know. It's
I think I actually, I respect policy in the sense that if it's I guess I also respect policy that makes sense, but what always drove me nuts about calling certain, if I called a representative at my phone company and got one I got Representative A and I got one deal, but Representative B I got a different deal. That always drove me nuts because I was like, well, am I going to keep calling and see what I could get on the next one?
Well, and here's the deal with like the thing about it is that also as you get old, like we're getting old, you begin to realize that the companies that have these policies intact, basically there's you know if you are getting like some like that thing with the thing with the PlayStation thing where I bought the thing but it didn't give me the thing that it was supposed to be, and they're like, yeah, it's like, yeah, I don't have this, and I went through their whole rigmarole, their whole situation of like, yeah, look, this is the game, you took my $20, you didn't give me what I was supposed to have, just give me my $20 back. And they're like, well, we agree we didn't give you what you want. Thank you, but we're not going to give you your $20. Why? Well, our policy is that once we have your money, we hate you. Just like, which is but no, basically it's like once we see the thing has been downloaded, we can't give you that. I was just like, look at my. I mean, I was did everything they wanted to prove it, and even though because like they basically were like, we're under the impression I was lying. And I jumped through all their hoops and they realized I wasn't, but their policy still was just, no, we're not going to, because they're also like, what's he going to do? Throw his PlayStation away? I mean, he still wants his PlayStation. He's not going to. We've got his $20. He's not going to throw away his PlayStation network. We see he's downloaded the like 80 free games for being part of the PlayStation network. He's not going to cancel that and like not, so he can't play those games anymore. He's we can see through his file that he's owned every single PlayStation we've ever had ever, so he's a customer that we can't lose. We can't lose that customer. I mean, like short of like showing up at his house and defecating in his porch, like we can't, and he still probably be like, well, I probably deserve it. They know it. And they're like, yeah, we're just going to keep your $20, tell with you, and the thing is that that's how companies are. It's like there's a certain amount of goodwill, I guess, that you theoretically can get out of some companies. I mean, like especially if you're at your mom and pop store down, like it's a lot different when you're walking into a store and saying, yeah, I bought this jacket here and the zippers broke. They're not gonna, they're gonna be like, okay, well that jacket cost us $1.37 to get to us, so we'll take it, we'll throw it in the trash and go pick out another one. But it's when you're dealing with like a completely like blank faced customer service situation, there's no incentive there. I mean, for example, and sorry to go on a long story, but for example, one of my buddies who banked with US Bank forever, kind of had a situation kind of like you, where they charged him these fees and he's like, look, just take care of these fees. And they're like, this is stupid. And they're like, well, that's our policy, we're not going to change it. And so the next day he went into his local bank thing, and he had like he had almost like $70,000 in the bank, and he was just like, I'm withdrawing all of my money. And they're like, why? Just because you wouldn't waive these 2 fees. I was on customer service for like an hour, and they're like, the guy's like, oh, I'll waive the fees for you. It's too late. You don't get my money. See you later. But the thing is that if he had said that to that person on the phone, I have like 70 grand in your bank, I'm going to take it, I'm going to go somewhere else, they'd say, okay, well, sorry to see you losing you as a customer. Because they're just like, you're the fringe, you're the outlier, and ultimately it's like, even if we lost that $70,000, we're like, well, who cares? We have how many billions of dollars in assets. I mean, $70,000 is a lot of money, but it's not like end all be all money.
Yeah, right.
And that's why if you have a problem with a bank, you go into the bank branch before you call customer service, and they'll freaking take care of you. Because they're dealing with a human being, and they're staring at you, and they're just like, oh, I don't want to be a jerk,
Right.
It's
well, that goes to the whole, there used to be, I think Seinfeld has one bit, and there was another comedian, Louis, the guy who had, there was a guy who had a bit about, in traffic in a car, you're separated, so you'll have a lot more, things you'd say to someone versus in an elevator where you're next to them, so you're not going to say anything.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's just the extenuation of the whole anonymity of the internet, and and how we've just become, and especially with the pandemic and everything, we've become even more insular, and just like, I mean, we're not like I said, I've said this many times, We're not. Holy shit! Who moved the rock?
We're not holy shit.
What happened?
a Joel Eddy sighting. My goodness!
Long enough. I've been in here like 15 minutes.
Yeah, just listening to you ramble on.
He was telling a story, a short one.
We used
The
to
story
do
started at the beginning and hasn't really migrated. It's kind of like
Joel,
pathways.
what was the name of the old podcast we were on with Marco? It was called, wasn't it called Wooden Meeples and
Wooden Cubes and Iron Soldiers?
Wooden Cubes and Iron Soldiers. That's right. And there are like 7 episodes or whatever we did.
Yeah. Well, they were each like 3.5 hours long, so we did.
No,
like
so people got their worth out. Evan, if you're trying to talk, you're muted. Just so you know.
I'm just listening.
Oh, there you go.
To your beautiful voice.
Oh, thanks, buddy. Appreciate it so much.
Kiss
Joel, you look kind of like the dad on A Christmas Story. You got like a bathrobe on. You know, you kind of
Bathrobe.
Fragile.
Yeah,
must be Italian.
Looks like he
got me a nightlight for one of them.
All right.
with the lamp.
Yeah,
he needs a lamp. Well, you got
you need
better...
one of those.
What's
I have a nice painting for you. Look.
I was just gonna say, check it out. Is that one of yours?
No.
No. Right. But you do look like you broke into my grandmother's old house in the 80s and stole her couch.
Yeah. This couch actually came with the house. It's a little sleeper.
It came with the house?
Yeah, with $100 they threw in a bunch of extra stuff. A lawnmower and a couch.
Did you recently move or something?
Yeah. May. Well, I mean not recently, but May. Last May.
You got your forever home? Like one level because your old bones can't go up and downstairs anymore?
Exactly.
Same area, Joel, or did you move to a different place?
Yeah. Like I moved probably 10 minutes away.
Yeah.
Yeah. New city, but not really.
So not Coeur d'Alene anymore?
No, Hayden.
Hayden
Same.
Okay.
Hayden. It's like I'm 5-10 minutes from my old house. It's basically the same place. Just more.
Did you get your copy of After the Empire, by the way?
Yeah, I got it Friday, I think.
All right, cool. I just got to make sure. Where's the review? Where's the video?
April.
I
haven't played it yet. I just started the rules, reading the rules. It looks cool though. It looks fun.
It does look cool. I just got mine. I need to.
You better say so. One of the designers is sitting in here, so you better have nothing but nice. Evan,
you guys talking about?
Some shitty game.
Yeah,
it's okay. Did I ever tell you what I did with the Arcadia Quest designer? So I was doing a playthrough of Scooby-Doo with the designer of one of the designers of Scooby-Doo with Come On, and apparently the designer of Arcadia Quest. And I didn't know that. And he had this whole wall of Come On games behind him. And I was like, oh, hey, look at my Come On games. He's like, oh, any Arcadia Quest? I'm like, nah, Arcadia Quest was never one that I really liked. And he's like, oh, okay, fine. And then like halfway through the playthrough, I look up his name and I see his name and I click on it. And I'm like, remember that conversation we had earlier? I was like, sorry about that. Fortunately, I didn't trash anything. I was just like, oh, it never really resonated with me. He's like, no, I love honest feedback. I was like, well, if I don't know who you are, it's going to be as honest as it gets.
One of my favorite stories about something like that was Travis Chance was in, I forget what convention it was. I think it might have been, oh man, it was a smaller con. It might have been Grand Con, but he was there and he was just, and he got up to go use the bathroom and this guy just sitting there talking to him about whatever. He's like, oh, hey, he's like, you're Travis Chance, Indie Boards and Car, not Indie Boards. He was Action Phase still at that time. And he's like, oh yeah, who are you with? And I'm with Calliope. And he's like, oh, it's like, and he's trying to remember Calliope. It's like, and he said, oh yeah, I really like this game or that game. And then he's just like, oh, what do you think of Roll For It? And he's just like, oh, what is that, like Yahtzee with cards? I was like, I don't know how that sells. And it was, of course, the designer of Roll For It.
Yeah.
So
that's awesome. No, I'm definitely used to the idea that not everybody's gonna like my game, and that's totally okay.
Oh,
great attitude.
Great attitude indeed. What's up, Christian Strain? What are you sipping on?
Coffee with cardamom.
Love coffee.
Oh yeah.
Espresso.
Delish.
That's what I always do.
All right, if you say so. I say so. like I said, I've hold on a second here.
Hey, he doesn't know what he says anymore.
No. I'm trying to convince Jeff Berg. I invited Jeff Berggren to join us some evening, and I'm trying to convince him to show up. The guy who, like the basically the closest guy to the punk rock guy in the board game world. The guy that literally doesn't care what he says, and
I enjoy those videos.
Yeah,
I do actually.
So I would love to get the CEO of the Gaming Goat on here to just talk to us about. I think it'd be amazing.
It's like a guilty pleasure to watch those videos.
Yeah,
like he's a very interesting guy. He's such a good guy in some senses, but he's also like because he's so like I tell it like it is. He steps on so many toes at the same time.
Yeah,
but like it's so interesting. Like I've talked to him. He's a really simultaneously nice and steps on everyone's toes guy at the same time. It's fascinating.
Here I'm almost got him convinced. So here's.
I can understand that.
Well, I could tell you he's sent me some Facebook messages which have been very, very amusing. He likes me for an odd reason. He likes me because he dislikes breaking games. So he's like, the more breaking games pisses me off, the more I'm going to buy of your products. I was like, oh, okay. I
won't say no.
No, I mean he's definitely reached out with weird requests. I mean, he's reached out to me in like middle of like Kickstarter campaigns, and he's like, "So yeah, I want to buy like 200 copies of this." And I was like, "Okay, we can figure something out and how to make that happen." He's like, "And I want you to make sure no other retailers can buy it." I was like, "That's not going to happen."
That's the thing, but at the end of the day, he makes things happen. I mean, the guy has moved. He's moved quickly. He breaks things along the way. Like, it's so fascinating to watch him.
Well, no, I mean, he's a firm believer. If I don't ask, you can't say no, right? So it's like, I mean, one of the, I learned a lot of things when I was with TMG, and one of the things I learned was, don't say no for other people. I mean, just if somebody goes, oh, we should maybe ask them to do this, and then you have somebody say, oh, they'll never agree. It's like, well, ask them. I mean, don't say no for them. Just ask them, and if they say no, then you're like, okay, they said no.
Right.
And then you move on. Just if you don't ask, they can't say no. You just assume they'll say no.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go. I mean, after we had Dan the Man Yarrington on last week, now we can, I didn't, we can reach out and get even more, like maybe off the wall or crazy people on here. Of course, we're all just here, spinning our wheels until Forrest can get here so we can play Forrest.
Spinning our wheels? Are you kidding me? I have any number of things to talk about.
Oh, what do you want to talk about?
For you to get done bitching.
The canal thing. I mean, I always have things to talk about, nothing specific. But if you're saying we're spinning our wheels, the canal thing I was talking about is you didn't see anything about the Suez Canal being completely backed up with one freighter.
Oh, I did see that.
So there's one freighter that went sideways in the Suez Canal, which means we have like hundreds of freighters just backed up on top of the already existing shipping delays that the world's going through. It's like a million. It's not a million. It's hundreds of $1 million mistake right now that they're fixing.
The Suez Canal is only one freighter wide.
Yeah.
When you turn the freighter sideways, it is.
Really?
Yeah.
I would figure to be at least double.
Just Google Evergreen, and you'll see the pictures.
Yeah.
I think it should work. Evergreen, and we see images.
That's the picture I saw.
Yeah. You need to. Oh yeah. Evergreen. Yeah. If one of the images, like the 5th or 6th image, you just see it blocking the entire canal, and there's just the problem is these ships can't turn around, so it's literally like hundreds of millions of dollars of just delays, just people just sitting there with their Kickstarters. Who knows? Maybe that's where the next Gray
it'll
Fox
never get
Kickstarter
used
is.
again. It'll never get used again.
Yep.
No, but the last time this happened, I can't remember how long ago. It took them like a week and a half to clear it.
Wow.
Like it's a giant. I mean, the size of these things is insane.
Well, how did it get turned around like that in the first place?
That part I haven't looked into yet. Like, I mean,
Loch Ness.
Loch Ness.
Yep.
That one doesn't turn off for locks, right?
So when you were going on at the beginning about your whole like traffic blockage, and if everyone just followed the rules and went in a straight line, I'm like, is this a metaphor for the Suez Canal? But yeah, that's that situation. I don't know.
They just need another one to come along and hit the side of it.
Yeah, if you hit it just right.
Yes, that is. There we go. There's all your Kickstarter games just being completely damaged.
Well, yeah. I mean, no, I mean, I don't think there was. The Suez Canal is used for, like, well, in some cases, not all cases, but it's used for Chinese shipments going to Europe. But a lot of times those just hit the rails immediately, too. So, but yeah, I mean, well, I'm sure there's like a lot of stuff that's
Is it faster to go that way and not to Los Angeles? Because I guess they do come into New York, don't they?
Well, I can guarantee you that they do because, well, no, I mean, to go to Europe, yes, but no, for stuff to get to the East Coast and I mean, let's just put it this way. It is what I have found when figuring out logistics for shipping stuff out of China to the US. It doesn't matter if your warehouse is in Maine. Like it's actually, it would mean sometimes like you'll drop off in LA or Seattle or San Diego, and then you'll get loaded onto train and then get freighted across the United States. Sometimes you'll go through the Panama Canal, and then head up into the Gulf of Mexico, drop off in Florida. The thing is that the quicker you get it off the boat, the faster it is. So it's just easier to get stuff moved by train and truck in the US. So like if you can drop off on the West Coast, you will speed things up. It'll cost you more theoretically. So I know, and I don't know this for fact. I mean, so don't take this for fact, but I know that like QML, like a lot of the stuff that's shipped to QML goes through the Panama Canal and then goes up into the Gulf of Mexico, and then delivers, and so that can add some time to the delivery. But it's cheaper than dropping off in San Diego or wherever and shipping it east. If that makes any sense.
Right. And now that we're done with that, who wants to talk about the Snyder Cut?
Well, a lot of people haven't seen it, so we can't talk about things that spoil.
Who hasn't sat through a 4-hour movie?
Well, I would say forget that. I mean, it's the Justice League. I mean, the Snyder Cut's just an improved version of a movie that's been out for 4 years.
No, it's not saying much.
Yeah,
I've seen a new movie in a year
granted.
and a half.
But yeah,
I've got a baby.
Congratulations.
Thanks. But it's okay if you spoil it. You can go ahead.
There's some notable changes. I mean,
yeah,
I mean, I liked it better, but I thought the first one was pretty low.
Yeah.
So it wasn't
right there with you. It was not a high bar to beat.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, spoiler free, I'm enjoying it while still not thinking it's particularly amazing.
I mean, I don't know if they deserve it's better because they made it twice as long, so it better be better, right? I mean,
but length. So for me, I just split it up into 2 different movie sessions, no different than I treat a TV show. Like I don't mind length. It's just
I watched the whole thing all. Well, I wonder.
I wish I had a button bar. I wish I had a button. You just so I could have Alex hit the button. I don't mind length. I don't mind length.
Watching the way you watch it, I wonder if that affects how you. Because I watched it all the way through.
So did I.
Did anybody else cut it up?
I would. So if I watch a 4-hour movie all the way through, just from past experience, the few times I've done some things like that, it really hurts my enjoyment because I want to be done by the time I get to the end.
Really, I found this one to be pretty fast paced, and I was stoned when I watched it. So.
That does help with the pacing.
I will say, Alex, to your point,
I stone forces you to be in the moment. All right, it slows shit down.
You're saying
I found it to be faster paced. I thought that was shorter than Tom and Jerry, which me and Jen recently watched. I thought that Tom and Jerry drug out so bad. Yeah.
So my thing is that my son and I can sit down and watch 4 hours of wrestling without an issue. Yeah. So us sitting down and watching the Snyder wasn't difficult. We paused it for some bathroom breaks here and there, but and to grab snacks. But other than that, we're like, we're gonna watch this and we're gonna watch it and we're gonna do it. And
how'd you watch it, Peter?
Well, I watched it some morning and I didn't realize it was that long, and so it was like I'm past lunch now. I'm like, whoa, what the heck? I just wasn't prepared, but other than that, it was better.
As far as a long movie goes, though, for me, like, I mean, when I sat down and I was like, okay, I'm gonna watch The Irishman, And it was just like, I was like, good Lord, is this going to end ever?
I did not. Yeah,
Yeah,
that
really,
one
I
I
was
was
the
not
I was
same
into.
just
way.
like,
I
but,
stopped that 3 times.
I was just like,
Yep.
I understand this is, this is supposed to be like this big last hurrah, but I was just like, somebody needed to cut like 45 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, and then I got up and had breakfast.
No, I did not like that one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
De Niro looked bored towards the
Yeah, he
end.
did. But I do think they could cut about an hour off the Snyder cut, but most of that was just fan service.
Obviously, they
Yeah.
could have taken 2 hours off. We saw that cut.
I
No,
don't think they could have cut it that far back. No,
the original Justice League was one of the worst superhero movies I've seen in either of the
really bad.
universes. And like, I'm debating whether it's worse than Thor 2, which I think is one of the worst ones. But
Yeah, that was pretty
it's
bad.
Yeah, that is pretty bad.
yeah, and that's the thing about it. A lot of people don't
Thor-
remember, but like,
Right,
or don't think about it. But Marvel has so many subpar movies as well. They just did a better job at overall building up the
Yeah.
universe and getting consistency.
Mhm.
DC tried
rewatched-
rushing to it.
I rewatched Thor 2 maybe a couple months ago, and it's actually more rewatchable than you think. It's just that we have this high bar for MCU. So whenever any movie comes out, if it doesn't reach that high bar,
yeah.
it goes down. But if you're expecting how it is now and rewatch it, it's actually pretty good.
I don't know. It's been a while since I rewatched it. I mean, I did rewatch the whole MCU for a while ago. I don't know. Like, I that one still stuck out as me as not my favorite, which is putting it lightly.
I agree. It's one of my
But-
least favorites, but it's still pretty
But no, but yeah, but the DC universe, I always liked Man of Steel. Batman vs Superman and Justice League were interesting. Justice League I really didn't like. Wonder Woman's good. I don't think it's amazing. I think it's good. Aquaman is entertaining. It was good. It just wasn't. I don't know. But I'm intrigued. I still want to see more from it. I still want to see where it can go.
Aquaman can be on in the room, and like when you're doing like when I'm like prepping food to cook, or
Because it doesn't
Or-
matter what's happening.
I mean, just because it's like after the first Wonder Woman movie like was very strong, like for like 3/4 of the movie, I was looking forward to Wonder Woman 84, and then I was just kind of like, what happened? Why did we shit the bed with this one now? I was just like, and then it was just like, and then so many people wanted it to be good, and then it wasn't. Then like you have these people that are just like, yes.
Here's the problem for me is I don't like Snyder's vision. I don't like dark, desaturated movies, and I don't like this taking off the frame for no reason because you grew up with a square TV. It's stupid.
But to be
So-
fair, that's what a lot of the DC comics has been lately. Is this darker?
It's like some kind of
Yeah.
hipster thing, like, ooh, I'm gonna make it old ratio. Get out of here.
But I don't mind dark if done well. I mean, Christian Bale's Batman was pretty
Yeah,
dark,
right?
but they did
Yeah,
it
that's
well.
true.
Batman can be dark. Superman should not be dark.
Oh, interesting. Okay, I hear that. I hear that.
Batman
That's
should
reasonable.
be dark. Yeah. Now, I actually really like all of the casting. I like the actors.
Yes.
all
Yeah.
Yes.
I think they did a great job there, including Superman. I just hate the writing and I hate the dark vision of DC stuff.
Yeah, I would agree overall.
I think they saw that their only good DC movies were Batman and thought, oh, it's because it's dark, and went that way.
Could be.
Mm.
Yeah. But either way, I have hope for what comes next, but hope that it'll be entertaining. I don't think I'm not hoping it'll be Marvel level anymore.
I will say I was interested. I guess we're not doing spoilers, right? But the last scene,
Mhm.
that whole thing did make me interested to see what could happen.
See,
Well,
I thought,
from what
okay,
I gather-
I'll say this about last scene. They should have just left it off. Honestly, I mean,
Yeah.
they just should have had like the final like triumphant moment. Then all of a sudden they just add this thing, and I'm just like, what? Why are you doing this? Because I mean, it was almost like I was like, you better hire me to do another movie. You know, just like that. That's what it came
Well, I
across
just
as
saw a
for me.
thing that said he wasn't going to do it, so it is.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah. So I mean, it's totally just a I don't know.
It was a fun scene.
From what I understand, from what he said, he is done with the DC universe, and this was something the fans
Yeah.
wanted. They wanted these two characters together.
Good. Maybe we'll get a good Superman out of it next.
From what I understand, they're going to reboot it.
Okay, so I think we've discussed it. Well, no, we discussed this on the Full 42 podcast, and we didn't touch it. We kind of glossed over it. But I personally believe that we live in an era now where we got a great Superman movie in the first Superman movie from the 70s. And then Superman 2 was okay. I mean, it was above average, and it was a decent little flick, right? But like what Superman is, as far as like strictly like, I mean, a true Superman, comic book Superman with all of his powers and abilities and all those things, it's like you're not going to be able to really make a movie with him. I mean, other than like, I mean, you'd have to do. I'm trying to think of the comic book series that they did a really good job with him and Lex and things like that, and they did a really good job focusing on the two of them. I can't remember the name of it now, but yeah, I mean, you just can't. I mean, he's too powerful, right? I mean, it's just like
it's the Captain Marvel problem. You introduce a character that powerful, and you have to like ship them off somewhere else to deal with stuff because they can't be in the universe.
Oh, I had to go off the universe for
other
like,
universes need
other
our
universes. Help. You know, that's our excuse. You know, and so I mean, I just remember like back in the day when I read Superman comics, and like they'd have those little question and answer things where kids would write in and write in questions, and then they'd answer them in the letters to the editor episode. And somebody wrote in, they had all these questions about Superman's powers, and they're all just like, and almost all the powers were just like, well, he can just do that or whatever, like this. And I just remember it's like how much it said, how much weight can Superman lift with his tongue? They asked, how strong. And then the answer was the same amount that he can lift with anything else, any other muscle in his body, as much as he wants. This was the answer.
All of it.
Yeah, like basically, like he can just do anything. He, and
I want to see the story that incorporates that.
Yeah, well, I'm just fan fiction. I'm sure you can find something somewhere, right?
I'm sure you can.
Yeah. So,
find orc porn. I'm sure you can.
No. So I mean, it's just like, so you unless you retcon his powers somehow, in something.
You don't have to do that. You have to have a good writer.
Well, okay, good luck.
Because his kryptonite is not actually kryptonite; it's his lawful goodness. And if you can get someone to work that against him, that would be an interesting story.
So, okay, so here, but the lawful goodness thing, like it's just like we live in an era now where everything is gritty and realistic, and so like you have a situation where it's like, oh, we're gonna work his lawful goodness. Like most people are gonna watch it and it'd be just like, yeah, just blow that guy up. He doesn't deserve to live.
Yeah,
just like, I mean, that's,
I'm there.
And people are going to want to watch the goody two shoes trying to decide, well, I mean, can't I like somehow prevent the terrorists from doing that? And everybody else will be like, no, just shoot him with your laser eyes and be done with it.
How many times has Batman put the Joker in prison and Joker escaped and killed people? How many times? Go through the comics. There's a price to being lawful good.
I think it's fine if Batman kills people. I don't think it's fine if Superman crosses a line.
Yeah,
then the Earth is gone.
Yeah.
I think that it's fine if he doesn't, but it's also there's a price. There's a price to pay for being too good. There's a price to pay for taking people who have superpowers beyond belief and then treating them like mere criminals and saying, well, prison can hold them.
There was a pretty good I remember there was a pretty good like they've done the whole thing of like Batman like having like figuring out what all the other superheroes' weaknesses were, and so in case any of them went bad, he could stop them. And there was I can't remember the name of the comic, but it was really, really good. It was like kind of an Elseworlds alternate history kind of thing, but it dealt with when Batman runs into the Martian Manhunter. And he sees him and he's like, I'm going to trust you for now to do the right thing. He said, but know this. He said, I spent $175,000 to get a sliver of a meteorite so I can take care of that guy up in Metropolis. It's like, for you, I need a penny book of matches. And he jumps out the window. It's just like, yeah, I mean, it was like, but I always loved that. The fact that Superman, Batman was always just figuring, yeah, there's only a matter of time. Only a matter of time before Superman goes bad.
Has Superman ever killed anybody in any of the material?
Well, I mean, the Snyder one,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Most recent one. And that's the only thing I thought was interesting about that movie, was
Mhm.
that they forced them to do that.
So I was thinking, if you had a scenario like, 'cause, yeah, I haven't seen that movie. You have that scenario, and then you have his, struggle with it afterward.
Yeah, I was thinking like as
Could
a
be
kid,
interesting.
maybe he accidentally hurt somebody he cares about.
They did that
Ooh,
in the whatever that show was,
Smallville?
Smallville.
or something. Yeah. They did a lot of stuff like that to make him like go, "Oh, I really need to be careful," which kind of builds that up. But then whenever he gets, turned into Superman by being taught by his real father and all that and stuff, you could
Mhm.
actually have a scenario where his real father shows him a future that if you cross this line, this is where you could end up, and it shows the whole world destroyed, people
Oh,
dead,
yeah.
all that stuff. And then you go into the whole story and stuff, and somebody using that against him. I mean, it's just like where Joker was trying to get Batman to kill him in Dark Knight, right? That was an interesting thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can do it. You just have to have good writing, and we haven't had that for a while.
Sometime.
Well, but that's just it, though.
That's why Lex
you
Luthor.
keep saying, we need good writing. We need good writing. Well, I mean, how many times have we actually? I mean, even the Marvel movies, we kind of held on this shelf of like, wow, they're finally getting these Marvel movies right. There's some clunkers in there, and it's just like
Sure.
to get good writing in a movie period is tough.
No, I'm just saying. You're saying like you need to retcon his powers. You don't. You need to have better writing. That's the real answer. Because I mean, Superman, his weakness isn't his powers. That's why his major villain is some dude in a suit, and it's not even Lex Luthor's like money that's the real problem. It's that Lex Luthor's smart enough to do stuff to get around Superman, right?
Yeah.
To get around his morals and twist things up on him. Like he could just stand there facing Superman with a grin, knowing I'm fine.
I just
yeah.
Superman's boring. I mean, Superman. Yep. I mean, there's Superman comics that I've definitely read that were great, right? And that I've really enjoyed. But here's the deal: it's like, unfortunately, Superman as a whole is just kind of dull, and it is. By
the way, I had this experience with a Superman because I'll probably go to every one. You say that if they put one out, I'll probably go, right?
Yeah, definitely.
So I remember I was watching
Henry Cavill in a suit.
I was watching Man of Steel, and it was released in IMAX, and I was all excited to go to IMAX and see Superman. And the dumbest thing happened is they had 3D glasses that you put on, but the thing at the beginning said, the whole movie isn't like this. You only put these on during certain moments of the movie. But then you could always tell when an action scene was coming because it would freeze and it would say, "Everyone put on your glasses." And it was like, oh, great. So now I know this thing on the boat's not going to work out so well because you just told me.
Strap in your seatbelts, everybody.
I thought the same way.
Yeah. It's just.
I did not like that. I'll never do 3D IMAX again because it's so big anyway. You can't keep track of it. Has anybody done the movies where they project it further along the wall? You see that? I can't remember which one I saw that. Maybe it was Spider-Man or something, but they projected more whenever it was a CG thing, basically. Yeah. They created more of it to go even further, and they projected it around the wall to make you feel like you were in
remember when we went to movies?
Yeah, sure.
I'm gonna say, I mean, now I'll feel lucky, I guess, if I get to go to a movie again,
Yeah, I'll probably enjoy the first thing I watch no matter what it is.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Challenge accepted.
This is a good question for the group, right? Has anyone ever gone into a movie and walked out?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, that's a good one.
I have
What'd
not
you walk
done
out on?
The Thin Red Line.
I never did see that. Really?
That was
supposed to be really good.
I thought the Thin Red Line was like it was transportative for me.
It was like being on acid. I couldn't stand it. I had no idea what was going on. And I usually like movies like that, but
there was a Nicolas Cage movie I saw that was so bad it was actually amusing.
Just
but I didn't walk out.
Couldn't have been Waterworld because that was amazing.
No, there was. It was he was international. I'm trying to.
So here,
He spaz out at one point.
Weird Waterworld factoid for you. So like
He did actually drink his urine.
No, so I used to everybody gets dared once, right? But no, so like when I go to movies, I like you always get like you get the people that are like first build and things like that, and like they go through the names of the people, and there's inevitably usually, and not sometimes I'll look at the names and I'll usually recognize them, or there'll be some glimmer of recognition for me. But if I ever get a name on there that I don't know who that is, I will wait. I mean, and I watch the credits anyway, but I wait until the credits and then I look for that name in the credits so I can say, okay, I know who that person is. And so this name popped up on the screen and I was like, I have no idea who that is. And I was like, I'm going to wait and see who this is. And they got to the thing and they go through, and remember in Waterworld, there's the pilot of the plane. Like you remember like in the
dirigible?
No, there's a pilot. He's like they.
Oh yeah. He drops little bombs.
Yeah, he drops little bombs or anything. And I was like, and it was the character. It just said the pilot was the character. Did anybody remember who the actor was who played the pilot?
Not at all.
Jack Black.
No way.
Really?
Wow.
Yep. Jack Black played.
It was Kevin Costner in Waterworld anyway. But
yeah, Kevin Costner. Yeah.
Oh shoot! Sorry,
Yeah.
that's what I meant.
Yeah, Jack Black played, and I was like, and then I was just like, "Who's this guy?" And it was like, "Yeah, Jack Black."
Hey, you're right. The pilot, Jack Black.
Do you think I'm lying?
For some reason,
already
Nicolas
had it up.
Cage is interchangeable with Kevin Costner in my brain. I don't know why.
I like Kevin Costner.
You know what's a great old movie with Kevin Costner? No Way Out.
Yes, I had
That is.
Excellent.
No spoilers because you
I
have
don't
to go
see
into that. I mean, but that is a. How would you describe it? I mean, it's a thriller, but I mean, it is a. There is a wide confluence of like different things going on. It's hard to even explain that, but yeah, you need to watch that. It is a mind blower. I remember
excellent movie that doesn't get talked about enough.
No, it doesn't get talked about a lot. And then I didn't like usually like with movies like that have twists and stuff like that. I can see them coming, but with that one, man, it was.
You're already spoiling stuff.
Well, no, it's a thriller. It's got twists. It's like what a twist. I'll just say that. But yeah. Great movie, great ending.
Great.
The Nicolas Cage movie that I was so terrible was Bangkok Dangerous, in case any of you saw it.
I saw it, but I don't remember it. He was
Good.
a hitman
Lucky
or
you.
something.
Lucky you. Yes, it was Hitman.
Yeah, dude.
No,
I remember.
I remember going to a theater with my friend, and like we were debating walking out, and then we just stayed, and we just ended up laughing. It was I think it's the only time in my life that I've actually probably offended other people in the theater because we couldn't stop laughing and probably ruined it for other people. But yeah. So Joel, how's Bloodborne?
How's Bloodborne?
Yeah.
Good. I enjoyed it.
Cool.
Did you watch my review?
Good.
I didn't watch the review. That's how I'm trying to get the condensed version because I didn't watch the review yet.
Yeah, it's good. I did say I think a lot of people won't like it because it's kind of it's like unfair in a way, but it's by design. So
yeah. I backed it hoping it wouldn't be like the video game, and then I played it and I said, "This is a great game. It's like the video game. I have no interest."
Yeah. Yeah, it's it has a real interesting thing where like the timer just of the game just starts running out on you, and it's like
I hate that. I hate timers that make me feel like I want to have fun in a game. I want to sit there and do cool things. I don't want this like, oh no, timer's coming up. Oh wait, we respawned everyone. Let's try to continue our objectives now. It's a solid game. A solid engine. I didn't like the fact. I don't like the pressure of the game. That style of game for me is more about having fun as opposed to the tactical maneuvering.
Yeah.
I know.
And typically that's what I want, but this game I think is perfect because I played the video game and I hate the video game, but I also love it. So it feels just like that.
Is it like an arena fighting game? Is that
no?
What it looks like?
It's a lot like Cthulhu Death May Die, but it's probably I don't like it as much as Cthulhu Death May Die, but it has a very similar vibe to it, and it has this sort of you kind of like configure a puzzle from the different pieces, but it like configures everything for you. Whereas Cthulhu Death May Die, you take this with this and this monster with that guy and all that. it does all that for you, and then it has like a little campaign. But it's a big puzzle. It's like an efficiency puzzle with like moving and combat and trying not to die a whole bunch. I don't know.
From the all I saw was the pictures, and it just looked like an arena where you fight stuff, and I was like,
Kind of. It's the combat's cool. It's very like it feels like it should be stale because it's very mechanical. There's no dice, and you can count the deck because the enemy attacks are based out of a deck. But you can count the cards and know kind of or guess pretty good on what the attack is coming next and plan around it and all this stuff. But the game is all about movement and being efficient with how you interact with like whatever quest or whatever's on the board, and dealing with that. And then that respawn thing that happens like every 4 turns, like looking at that and saying, well, you know what? I'm not even going to try to bother with this because everything's going to respawn next turn. So let me go do this other thing. And then once it respawns, then you come back into it with a fresh, set of cards or whatever. Yeah.
Cool.
God damn, Joel Eddy is here.
God damn Joel Eddy.
God damn.
Fuge, Team Fuge.
Hey,
Scott popped on. I
Where
saw
is
Grant,
Keith?
but then
Does Keith not come on anymore?
you're
he was
muted.
here last week, wasn't he?
He was here last week.
Oh, is he? Okay.
We gotta get Forrest in here for Forest facts.
We may have scared Forrest away.
Facts and Forest.
No. He said he'd be here.
Well, I thought we were going to rotate who gets facted.
I think that was everyone else's plan. I think Lance likes
Lance just wants to piss on
just wants to
Forest
piss on
Cheerios.
It
That's
is
all he
more
wants to do.
interesting. If he doesn't show up soon, we'll elect somebody else to go in the bubble. That's fine.
Oh,
That's not it.
like everyone except Forrest, like the largest Alaboom in a while, and there's still no
it's,
Forrest.
It's only Ryan.
Hey, that's all right though.
You're not Forrest.
You're not Forrest. Get out of here.
Where's my notebook poster, man?
I know. I don't have any. I just got a mess behind me.
so I didn't look up any of the releases on Tuesday. What's good on Kickstarter this week?
Oh, this week, I mean, Robinson Crusoe's blowing up.
Oh yeah.
I'm actually interested. to fight
Is there new
myself.
content in that?
So there's a scenario book with like 50 new scenarios or whatever it is that will give you variations of hard, easy, long, different themes, all that. I'm particularly interested in the learn to play booklet, like they're giving you like kind of a Jaws of the Lion tutorial progress, so you can walk in, play an easy one, then escalate and learn the rules slowly. Because for me, like I've just never been bothered to really dive into it. I've never actually played Robinson yet, so I'm interested in that.
I officially don't notice a project if it's on Game Foundem. I had no idea. It was
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you should follow certain YouTube-based content creators that talk all about the Kickstarters and the game founds.
Peter, you could go to the Board Game Geek crowdfunding week countdown.
Or that. That's
They
also pretty
have
solid.
all of the projects.
I'm out of touch.
We call them notable projects, by the way. There's way more than that, but
Even
what
I
else do
know
I have?
about this one.
What I have on the list. I have like a ton of stuff. It's another crazy week this week.
But
So,
Aldi, that would
so
know
if you
the answer
have
to
the
your own
first
question.
edition, could you get an upgrade to?
Yeah, they have an
Let's-
upgrade. They have an upgrade.
Okay.
It's not the best upgrade, but it's functional. It does the job. This Fjords launch, Flick Fleet, Floriferous, Tome Light, Factory Funner, that whole trio from Board Game Tables, Solani and the Girl Who Made the Stars from Final Frontier Games, Amass. I think that's 2 days from now. That's 2 days out. We have Arma, Mage Noir, which is its own little. That was last week actually. Yeah, so not the craziest week. There's a bunch of things. Not a ton. Not as much as I thought actually.
like 10 games.
Yeah, well, 10 games these days is a light week. Unfortunately, Kickstarter's just gone crazy. 10 games is a light week. 10 games with only 1 or 2 big names. That's light.
Yeah.
I did Fjords basically just because of the cover. I love that cover.
I don't think I'm backing anything.
Is that a reprint of the Fjords game or is that a new game?
It's a reprint with a couple of updates.
Yeah, Mythic Battles was supposed to launch this week. They pushed it out to April 5th. We have EOS Island of Angels coming up soon. I don't know who's running that. But yeah. That's a joke. That's you, Lance, right? You guys are running EOS.
Yeah.
It's not
Just
right.
making sure, right?
He's super engaged.
King Raccoon Games is running it, not us. We are just the U.S. partner. We will be handling U.S. fulfillment for them.
What's
Gotcha,
the Heart
gotcha.
of Cthulhu? Do you know the Heart of Cthulhu?
No, I don't have that on my list at all.
He has
Uh-oh.
no heart.
I wish I had not seen Robinson Crusoe.
Peter, you
Cthulhu.
should currently subscribe to the BGG list. It's more accurate than mine.
No, we only track it if it has like I think 100 backers at least.
Oh, so that might be why I usually don't bother if it doesn't.
Oh, really? Then why did I have to tell you guys the Ragnaroks was on Kickstarter?
I don't know.
That's unfortunate. I was very aware of Ragnaroks.
Oh, and we had 100 backers in like 3 minutes. So
all the advertisers.
I was impressed with how well it did. Honestly, I wasn't sure it would do that well, but it did pretty easily.
You don't tell us anything. If you don't send any information in, we don't predict.
You know what that means? If you don't give us some money for the
Well,
ad,
you can just give the information. You can just send the information.
I'm just giving you the business.
Box down on BGG. Just shut them down. The whole thing.
Just shut them down. Just shut down everything.
Did you guys back So You've Been Eaten?
I backed one. I think. Yeah, that's by that's the Ludi Creations. I covered that one. Yeah.
Scott Alms.
Scott Alms. Yeah.
I mean, I did like how they made the big joke.
The 0-player game.
Yeah, that was pretty fun.
They have a full page in the rule book covering the 0-player game. I love the dedication.
It's not like you could. I've always kind of wanted that actually to see.
I mean, War is a 0-player game. It's no different. Both War and it's a game that plays itself. There's no decisions you make. Any game that has no decisions.
But that's not interesting. Yeah.
but like we give a game with no decisions and we make a whole big thing about it.
That's not true. Whenever I play War against my kids, I set up the decks. So there's decisions.
They're probably setting them too, Lance.
Yeah. So
just an illustration of Lance's shuffling skills, basically.
No, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Solani and the girl who reached for this. I'm screwing up the name, but I was like insta back on those just because
they look beautiful.
They've honestly, it looks beautiful. They've been really doing the work to like get the word out there too, and you know, it just I like what they're all about. I like the message they're trying to set with that company idea.
What's the name of that? Solani?
Solani is one, and then the girl who made the stars is a dual campaign. Just type in Solani and Final Frontier will pop up.
Yeah.
Don't do the searching on Kickstarter. Kickstarter has the worst searching you have ever met.
It does actually. You can be typing the exact name and it doesn't come up.
Yeah, no. Google will do a far better job. Just skip Kickstarter entirely.
It's true.
All right, let's do round robin. What's a game with just everybody has to say a board game they've played in like the last 7 days.
I got one.
I will call on you.
Fine.
I'm new to this. I don't know.
Not you, Ryan. Not you.
I'll call on myself first. I played Sleeping Gods again, obviously. And I tried to get Jonathan on tonight, but he's gonna come on next week. Jonathan Mariucci. I played one session of his new Hexplorer game, which is fantastic.
Ooh, nice.
I can't think of the name right now. It is.
One. Does it not?
Well, it's basically his Strahd campaign. Is what it is. You know, because here, hold on a second.
It's the domain of Mirza Noctis. 2022. Come on.
What patience, God.
See, the problem is when Kickstarter first did that whole. Yeah.
I'd rather it be closer to the. I don't know. I grow weary of long release times.
So when I was asking him about it, I asked him because so the first one was just the Wrath of the Dead King, and then it was Forests of Adramon, and then he did the Sands of Shurax. And he even admitted with Sands of Shurax, it was just he threw everything he possibly could into the pot. And so, I think Sands of Shurax,
the biggest complaint is.
Yeah, so Sands of Shurax was good. It just had a lot going on. So now he's kind of taken a step back a little bit, and it's more narrative and more campaign driven. But it's still very, 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 very much.
Are there paragraphs?
No, but I mean it is. But it has more of a structure to it, I guess. So people are it's still sandboxy.
Okay.
But there's still, but it's excellent. So, but that'll hit Kickstarter.
I'll look forward to playing it in 3 years.
Which one is that? Hexplorer?
Hexplorer. All of the Hexplorer.
Man, I've been sitting on a Hexploration game for 4 years, and I keep watching.
Sitting on it. We've worked on that thing.
Well, yeah, but I keep watching all these come out. And I'm like, oh.
And I'm going to say this right
finish.
now, and I said this last week. I said this last week and the week before. If you back it, make sure you add the like $25 to get the hoodie, because I don't know who makes his hoodies, but they are the softest, most comfortable hoodies you'll ever own in your
I'll take the
entire
Pepsi
life.
challenge against that, man.
No, I mean
Our
seriously,
hoodies are pretty good.
no, your hoodies are good, but I mean, like literally, like my wife owns now. She owns like 3 of them, and like she will, she doesn't like, because if you wash them, they actually lose some of the coziness of them. So like she just tries to make sure they stay as clean as possible, and just like like we'll like hand wash them, because if they go through it, but no, they are. Like literally, I said that to him. I was like, "Yeah, we were all talking about how good your hoodies are." And then when he sent me this game, he threw like 6 more hoodies into the box. He's like, "There you go." And then because even my mother wanted one.
Don't
So
say
my
Lance
mother
can't be
got
bought.
one too.
I know
Right,
how to
exactly.
bribe Lance 101 hoodies.
Just 6
Oh,
hoodies. That's
a good
that's
hoodie.
the
A
price.
good hoodie is. I'm wearing the Alaboom colors today. So, but a good hoodie, man. A good hoodie with the. I don't like zip ups. I like a pullover hoodie with the front pocket where you can put your hands in there.
This is actually this is the most comfortable one I've ever had.
Lance, I don't think you get to say
What's
you're not wearing a hoodie. I feel like the only people here wearing hoodies are me and Joel. So we're the expert on hoodies, right?
That's right.
Joel's got a bathrobe.
You're a hoodie poser.
I'm in. The Gen Con
What's
hoodie.
the materials? Of that?
Yeah.
I know
Does
those
this
are
count?
those are
Does
hooded
this count?
sweatshirts.
This sort of counts, right?
Hey, look, it's Shane's beard along with Shane.
Oh wow, that beard is getting epic.
Yeah, his beard is
Oh.
insane.
I love how your hair is about the same. So you have cut your hair.
So you
Yeah, I have
invited-
cut my hair. Yeah. I can't. If I just let my hair go, it like literally will just start going out like this. Like it doesn't get long. It just goes.
Oh, you gotta do that. I want to
You
see
get a fro?
you.
I feel like ice pirates.
Dane's gonna cosplay a champion of Midgard at the next con.
Yeah, I like it.
That's the plan. I like
Yeah, this will be gone by the next con. So
Or just grandfather time.
Yeah.
yeah, I'll be grandfather time, Santa Claus.
Yeah.
And I know what my retirement's gonna be. It's just gonna be me playing Santa. You know, with the right beard, you get a lot of money. It's
Oh no, I got a couple of friends who have the gray beard, and they can and they hire themselves out to the families the week around Christmas to drive to the house, and you stop by the house and you hand gifts to the kids and you get some pictures and like that. They make bank. It's like for 15 minutes of work, they're getting $75. And it's just like they take the money, drive to the next house, do the whole thing again. Just they're like, yeah, that 2 weeks around Christmas.
There was a Shark Tank about that. A company to like run the Dial Santa or whatever it was called. Like you could call up a Santa and have one, to come over.
So I'll say, so I don't know about you, but like in our
Only a 6-week business though.
in our post office, all through December, they have a mailbox in the post office where you walk in. It says letters to Santa, and you walk in there and your kids will drop off their envelopes and like that, and they actually have people, and then they read them, and they answer every single one. They take the stamp that the kids put on there, and they take that stamp and they use it to send the postage back, and then they send it back and they send a letter from Santa. And the thing is that they're not handwritten, but sometimes there's handwritten notes. And when my son was born in October, we dropped one off for him as well, and it was just the nicest thing. And it's just like, it's like, Caleb, you'll only be 3 months old for your first Christmas, but welcome to the world. I hope you have a fabulous life. Love you, Santa. Just
That's
like
nice.
it's like that was just like that. I mean, I'm like crying. I'm reading that. He's he's pooping his pants 2 feet away from me. But I mean, I was just like, somebody went to the trouble. So shines a good deed in an otherwise dreary world.
And your wife snowed you on that one.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Hey, when my because I get packages all the time. The way my wife told me that she was pregnant with our son, like she was just like. She's like, you got a bunch of packages, when I was at work, and I would get done with work after her, and she's like, yeah, you got a bunch of packages. And I was like, oh, okay, well, whatever. And I started like opening them up, and then there was finally like this like weird kind of smaller package, and I remember I cracked it open, and inside were these two Minnesota Twins little booties, and it just said surprise, and it's just like, and I was like, what? I was like, holy shit, that was actually really clever of my wife. I was impressed.
How quickly did you get it? At first, it took me. It's not gonna fit me.
It took me about 45 seconds. I was like, why? Because we've been trying for a little while, and I was like, why would I have two baby booties in a package from my wife delivered to me? Oh,
another sports team would have been great.
Right? Hey, the man of the hour is here, and we got a whole bevy of people.
Oh,
yes, it is time. It is time, ladies.
Forrest is like, so you're the only one that gets to do the game thing.
What? No.
You dropped the whole. You said.
Yeah, you did a round.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Forrest, since you're here, what have you played? What kind of games have you played?
I played Don't Let It Die's expansion. Don't Let It Die is a Game Crafter / Kickstarter cooperative game. Is pretty good.
Yeah, the one about the fire, about keeping the fire going, right?
Yeah, expansion's good.
It's awesome.
Is it called Still Don't Let It Die?
No, I don't know. I don't remember the expansion.
Missed opportunity.
And then what else did I play? I played Guildhall for the first time. How AEG broke it up into like a whole bunch of different boxes now, and it was good. It's too take daddy for me.
Can you still buy that?
I don't know. Somebody brought it to my game night.
Oh.
And then I don't know. That's all I've really played that's new.
Yeah,
I got all the Escape Tales in the mail, so I'm going to be doing those solo pretty soon. I'm excited, or with my wife, hopefully.
To DuckTales? What?
Escape Tales, the
Duck Tats or whatever.
Is that the Russian one?
Yeah, it's 400.
Oh, no, that's the yeah.
They sent me 3 of them, so I'm excited to dig into them.
Board and Dice.
Yeah. But yeah, that's pretty much all I got on the new. I got High Noon actually in the mail, which is kind of odd. Like that's a really weird one on Kickstarter.
It's this one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they sent me a final version of the game because they pretty much just came out and were like, yeah, this is just a straight up pre-order, guys. We're not beating around the bush here trying to be cute. It's like the game's made. We're just going to ship it to you. This is just a way for us to market it. And the guy, Dwight, actually liked how I did my Kickstarter thing. He's like, wow, you didn't come into it with an agenda. You were just very blunt and honest. I was like, yeah. And so he had me on for a podcast, and then he sent me a copy of it, which I haven't got to play. I was looking forward to. Part of me is glad I haven't played it yet, because if I really hated it, I'd have to shoot a video about how much I hated it in mid Kickstarter stream, which would be weird.
Yeah, it is.
I'm kind of glad it didn't hit the table tonight, but I'm actually kind of disappointed too. But I'm hoping
it's already printed. I have to say that just it's bizarre.
Yeah.
Because what happened is they had the Kickstarter a while ago, and then they funded and canceled and ended up printing it anyway. Then came back with the Kickstarter. It's all kinds of strange. I'm not usually baffled by Kickstarters, and I was like, this is a weird thing. This whole thing is.
Check out Cypress Legacy.
There's no way they would sell 720 copies if they just put this game out into the wild. I doubt it. They'd sell 720 copies. Yeah. They're already hitting 1,000.
Has anyone heard of Cypress Legacy? I feel like it's got to be gated recognition. So I did a video on it this week, and I always click on like the previous created, because I'm like, oh, what'd they create? And it was like 16 created. So I'm like, okay, cool. They've made games. They know what they're doing. No, it was 15 failed projects, all based off this game. But it started as a movie script, and then they turned it into a video game, and then they failed at the video game twice. Like, fuck it, we're going to turn it into a board game. So they turned it into a board game, and they said, this sucks. So then they decided to turn it into like an HTML Flash games, and then they decided to turn it into a VR game, and now they're back with a board game.
This looks like Clue.
$5,000, and the whale is like $550. It's absurd. It's just so bizarre.
They should have made it a zombie game just to raise it from the dead, just like gone with it.
I mean, the cover's terrible. That's probably keeping most people from.
Well, it's also the weirdest thing too, because I went back and I looked at all the Kickstarters, and if they just combined everything from all the Kickstarters they've done, they'd have a pretty dang good Kickstarter. Like their Kickstarter video is quite literally 18 seconds of a printer printing off pieces of their game. And I was like, what the hell is this?
That's what people want to see.
This is their 16th one. How are you like, that's the one for the 16th time? The printer. It's just,
we're trying something different.
It's mind-boggling. Oh, but like one of them, they asked for like $375,000, and then they didn't put anything in the story. Like I went back to it, and it's like there's like 8 words in the story, and it's so bizarre. It's weird.
We're gonna try again. Come with us.
What are they doing here? Is that coming through? What is that?
Kind of.
It's product testing.
Oh, is
It's,
that a
how many
product?
times can you jump on it before?
Yeah, I
pieces
know. Like,
break?
how many times can I stand on the top of a ladder with no holding on to nothing? Oh, is his hand up on the ceiling?
What's he gonna do?
He's gonna pile drive that game, yo.
He's taking photos.
He's top roping it.
It's meta. It's just taking photos of the game instead of showing you the game.
Oh my god!
Totally new angle. Yeah.
I have a table. I should destroy a table in the review and get slammed through it. I need to review a wrestling game. Oh my god!
That would be amazing.
Thank you, Grant. I'm going through a table at some point in my. Okay. It's on the list.
Amazing.
Write that
A couple
down.
of relief cuts in the table for his force, please. Jeez. You're gonna fucking kill yourself.
Okay, Forrest, you got to pick another person.
Oh, I got to pick another person. I will go with. Let's go with Peter.
I played some games. I played Cosmic Frog, which was bizarre. You guys played that one?
Oh yeah,
Your
Good
2
bizarre or
frogs?
just
yeah, we played it. It's
bizarre?
good. It's good. I mean, I thought it was
it's
good.
good. I think I would play it again because I think what the deal is, you're these giant frogs and you are just gulping up the cosmos and putting it in your gullet. That was weird. And then you end up regurgitating it out of your gullet into your vault. But the part that I liked, because I'm a variable player kind of guy, is that you get a different frog power. So you get a frog power that is unique, and then every so and so amount of rounds it changes. So you're like, oh, now I do this, and
they're pretty strong.
yeah, they're fun to play. So I would probably play it again, but it was very weird. Like I was like, is this an acid kind of thing? Like, how did the game inspiration happen?
Sounds like a creation.
You
myth
gotta
or
get
something.
James back on here, Lance.
I can't go into details, but Jim and I have been talking a lot in the last month or so, and it's not that he doesn't like anybody. It's not that he's going through a lot of personal stuff right now in his life, and he's on the mend, I guess would be the best way to put it. He's not dying. He's not like anything like that. There's nothing like that going on. He's in a good place, but he said that if he was on, he would want to talk about stuff, and he's just not there yet. He's not there yet to talk about what's going on in his life. And so, but he knows that because we're all friends, that he'd feel safe, and he'd end up talking about things. And right now, he just wants to be private. We're just gonna leave it at that. So
We played it at Gen Con. Didn't you play with us, Lance?
Yes, I did, and I loved it.
Yeah, it was awesome.
If
I
I
got
had
kicked
done
out into
a
the top level of space, and
if
he
I had
actually
done-
changed the rules based on what happened to me in that game because I was out for 3 turns.
Oh, really?
I don't know if that's still in the game or not.
You could get kicked out, but there's a method to get, you can.
Yeah, I felt it was a little
things-
harsh.
Yeah,
little punishment.
I played that. I also played. This is gonna seem. I mean, I felt so bad. I had never played a Lacerda game ever, which is just like, what? So someone showed me the Gallerist. So that was like awesome, right? I had an amazing time playing that. And then I played. Nexus Ops, which is one of my favorite classic ones, and it fell a little flat. I was like, but I don't know if I like this. I mean, it was. So it's funny playing a Euro like the Gallerist and then playing one where you have to get in someone's face. You cannot let someone have one bit of territory. And I guess I was realizing my taste might. I mean, I didn't mind it in Cosmic Frog to be kind of just. Cosmic Frog was interesting. Cosmic Frog was not as confrontational, or didn't have to be. But Nexus Ops was like, oh yeah, you have to completely go over there and you rip that 2 mine out of someone's hands, or you're, and watch out for the next person who could do it right behind you. So it was a good set of games though. I threw in a Dwellings of Eldervale just for good measure as well, because I can't help stuff.
Face to face. or online?
No, TTS. I run the for Cardboard Alchemy. I have like an Eldervale room where a bunch of people want to play all the time, which is great. But then it's tempting. They'll say, who wants to play? And I'll feel like every 2-player grouping, I have to help them get to 3-player. So I'll be like, sure, I'll play another one. You know what the hell? But we've actually had some 4 and 5-player that's really great. Oh my god, I you know, it's scratching the itch of not being able to play, you know, in person for sure.
I like it at 2-player. There's no reason not to do it.
No, I've tested it hundreds of times at 2-player, but I guess
why don't you brag about it?
There's this thing about I don't know, you guys, when you have, maybe Chris doesn't experience this because you play most of your games at 2-player, but like when you have 2, you're kind of looking around the room like, can we get one more? Like, you know, it feels weird to start a game sometimes with 2. Like you're not complete. Like, you know, I don't know. I always felt that way at some cons. Like 2 would feel like, well, there'll be someone else in a minute. We should just wait a second. We'll have 3 or 4.
I think it's a lot less awkward to sit down and play with 2 other people you don't know as opposed to just one other person you don't know.
Yeah, if you don't know, I agree with you completely.
Do you voice chat too, or do you just play?
So what we do is we do Discord voice in the Cardboard Alchemy server and then play the game. So,
all right, if we keep giving everybody 20 minutes to say what they play, this is gonna take forever. So,
Peter, wait, I got one more I want to mention. I got one more.
You will come back to you, Peter.
It's a good one. It's a sequel to Scrabble.
That doesn't sound good.
All right,
Peter, pick somebody.
Shane, what'd you play?
Shane, what have you played?
Nothing. I've played video games. Played a lot of video games. Excessive amount of video games. I'm gonna be honest with you. After like doing this all day, like making these things, I really just have no desire. Like at the end of the day, I actually that's not true. It's a combination of just the exhaustion from the pandemic and the fact that I just kind of don't want to play any games right now until I can sit down around a table with like other people and have drinks and, you know, and enjoy it the way like God intended it. You know, so
Shane, when you finally got a chance to play Indonesia, what did you think of it?
Okay, well, dude, that was like a year ago. And game sucks. Game sucks. It's terrible. I mean, if you want to spend 3 hours like in a snooze fest, being bored as hell, that's a great game. Look, I would have loved that game probably 15 years ago when I was desperate, literally for anything that was decent. Today, that game, it sucks, and I'm sorry anybody that says it's good. They're just wrong. They just don't.
I'm not a fan.
They just don't like fun.
Indonesia? It's amazing.
The game is boring as balls.
It is amazing. It's brilliant. The tension of screwing with each other as you do those mergers and get each other's ways.
Oh, so
Oh my!
Oh my god!
There's always something
like the most boring graphics, the most boring board, and just
graphically, I'll give you
hours and be bored off our ass. Like I don't know. Like I said, I would have loved that game. You know, probably like 15 years ago, and I played it, and I was like, I got an hour into it. Also, too, I was at a convention, and honestly, when a convention, I really want to be having as much fun as humanly possible. So there wasn't, you know, so I probably wanted to be off drinking, really, and playing something lighter that I didn't have to really think too hard, you know. While
I agree with that. I love a lot of longer, heavier games. I'd never want to play them at a convention.
Yeah,
that's like game night with my friends, not like let's have fun and do as many different things as possible.
Yeah, so maybe that might have been part of it, but I don't know. I don't know. You mentioned Lacerda, and like I've got Lisboa still up on my shelf that I really want to play, but I'm also like, well, I'm gonna need to find somebody to show me how to play, or to show me how to play that game, because like I really don't feel like reading the rules and figuring it out myself.
That's actually how I got.
I think a guy named Paul Grogan has an hour-long video with teaching.
No, but I get it. I mean, like I just reviewed Cusco, which is a game that I'm sure lots of people like, but I felt that was like dry and a 90-minute long abstract that didn't need to be played. Like Scott said, there's a game for everyone in every way, and like some games I think everyone should like, but any of these heavy games, they're gonna have an audience and also have people who don't care.
Yeah. All right, Shane, pick somebody. Pick somebody.
Who hasn't gone? I don't know who hasn't gone.
Almost everybody.
By the way, just to be
Almost
clear,
everybody.
Lance right now is being Monica. He's scheduling his fun. We're gonna have fun our way. Stop having fun your way, so we can get to the way I want to have fun at this party.
My show.
Lance,
So,
no, never. He would never do that.
We're picking somebody else to pick. Oh, by the way, I played a game called Hades. It's a video game. I guess it came out last year.
Yeah, it was
Heard
pretty
great things.
Really good. Really,
Did you
really
beat
good.
it? Did you beat it?
No, I'm not. No, like I
Platform
played
is
it.
that on?
It's a PC or Switch.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
please tell me
it's
you
like-
played Slay the
it's like-
Spire though.
It's a twin stick.
I've not played Slay the Spire.
Oh
yet.
my gosh, play Slay the Spire. It is so
Yes.
good.
It's very
I
good.
would concur that with that.
Yep.
the only problem I have with Slay the Spire is that, like, if I'm not having a good run, I just quit and start over.
Yeah, whatever.
So you couldn't start over. That's okay. Problem solved.
Yeah.
Just
That's
don't
what I
have
would-
bad runs, Lance. Come on.
Don't ever, yeah, play
Play better.
Play better.
Play better.
Play better.
Yeah, just get better.
Get good. Get good.
Yeah,
just get good.
GG, buddy. GG. All right. I don't know who hasn't gone. So
Jay picks Joel Eddy. Joel, go.
You're the only one that's gone in
Let's see. So first one, not a board game, is Stargrave, which is Frostgrave in space. If you guys are familiar with that whole thing, really fun.
What's Frostgrave? Oh, mini.
Frostgrave is a miniatures. Is a fantasy miniatures war game.
It's a book.
Who are you playing with?
Myself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
There's no hidden
It's like a
information.
day ending in Y in Joel's life. Anyway. So.
Yeah, exactly. So games I played with others over Tabletop Simulator recently is Hallertau and Praga, a couple of Regni. Played that a few more times about a week ago. Like both of those. I reviewed
I've
them a
never
while ago.
successfully pronounced that game's name, so nice job.
I was a guess. I don't know if that's
Yeah,
right or not.
I assumed it was right.
I would say Praga, my estimation, sort of like dovetailing. But Hallertau is going up. That game gets better and better each time I play. And Prague is like, I think I hit the plateau and now I don't need to play it anymore.
Hollywood Tower.
Huh?
I was like a one and done on Praga.
Yeah.
So you said it's Hollywood Tower is what you called it?
Hollywood
Tower.
I don't know what you're talking
No,
about.
the
Howard
you said
Tower.
Howard
Howard
Tower.
Tower. It's like HALLA.
It's
Yeah.
Holland
I can't
Tower.
spell
Okay,
it.
I was like, what? What do you say?
Yeah. The Rosenberg one. That one's a lot of
TAU at
fun.
the end, I think. I don't remember.
Different Agricola.
Different
haven't played it.
Agricola.
More
Haven't played it,
different.
but that's a summary.
Do you find that the initial player power that you get is out of they're out of sync with levels of power? Because I feel like there's one that gives you like so much extra stuff that it's not even competitive if the person who gets that utilizes it.
For Praga?
Yeah, the level 1 upgrade.
Oh.
You know what I'm talking about?
I'm trying to have I'm having a brain fart.
Like when you take a certain action, you get a buff.
He's never played it.
Take a
He's
certain
been
action, you
lying.
get a buff.
That's what it sounded like.
No, seriously, I'm having a brain fart. When you
No, the level 1 upgrades. The level
yeah,
1.
we did a repeat. Yeah, I got you.
When you
So
do a
it-
certain
it-
action, you get $1. You do a certain action, you get a point. You do a certain action, you get.
Well, the one where you go up the cathedrals or whatever is the best one, I think.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, so I agree.
I love
There's
that
one. There's one I found that triggered like on 4 of the action spaces out of the 12
Yeah.
or whatever it is. Like, how is
Oh.
that not the best? It triggers
Right.
like every other turn.
Sure.
Yeah, the guy who took that just like crushed us by 100 points.
Yeah.
Like, how does that? I mean, that's just one play.
maybe you should have stopped. him.
Yeah.
Can't.
Well, yeah, I
There's
think
no way to
you-
stop people in that game. I mean, you take their.
Yeah, you can
You know, you
jump
don't
across
have
the
that
table
much
and, like,
choices.
beat
Yeah.
'em up.
Well, that game I like Praga because of the fiddly bits, the components, and all the little widgets and stuff. That makes it more like if it wasn't.
And there's a
all-
lot of moving parts. It's neat.
Yeah, if it was sort of, if it looked like a Spielworks game or something, then it wouldn't be a good game. It would, but I think because of the wheel and the tracks you move up, the buildings and the road and all that funky stuff, like it really enhances it. In the little like, where's Waldo board looking thing,
Waldo.
like that just makes the game more fun. That's kind of where I'm at with it.
Okay.
That was good.
Yeah, that's my stuff.
Joel picks Evan. Evan, go.
Go, Evan.
Oh, everything I've been playing is either not published or on Board Game Arena. So Potion Explosion, Lost Cities, Teotihuacan, yeah, all that kind of good stuff.
Cool.
learning and not alone, but I don't think I get it yet.
Have you played
I
the free one?
think I speak for Shane when the correct answer was all after the Empire expansion material.
Well, that's not published yet.
Yeah, a lot of stuff is not published yet.
No, it's fine. I mean, I already know like those almost infinitely exist, so it's good. It's all good.
I was just having fun. All right. Well, then we might as well switch over to Ryan. Ryan, what you play?
So I'm a little behind the curve, but I finally got to play Architects of the West Kingdom over the weekend, and man, I really liked it a lot. That was I only played it once, but it was a really cool experience. I was already telling Evan about the other day. I liked that one, and then I also played some Cubitos over the weekend as well. Yeah, I dig it. I like it. It was exactly what I hoped it would be, and it fulfilled that exact. Barry, all right?
Barry
will be fine.
Barry will be real fine.
Christian, what you been playing?
I played It's a Wonderful World. I played it 3 times, and I'm still convinced that you can tell who's going to win after the first or second round.
Are you playing with the expansions, or are you just playing with the US-based game?
I haven't gone into any expansions or campaigns or anything like that. I got the whole Kickstarter thing, and so I wanted to get a few plays of it just normally first. I still enjoy it and stuff, but whenever you're halfway through the game and you know you've lost, it's just kind of like there's no catch up or anything, right? So Dune Imperium, everybody knows how good that is, hopefully.
Is
it?
I played it a few weeks ago.
Oh, you haven't tried it?
Ryan, you should really play it. It's really good. I haven't. You could play it if I wanted to bring it over to your house, but
okay, yeah.
I can't decide if I like that better than Arnak or Arnak better than that. I could see an argument either way. I think Arnak is technically a better deck builder, but Dune Imperium is a better worker placement because it's got that tension, you know.
Well, Evan doesn't like deck builders, and he bought Dune Imperium after one play, so that alone is a claim to goodness for me.
Has he played Arnak though?
No, I don't think so.
Because
there he is showing it off.
They're both excellent. I prefer Arnak.
I tried to get Arnak today, but it was sold out at my local game store. But not surprising.
Go to Barnes and Noble; people are finding it there.
Wait, and Dune Imperium isn't sold out?
So do you guys don't think that in Dune Imperium, it just like whoever draws the best secret cards win?
No.
It's whoever controls the spice, Scott, obviously.
I don't ever even get intrigue, and I've won 2.
Oh, you should dig into that intrigue deck. There's some major fuckings in that deck.
The range is so big that I'm not gonna base my gameplay on I get a coin or I get a whole point. That's
Yeah, I would say what's been a bigger determining factor in our games is that very often across the course of the game, you'll have some battle where 2 people end up overcommitting all their military, and then you're left with somebody else who can now sweep in and get an easy win.
Yeah.
So, like, that happens to happen every single game we've played. We all still love it, but that's been a consistent thread.
My last game, I earned 7 points in 2 rounds and came up from behind.
Solid.
Yeah.
And it was because all 3 other players were fighting amongst themselves, and it wasn't on purpose, but I was behind far enough to where they were just like, we don't care what you're doing. They were not paying attention to me at all. They all fought each other, and then once all their troops went away, then the next combat cards came out with more points, and I was just like, here I come, and nobody.
Yeah, you're like, I'll take that with a couple of troops. Why not?
That's the classic Magic Commander thing. Play for third and you win. If you got table of 4 people.
One thing I did like was I had a card that allowed me to, whenever I played it, at the end, I could withdraw any troops back to my garrison that I wanted to. So the first thing I did was just put out a huge pile so nobody challenged it. And then I pulled them all back, but just like a couple of them, 1-2 points, and then I had that huge pile for the next round. It was pretty awesome.
I feel like we need that song, like, he's a maniac.
Grant's back. Grant, what'd you play?
Well, last night I played my first full game of a little ditty called After the Empire. So
I heard that one's not that good.
Yeah, just skip it.
Yeah.
Depends on the review you read.
Honestly, we tried to play it on Monday night for the first time, and we got like 3 or 4 rounds, and we started it too late, and we were like, "Man, we gotta go to bed. We can't finish this right now." And then last night we played a full game of it. So good job, had fun.
Thanks.
Got sacked on the very last turn, and
Classic.
still won.
Ooh,
Nice, impressive.
nice.
That
Doubt
says
my
something
score
either
was
about how
very
good you were doing or how badly everybody else was doing. Or
Yeah, it was just me and one other player, but I don't know. I imagine that my score was not too good. Let's see. My final score, the final winning score, 36.
I mean,
That's not bad.
That's for your first full play. That's not bad at all.
Yeah.
36 for my first game. But when you
Yeah.
give those 50-point tokens, it's like, oh, they're expecting me to get to 50.
A lot of people have asked about that. They're like, why does this go to 100? Are we doing that bad?
Because you suck.
Yeah. So, but for the first game, and I feel like I learned some things, and I'm excited to play another round of it. So, good job, fellas.
Thanks, man.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Similarly, I went and watched some of your stand-up, and it was awesome.
And I
Oh,
turned
thanks,
it
man.
off after 30 seconds.
I
I
loved
did
it.
it
It
at
was
25.
great.
It was horrible.
I
Horrible.
appreciate it.
I could only get through the first 30 minutes and then I stopped.
Well,
Yeah.
then I had to go to bed. Yeah, then I came back and finished it the next day. But yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Alex, what'd you play?
I played a bunch of games, but I guess the 2 I would talk about are Cubitos, which is awesome. Loving it a lot. It's basically Quacks of Quedlinburg, but better, and I like Quacks. And then I played a bunch of games of Aquatica, which I really enjoyed with the expansion as well. First time.
And I
dumping
love
it.
Aquatica.
It's really good. I was not expecting it.
It's
It
in
is-
my top
Yeah, go ahead.
10 of 2020 for me, and I feel like it's not one that people talk about.
It's really not. I was just blown away. They sent it to me because they wanted me to cover the expansions. They sent me the
It
base
didn't
game and the
come out in
expansion.
time. It didn't come out in time to catch the buzz.
It's
Yeah.
really
It
solid.
took
The way
a year to come out
yeah.
in America, basically.
Yeah, it's just got an interesting engine builder, and it plays in like 30 to 45 minutes for a solid engine builder.
And it
Yeah.
feels different, I
It's
don't
very
think,
different.
yeah, I don't think that there's, it's hard to do something different now, right? Now that we've had thousands.
Have you played with the expansion, Grant?
I just got it like
Play
2
with
days
it.
ago, and I
Play
haven't-
with it. It integrates
Yeah.
beautifully, and it basically gives you an entirely different way of playing the game. It lengthens a bit, but it basically means that if I want a 45-minute game, I'll play the original. If I want an hour-long game, I'll play the expansion. But I really like the way they change up the goals to a different type of scoring system.
Cool.
Yeah. Cool.
All right, did we miss anybody?
Lance is like, come on, Bill. Come on. Come on.
I mean, I played Sleeping Gods for another 4 hours in a different game. Hit a pretty bad dry spot, Lance. I don't know if you've hit that, where you just like 10 turns in a row don't get anything done. Not that I don't like it, but I mean, it was just a frustration.
I've had
Got into a sequence in the map that.
Yeah, Brad and I we were playing. My Brad and I, we were playing, and we got really beaten down. We're wrapping up. We're getting towards. We got through the deck twice now, but like the last 5 event cards of that, it was a pretty bad beatdown. Like we were doing really well for a while, and then all of a sudden, a couple of bad decisions, and
Also played Stardew Valley quite a bunch. That game is real fucking hard.
That game is.
I don't know how people can beat that game.
Well, there's levels of winning, right? Sort of.
Yeah, you can do. There's 4 goals you get from your grandfather, and then there's 6 goals you have to do to rebuild the rec room, or whatever it's called, recreation center. And there's 1 goal that your grandfather gives you where you have to get to the bottom of the mine. You have to dig all the levels, which is like 8. No, can't remember if it's 8 or 12. Something long. Which means you have to successfully do an action at the mine and get stone or find stone 12 times in the game out of your 48 turns or whatever it is. So it's really 1/4 of your game is going to be trying to hit these mine spots.
And that's actually pretty representative in the actual game of Stardew Valley.
Video game.
It's like
no. I mean, I like the game. I think it's cool. I would recommend it, but it is really hard for a game that is so lightweight. Like, Stardew Valley, like, it doesn't really have any goals, right? I mean, you just do stuff, right? Isn't that the gist of the game? Do you win that game?
Okay. So in Stardew Valley, the video game, you literally have as much time as you want to do all the stuff that you want, but you are told, like, you are given X amount of time by your grandfather to like achieve, and then he comes back and he'll give you a rating. So you want to get like the top possible ratings. So like I played through it
he'll
twice.
rank your stuff.
Yeah, you rank. And so I played through it twice, and like the first time, of course, was exploration. And then I figured out how to do it. And then the second time I played, I knew how to maximize every step of the way, exactly what I needed to do this, that, and the other thing. And so I could get the top level thing, just so I could do that and be like happy with myself.
I think the thing I like about it though is there's like a million knobs to turn. Like the game is okay, right? I mean, it's a lot of luck. You're rolling a lot of dice, but like the little knobs it gives you to play with are super fun. Like, and there's a million of them, not a million, but there's like a couple hundred cards to play with. That's what I really like about it.
All right.
Did Barry, you've been playing?
Barry doesn't play games.
I played games. It's nothing new. I played Robinson Crusoe. I played Wonder Woman. I played Takanako, and Inish.
I love Inish.
Good, solid game.
Inish is mean.
Sounds like Barry played more games than Lance this week.
I know.
What are you talking about? I played like 6 games of EOS. I played, I've been playing a lot of I've been doing my job, baby.
I bet you have. Nobody's down you, Lance.
Well, sadly, I have to miss the actual fun game part. Turns out I do have to leave early this time.
Yeah, I probably do also.
I have a question, Joel. Did you get the Wildlands upgrade for the co-op version?
No.
Oh, okay. Are you gonna get it? Is that interesting to you?
Kind of. I don't. Not super. They
Peter,
mentioned sending it to me, but they never came. See ya.
Take it easy, everybody.
Have you played it, Scott?
No, I'm just wondering. I ordered it.
Okay.
Because I don't care for battle skirmish games.
Hmm.
Like, and I assume that's what Wildlands is. I didn't.
Yeah.
That's what it is. But as a co-op, it makes it more interesting for me.
I can see that being a really fun co-op.
Yeah.
Because I want to see the mechanics of it.
Right. Yeah.
Get your piece of paper out or whatever it is you're going to use to write down this stuff. This is number fun with Forrest.
Wait, I'm supposed to go away, aren't I?
I need paper.
No, not for number fun. Not for number fun.
You do it on your phone.
You do it on your phone. Hang on. All right, or you can write it on your notepad on your computer or whatever you want.
Evan will write it in a 1/4 inch in the top right of a used piece of paper.
Whatever floats his boat.
That's how he takes all his notes.
All right, I'll wait for everybody to be ready here.
I haven't played this before. Am I going to figure it out right away?
It's pretty simple.
It'll take you a few times.
Yeah.
Well, if you don't, do you know Forrest?
Not really.
Assume the worst.
Doesn't really matter.
Okay.
How many did he get last time?
4.
Well, remember this is high,
four.
low,
Push right on the money.
or high, low, or right on the money.
What's a major style?
But getting it correct is.
Yeah. This is just okay. So yes, it's totally Wits and Wagers.
Wait, no. This is a different game then. Because
no. We'll do the second one. That's
you got the
facts.
trivia game.
This
is
the
numbers.
This is
so there's no
point
to this.
Yeah.
This is how many does Forrest know?
Well, no.
That's the.
We're not doing that one.
No, we will do that one.
Okay.
That's the next one.
That's my favorite.
Slow
game.
down.
That's 10 out of 10. That's 10 out of 10.
You're confusing the new guys. Chill.
I forgot there was the numbers game.
What we'll be doing.
What is that? What are you drinking there?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm up in I'm at my house up in the mountains right now, so it's a local brewery, the Lake Arrowhead.
Whoa. What? You have a house up in the mountains?
Yeah. I do.
Lance, haven't you noticed Grant is like the man of leisure? He's everywhere. He's never in the
Comedy
same location
pays.
twice.
Well, I mean,
How's that compared to your lake home?
Yeah. This is like the lake home. It's a mountain home.
Right, but how does it compare? I mean, do you like the lake home or the mountain home better?
I like the mountain home because I like mountains, dude.
The mountains of
Valley home.
The
mountains of where, Lance,
So
California.
why don't you like living in a place with a bunch of with roommates and stuff?
But you got to be connected in LA, man. You got to
Yeah,
be in the middle of it.
This is like a hour 45-minute drive from easy enough to get up here, but
Is this where you go to bury the bodies or what?
yeah, for sure.
I think that means it's like 3 miles out of Los Angeles.
Yeah.
When are we getting invited for a gaming weekend at the Mountain House?
Oh my
Dude,
god!
I do it sometimes. I come up here. I literally come up here with friends, and we play board games, and we do mushrooms. All right, and
Nice.
Let me know when you're. Let me know the next time you're doing it.
oh, there's a hot tub here, fellas. There's a
Good
hot
Lord,
tub
you
here.
people! When can I do it? Oh, hey, Wes just showed up. So Wes is here to. We gotta let him get situated so he can get ready to play Forest Fun. Fun with numbers with Forest.
Explain the rules to me.
I'm going to ask Forrest a question that is the answer is going to be a number. Forrest is going to give us a number, and then everybody else has to decide if his answer is spot on correct, or higher or lower than the number that he said.
Well, that's not a very hard game.
No, but Forrest can get spot on. He can get lucky, right?
Forrest might get one right.
Now,
Maybe probably not, though. I mean,
the entertainment comes from some of the answers.
Wes, did you and it'll always be a whole number. It'll always be a whole number. So like if any of the numbers would be like 1.5, I'd round that up. 1.4 lower, roll down. What? So Wes, did you hear the rules of the game? You're muted, Wes. So if you try to talk, I can't hear you. Same with you, Ryan, if you're talking.
Oh, I purposely mute myself.
All right, Wes, did you hear the rules of the game?
I heard the tail end. I'm supposed to guess the number, but I don't know what.
No, you won't have to guess numbers at all.
Oh.
This is fun with numbers with Forest.
You can guess. I mean,
yeah, we change the rules of this game every week.
Yeah, it's still the same. Okay, Forrest, are you ready? I have 10 questions.
But is fun always in it?
Not always.
All right, fun with numbers with Forrest. Okay, are you ready there?
Yeah.
Forrest? Okay.
Yeah.
Hall of Fame basketball player Shaquille O'Neal scored 28,596 points in his career. Of those points, how many 3-point shots did he make?
3.
So now the rest of you can decide higher or lower.
Is that
how do we indicate?
You just write down a piece of paper.
That's how many points he made. Like how many points or how many shots?
Wait, you're saying in his entire career only made three.
How many 3-point shots did he make in his entire career? How many?
So we just hold it up on the count of 3 or something.
So if he scored 9, it would only be 3.
Yes. So it's like how many 3-point buckets did he make in his entire NBA career?
Okay. You think of only 3?
You do.
Okay.
Let's not count All-Star games. So yeah.
Obviously.
Okay. Forrest, question number 2. How many seconds are in a day? Give you 10 seconds. So you can work the math out in your head.
You can math it. Come on, Varsh.
Let's see. 72.5. I'm gonna go with 9,000. Yeah, it's lower than that. Stupid.
How many seconds are in a day? You said 9,000.
Oh, that's way off. Oh, gee.
Yeah.
90,000. 90,000.
90,000. I'll let you add a 0. I'll let you add a 0. Okay. All right. In the movie The Silence of the Lambs, won an Academy Award for Best Actor. How many minutes was he on the screen in the movie?
11.
It is.
I guess lower.
Question number 4.
I'm thinking it is.
Question number 4. The blue whale is the largest animal to have ever lived on the planet Earth. How heavy is an adult blue whale's heart in pounds?
Pounds? 1,300.
King of Rock, Elvis, had several #1 hits. However, how many Grammys did he win?
He's a boy band. 0.
Wait, who was it?
Did you just say Elvis
making
was
the
a
answer
boyfriend?
higher, the best possible answer, because they didn't come to his
He
house.
left us no room.
Elvis is a flash in the pan.
On average, Forrest, how many grapes are needed to make a single bottle of wine?
Shit. Gotta be at least 600.
Do you have a pet cat, Forrest?
I do not.
Have you ever had a pet cat?
Oh yeah, love cats.
All right, so here we go then. On average, how many hours a day does a cat sleep?
$13.
It's a good number.
A lot of people think it's unlucky.
In cents, like the money, like in cents, like a penny's worth a cent, in cents, how much does it cost the United States government to make a single $1 bill?
$0.03.
3 cents.
3?
3 or 30? What?
3.
You're giving us all this room.
So easy.
A manual transmission car gets how many more miles per gallon than one with automatic transmission?
6. Wait, per gallon.
Miles per gallon.
4.
Doesn't that depend on how good the driver is?
It would depend on
Yeah.
the size of the engine.
It's just, and then also, do I have to put the delineator on average? I mean, this is just in general.
Can you give me a specific make and model, Lance?
Yes.
A Toyota hatchback driven by a Leadfoot. All right. Final question.
Wait, what was your answer, Forrest?
4.
Final question, Forrest. In an average human's lifetime, using the delineation there, a human will walk how many times around the earth? Walking, not driving, not flying, walking. How many times will they do the equivalent of walk around the earth? How many times?
Wow.
In a lifetime, you said?
In a lifetime. In the average human's lifetime.
I'm gonna go with we'll go with 2. Because we're gonna round up. It's a big round.
All right, that's the 10 questions. All right, here we go. If anybody wants to shout out a guess they have, but this is so we have how many 3-point shots did Shaquille O'Neal make in his NBA career? His Hall of Fame NBA
I
career.
think it's 0.
I think it's 1. It's 1.
Go with
Grant
7.
would be correct. It is 1.
Boom, Lakers, baby. That's one I knew.
I'm
wearing a Lakers hat. I knew that one.
He took 20. Wow. He took 22 3-point shots in his NBA career, and he made 1.
That's a solid percentage.
No, that sounds right. I mean,
1 for 22.
How many free throws did
Out
he
of
make?
20.
Probably not many more.
I got to figure most of them are half-court lob type situations.
He could have been the NBA career leader in points if he was like a 85% free throw shooter.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, he was bad.
Yeah.
To answer your question, he made 5,935 free throws, and he shot 11,252 free throw attempts. So,
so he wouldn't have been the career leader, but still, he would have.
He would have had an extra. If he had like 80%, he would have scored another like 4,000, 3,500 points or so.
Yeah. Well, he also would. This is if we're really theory crafting here. If he was shooting at a higher free throw percentage, he would have taken substantially less fouls because they built an entire system around fouling him.
Yeah.
So I mean, he would have tried to draw more though. It'd be interesting. Can we just talk about that the rest of the night? I'm sure the people would love it.
The theories of the Hacker
How many
Shack.
seconds in a day? Our first guess was 9,000.
I had a 0. It was 0, damn it. This is 3,600 an hour.
Which made his answer much more accurate, but the correct answer is 86,400 seconds in a day.
Would have gave me 80 seconds. I could have figured that out.
So very so. Next question: how many minutes was Anthony Hopkins on screen during The Silence of the Lambs? You guessed 11. Very close. It's 16. He was on screen for 16 minutes and won an Academy Award. That is like, I think that's the last movie. There may have been one after that, but I remember there was the last movie that it ran the string. Like they got Best Actor, Best Actress, Best Director, and Best Movie. Like it hit all four of them.
I don't think that's not the least amount of screen time to win an Oscar, though.
No, I'm sure there's somebody.
Wasn't Anne Hathaway on screen less for Les Mis? She won.
Oh yeah,
maybe.
Godfather too. Oh, Godfather 1.
I thought
Marlon Brando was not on screen that much.
It wasn't an Academy Award, but Alec Baldwin got I think he got some award, like he got whatever the secondary, the not Academy Awards for Glengarry Glen Ross, like that for that one scene.
Oh yeah, it's just like that opening scene.
He got he got like a Best Supporting Actor or something for him, like whatever the Golden Globes or something like that.
First place is a Cadillac.
Second place is steak knives. Third place is you're fired.
Honestly, I just looked it up. The least amount of screen time to win an Academy Award, Hermione Baddeley for Room at the Top, 1959, was on screen.
She deserved that, though. I think we can all agree.
Yeah.
She won. She was on screen for 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
Wow, I gotta watch this.
That must have been amazing.
Yeah,
but they had to flip the movie over after that. So
no, Best Supporting Actor.
Best Supporting. Okay.
Yeah.
No,
the shortest screen time for Best Actor or Best Actress.
I don't know, because all this list is all supporting.
Oh, okay.
Because Judi
Dench could somehow Google it for us, so we'd know. I don't know, but
yeah.
No, I do. I Alec Baldwin would say, "What's your name?" "Fuck you. That's my name." just chewed the scenery. It was so amazing. Anyway, let's go. How heavy is a blue whale's heart? You guessed 1,300 pounds. Their size. The heart's about the size of a small piano. They're 400 pounds.
How much?
400.
I was going to
question 4. I was thinking 200.
I was going to guess 400.
You went a little high on that one. So,
I did 325. I was close. Respectful.
Now Forrest gave a good answer. Gave this one away for all you. How many Grammys did Elvis win?
0.
You guessed 0. It is 3.
Damn it!
It is 3. So there we go. This is the one that probably impressed me. Your answer for this one impressed me the most. On average, how many grapes are needed to make a bottle of wine? You threw 600 at me. 700.
Oh,
700
I would have thought it was over 1,000.
That was more than that.
Yeah,
700 grapes to make a bottle of wine.
1,000 at least.
Yeah, I thought it was 1,000. But all we had to do was say whether it was higher or lower.
Right? Higher or lower, yeah.
In cents, how much does it cost to make a $1 bill? You guessed 3.
No, you skipped the cat one.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Well, then burn it right. That answer.
Little Grant.
On average, how many hours a day does a cat sleep? You guessed 13. It is 17 hours.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
17 hours a day. Cat sleep. But in cents, how much does it cost US to make a $1 bill? You guessed 3 cents. It costs 5. It costs a plug nickel.
Ooh, I was close.
$1 bill.
That was 25.
Manual transmission car on average gets how many miles per gallon? And then an automatic transmission. You guessed 4. The answer is 2. It is 2.
Okay.
I miss driving manual transmission cars. I had several in my 20s, and it's fun. It's just
you don't live in a city with traffic.
Yeah, I wish I could drive one once a month and then just not drive it for another month.
The one good thing about living in the city with a truck with a stick is nobody else knew how to drive it.
Hey, it's just get a manual lawnmower just once a month to shift and.
Well, no, I mean
Or
the thing about
chainsaw.
it was just like, I just remember like it's like when your car wouldn't start, it was like somebody just get me pushing, and you pop the clutch, and the car starts up and stuff. That was just. I remember the first time somebody said you can pop the clutch. I was like, my battery's dead. Pop the clutch, you can go. I was like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
It's like, I'll get your car started. Here, hold on. Just push the car for a while. I was like,
Oh yeah.
it's magic.
I had my Toyota Tercel hatchback push started so many times.
Oh yeah.
I bought when I was like 21 years old. I couldn't afford that much, and the dealership had a trade-in stick shift.
Look at you in your mountain home right now.
Yeah. I bought a car without being able to drive it. I didn't know how to drive stick shift, and it was the only car I could find that sold to me because I didn't have it. So I bought a car, and then I had to bring my buddy over to the dealership to drive it back home. And then like the first week, I just practiced around my neighborhood. People would be calling me like, "Hey man, you want to come to this party?" And I was like, "Oh, is it in a giant empty parking lot next to my house?" Then no.
All right, and the final one was in an average lifetime, a human will walk how many times around the Earth? You guessed 2. The answer is 5.
Dang!
Come on, Forrest, you were getting your steps in early. That's a lot of steps.
Yeah.
5 times.
Does the average human live to be like 100?
I don't know.
Because there's no way I've walked 5 times.
The average human is not American Shane, I think is the answer.
Oh, got it. All right, yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. There's that. So, okay. Well, I mean, do we want to dive right into Forrest facts? We make Forrest turn off his audio for a while, and then you guys.
Won? Yeah.
I did.
There's a score.
How about How many guys? How many did you get right? Just be honest. Just to say how many you got right.
I got 8 right.
Oh, look at Joel with his 7.
I got 9.
Whoa. I got between 7 and 8. I don't remember. I don't know.
Boom. The only one I missed was
you guys are like using gamesmanship. You're like, well, you guess 0. It has to be higher. What a moron. Just like.
Well, what are they supposed to say? Lower? I mean,
there was a lot of low digit numbers in that one though.
Yeah, I'm gonna next week. I'm gonna come up with more like numbers that are like try to get numbers that
Need
are
ranges.
like get a good range. But yeah, all right.
And next week, try not to suck so bad. Really.
That's always a plus, Shane.
All right. So turn off your audio, Forrest.
Oh, I'll go walk off for a couple minutes. I'll be back.
All right.
Okay.
So now here's 10 questions, just generic trivia from all spectrums of whatever. It doesn't matter if you know the answer. You're guessing whether or not you think Forrest will know the answer, and then at the end you're going to tell me how many you think I'm going to ask you for your number, and then after all is said and done, and then I'm going to write down the numbers, and we're going to see how well you know Forrest, and also how smart Forrest is. So. The first trivia question was during what century was the first Thanksgiving celebration? The answer is, of course, the 17th century. 17th century.
He's gonna get the century offset wrong on that one.
Yeah.
So wait, we're just guessing. We're just writing down whether we think Forrest will get it right.
Basically, you're trying to decide if you think Forrest will get that one right or not. Question number 2 for Forrest was, who was the leading ace pilot in World War I? And of course,
Are you gonna take Red Baron as an answer?
Yeah. I'll take Manfred Richthofen
He'll get that one.
Or Red Baron.
He's gonna say Chuck Yeager.
Or Snoopy's or Snoopy's nemesis. I'll take Red Baron as well. Give me, and I will take first names for this. If he doesn't know the last name, it's fine. Name all 4 members of the Beatles.
Yeah, I know that one. He sung one of them, so I mean.
In the Harry Potter universe, what is Hedwig?
I didn't think you'd get that right.
Yeah, kids, he'll get that.
That's Harry Potter's owl, of course. This one's in there just so I hope he gets it wrong so I can laugh. What state is known as the Grand Canyon State? Which, of course, is Arizona.
I can see him saying Nevada, though. Yeah.
Who assassinated John F. Kennedy? No,
I don't think
no
I'll know
conspiracy
that.
theory answers.
Yeah, no.
I don't think I'll know that. I don't. I barely remember it.
In The Simpsons, who owns and runs the Leftorium? And that's, of course, Ned Flanders.
It's one episode.
Well,
but it is a famous episode.
And they
did they bring it back?
And they reference it a few times.
Okay.
So, Mark Spitz won 7 gold medals in this sport in the 1972 Olympics.
He wasn't even born yet.
I mean, that's unfair.
That guy came to my elementary school multiple times and did inspirational speaking. No joke.
Awesome.
I want to hear a Mark Spitz inspirational story.
Yeah.
In Star Trek, what color is Spock's blood?
I'll know that.
Nah.
I don't know if he's just a big Trekkie.
And then the final question is going to be, what state elected a former pro wrestler as its governor?
I'll get that.
I don't think he'll. I mean, he might know the person, but I don't think he'll know the state.
I don't know the state.
It doesn't matter. He'll get it.
No, he'll get it because it's Lance.
Yeah.
So, okay, so I got it right down. So, Evan, what do you got for how many does he get right?
1, 2, 3, 4. He gets 5 right this time.
Ooh, 5. Christian, how many?
Same.
Right. Grant, how many?
6.
Ooh, you got Faith. Scott.
4.
Losing Faith. What do you got for me, Shane?
I'm going with 4 as well.
All right. Joel?
9.
Whoa.
9?
I don't know. I don't know him that
Yes.
well. Is he a big dummy or something?
No.
He's not a big dummy, but
They call it street smart.
if I wouldn't say Forrest has.
Did you
book
know
smarts.
9 of those yourself?
I wouldn't say he's got book smarts. I would say he's got supermarket flyer smarts. Is what I would say. Barry, what'd you put him at?
6.
Wes, what do you got?
We'll lowball it. We'll play 3. Just to have it.
I'm way overshot.
He's
All
the
right,
dick this
and
week.
Might be.
finally-
You might have been cramming this week.
All right, Ryan, what do you got for me?
5.
5. Okay, so earlier
my
I
4
was
was-
talking to Alex about this, and I'm going to incorporate this. I'm going to start scoring this. If you get it right, we're gonna give you an Alaboom credit. I don't know what the Alaboom credits will be worth or anything like that, but we'll figure out something. Maybe it'll be like worth us like chipping in and buying you a meal or something at the.
It'll be
at
one
a
micro
convention or
badge on the
something.
BGG.
Oh, yeah.
I'll put up
I
a
like that.
BGG store.
We should have counted last week. I
You
did
know,
amazing
this
last
is
week.
my thing. I won't make you. Forrest, we're ready to go. Are you ready to go? Forrest, are you muted? Can you hear me? Forrest.
Hold on, he's thinking. Give him
He's
time.
looking at Kickstarter.
on.
Give him time. He's thinking.
He's gonna chat. Send us a chat. Somebody just say in the chat. Just say it's fine. He can come in.
Yeah.
Yes. You with us, Forrest?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, here we go. It's Forrest Facts, everybody. So I got 10 questions for you. The guesses of how many you will get correct are all across the spectrum. So, just no pressure.
Never.
Are you ready, sir?
Always.
All right, hands off your keyboard. Don't want you Googling anything.
I won't cheat. I won't cheat.
All right.
Forrest isn't a cheater.
Here we go. First question. During what century was the first Thanksgiving celebration?
Ooh, first Thanksgiving. We did the bicentennials. What was it? 1700s would be the first century we did it in.
So what century?
You son of a bitch. We're living in the 21st century, so it would be the 18th century.
18th century final answer?
Yeah.
It's the 17th century.
Damn it!
I called that.
Boy, I really saw the desperation really come across Joel's face with that answer. Oh, you might not hit that 9, Joel.
We play the over/under on his guess.
He was surprised. He's still got 9 more to go, Joel.
Yeah.
Everyone right.
In order for you to get Joel a win, you need to run the table. Just letting you know.
You ain't got a chance in hell, Joel.
All right. Who was the leading ace pilot in World War One?
This is a person.
The person that was the number one
Animal. I thought these were number questions.
No. This is an ace pilot. Basically, to be an ace, you need to shoot down other people's airplanes. In World War One, there was one person that shot down more airplanes than anybody else.
The Great Baron.
What was the answer?
You're close.
The Great Baron. The Red Baron. The fuck.
He had it.
He got it.
Okay, we'll give it. You be quiet, Barry. You can't say things.
He had it.
He's got to say. I got to get final answer out of him. I'll give it to you.
The dude was.
But Barry needs. It doesn't matter. He needs to get it correct.
I objected his.
He'll never learn. He'll never learn.
He'll never learn. You let him skate by. But I will, with Barry's interference. With Barry's interference, I will give him.
He
the
knew
answer.
who it was.
Barry, my game. He's got to get it.
Your game is cruel.
I knew it from.
Okay, so here we go. Question number 3. I will take first, last names, whatever. Doesn't matter. I want you to name all 4 members of the Beatles.
George Harrison, John Lennon, Paul McCartney, Ringo Starr.
He gave you last names, dog.
That's right.
Yeah,
last names. First 10.
So
I know
the bonus point for
music
the
I
last
know.
names.
Well, there you go. Well, he didn't know Ginger Spice last week. So
He said music.
He said music.
He got a point.
I forgot about Jerry.
Right. In the Harry Potter universe, who or what is Hedwig?
He's an owl.
There you go. Look at this. Joel, you're still in it. Forrest, in the United States, what state is known as the Grand Canyon State? Look at Joel sweat.
Oh, Nevada.
No. Nevada
That's a good guess.
Answer?
No,
final answer?
that's my guess.
It is Arizona.
And that's exactly what Barry said. Didn't you, Barry? You were like, he's going to say Nevada.
I did. He's going to think desert. He's just going to say Nevada.
No conspiracy theory answers are going to be allowed for this one. Just letting you know, Forrest.
I don't have many conspiracy theories, so let's go.
Who assassinated John F. Kennedy?
Oh shoot, it was Booth. John Wilkes Booth was Lincoln. It was
so close.
Oswald.
Oswald, final answer?
Yes.
Correct. That's 4. You got 4 correct. 4 correct.
What century?
One.
Who had the second highest guess?
There's a couple of you who both get. There's a couple of you who guess 6. There's a couple that guess 6. So, all right, here we go.
I'm still closest there.
Yeah, there you go. In The Simpsons, who owns and runs the Leftorium?
Ned Flanders.
Ned Flanders is correct. 5.
Ah.
There
I'm out.
we go. Yep, you are out. That means both Scott and Shane are out. And Wes was out a long time ago because he thought you'd get 3. So just so you know. Here we go. Mark Spitz won 7 gold medals in this sport in the 1972 Summer Olympics.
Oh shoot. 72 was a new sport, I'm gonna guess. Something that not too many people were doing, so he could dominate. Snowboarding.
The 1972 Summer Olympics.
In the Summer Olympics.
Say Summer Olympics.
Not final answer. Skateboarding.
Is skateboarding your final answer?
Yeah, skateboarding.
Well, it was a brand new sport, swimming.
Just invented in the 70s.
I thought it was diving.
Brand new.
It was diving.
No,
The silent S though.
It was swimming. That's when what's his face? The guy, he broke the record. He broke how many?
Oh yeah, what's his name?
Yeah,
Phelps.
I can't. Michael Phelps. Yeah, there we go. All right, so you got 5 right, and you've got 2 questions left. If you get both of them right, nobody wins.
You get the credit. You get
you get the Alaboom credit. Like we'll figure out what it's worth at some point. So you get the Alaboom
On the
credit.
table, okay.
All right, so you got to run the table. So I'll ask you this: do you want the Star Trek question first, or the wrestling question first?
Give me the wrestling, so at least everybody can think there might be a chance we get them all.
All right, here we go. What state in the United States elected a former pro wrestler as its governor?
It was Jesse the Body Ventura. It's up near you. It's not Michigan. It's not Minnesota. It's not Minnesota. No, definitely not Minnesota. It's Wisconsin.
Wisconsin, final answer?
Yes.
Minnesota is.
Damn!
That was question 10,
why did
right?
you say? Why did you think it wasn't Minnesota? Like
I just feel like Wisconsin's more progressive than Minnesota. And I mean, you got to be a little bit out there if you're gonna get the body in there.
That's the one I
think.
Minnesota is like one of the most blue states in the nation.
Minnesota definitely goes blue more often than Wisconsin.
Well, I guess I underestimated you, Minnesota. I apologize. And fuck you, Wisconsin.
All right, so we have Evan, Chris, and Ryan all sitting on 5. And we have Grant and Barry sitting on 6. This is all comes down to this question: who gets the Alaboom credit here?
I think I'm losing this one.
So you're familiar with Star Trek, Forrest? Yes.
This is going to be. I give it about a 10% chance.
Okay, and you're familiar. You're familiar with the character by the name of Spock, correct?
Yeah.
And you're familiar that he is technically he's
Stop.
half Vulcan.
Just ask the question.
Yeah, just ask the question.
You're like
stuff.
In Star Trek, what color is Spock's blood?
Shit. I don't know. Vulcan blood. It's it's not going to be green. That'd be too generic. It's not going to be red because that'd be weird. It is blue.
Blue, final answer?
Yeah.
And you talked yourself out of the good answer. It's green. Green is
no cliche. It's fun to watch Star Trek.
That's funny. Too generic.
You talked yourself out of the right answer in the last.
Now he's blaming Star Trek. So I don't watch that stupid show.
Yeah, 60 years old. Damn it.
Green blood.
So Chris, Ryan, and Evan, you all earned
nice.
Alaboom credit. We'll have to figure out
coveted Alaboom credit.
Coveted Alaboom credit.
Undefeated. First Alaboom credit.
No, you could retire. You retire undefeated.
Undefeated.
Well, on top.
Well, it's like I won that game show that the other podcast has that TJ and who's his face, like Marshall have or whatever, and I won Listicuffs the first season. I was like, and as soon as I won the whole thing, I said I'd like to take this time to announce I'm retiring undefeated as Listicuffs champion.
Listicuffs is a great name.
I saw you were on a podcast this last week, and that was cool. They animated you. That was pretty neat.
Yeah, was that neat? That was nice of them.
Fun.
Yeah, that was Chris's deal, wasn't it? That was your deal, right, Chris? Yeah. He dressed me up as a Sith Lord, so I appreciated that.
That was cool.
So we had a good time, and then and Michael Gugliano, the guy who works for Floodgate Games. So anyway, I don't know. Wes, you got a Kickstarter going on. I'm glad you came on. I appreciate it. And I was checking this out earlier. You should make Forrest do a Kickstarter critique of it. But in the meantime, Wes, what's it called? And tell us about it so we can point people towards it.
Turn up my volume a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's called Questeros. I've been working on this for just under a year now, ever since I did Die in the Dungeon, tried to find something smaller to make. So it's a 78 cards game. It's a tarot based deck, and basically it's like a 4-in-1 because it's got the tarot deck, it has a multiplayer game, has a solitaire game, and it has an element you can use in RPG. I'm actually putting together a deck of many things PDF that'll kind of coincide with it as well. So just serves a lot of different functions, and had some fun with John DeCampos to make some of the art in there.
How do you spell it?
Questeros, Questeros. A bit awkward spelling.
Quest Teros.
Questeros, yeah. Quest with an EROS at the end.
Got it.
I like the fact that
I don't know why
have
people
all these different uses for it. I thought that was really cool.
I think actually Latin for quest love, I think.
Tarot card. Like tarot cards are underutilized in the board game world.
They are. There's one that launched today that absolutely blew my campaign away. It's called Sephiroth or something like that, and they've already got like $60,000, so they blew my campaign away. But tarot appears once in a while in the board game field there. So,
well, I mean, everybody's trying to jam stuff onto these,
which I love. I love trick taking.
Standard card sizes, and it's like, just do tarot cards.
Yeah. Yeah,
so walk us through it. Walk us through it. How does all the? I mean, obviously tarot cards. So is it like a classic tarot deck? So you have all the different things, and you can.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much time. I'm happy talking about it as long as I'm not chewing up your time.
Completely lying, fake fortune telling with and mumbo jumbo.
Actually, I threw a video up yesterday, just doing a practice, because you can use it for kind of self-reflection with tarot as well. So I did a 1-card and a 3-card spread, and threw that on my update page. But yeah, it's a fully functional tarot deck. The prototype that I have doesn't have all the art, but if you look at the very bottom of the Kickstarter page, you'll see that all 70 cards.
Why am I not sharing my screen? Hold on a second.
But yeah, I'm happy to talk about it. I didn't want to waste too much of your time, but if you want me to go through the different modes.
Not a waste, Wes. Talk about that. I wanted you to come on here and talk about it. I wouldn't have.
All right. Okay. So the multiplayer game is 2 to 6 players, and basically it consists of 7 rounds where each player will get 10 cards, and kind of like you would play Hearts or Wizards or Euchre, the lead player would play a card of their choice, and everybody has to follow suit. The caveat with this game is that it introduces a fantasy mechanic where instead of having a highest rank or the card played being the highest ranked suit, there's a permanent, people don't like using the word trump so much anymore, but there's a permanent trump suit, and that's the quest cards. So those are all.
I was like, Trump, why not? Oh, I know.
They're the major arcana from the traditional tarot deck, but not only are they the highest ranking cards, they also each have a special power. So it introduces some fantasy elements into what's normally a trick-taking game and adds some variation to it. But yeah, it plays over the course of 7 rounds, and the other part with it is kind of like Wizard or Skull King or some games like that. You bid how many quests you want, and if you don't make your bid, you're not penalized, but if you do make your bid, you get a bonus 7 points. So there's a lot of strategy at play in deciding what your bid's going to be, and hoping you don't get screwed by your neighbor if they sabotage you with a quest ability or end up giving you a trick you didn't really want, type of thing.
I'm just getting entranced by these revolving cards right now.
Yeah,
I can't tell if one of them is twisting faster than the others.
Really good.
Yeah, they're slightly off tilt, and there's some in there that are still the icons. I'm actually trying to update the GIFs now because I've got most of the artwork now. We now have the art for every single card. I just have to do some coloring.
Update the what? What are you trying to update?
The art. So you can see on some of those cards, it's just icons. But if you scroll to the
GIFs,
bottom,
so you mean GIFs?
Yes. yeah.
Do you have a peanut butter?
No. I'm just calling it by the guy who created it in the first place and said that's how you pronounce it, since they created it.
It's for graphics. It's GIF.
Graphic.
Yeah. The guy who made it. The reason why we have them.
He's wrong.
The guy, you make something, you get to name it, but then we're not here to talk about that. So the GIFs here are really cool. I like that. I think
they're good.
Yeah, it's very, well, be updating.
And I also like the art a great deal. The art is fantastic.
Yeah, John has a 80s cartoon or 80s comic kind of feel to him. He always loved Ninja Turtles and different comics back in the day, and he really emphasizes that with his line art and his coloring style. So, yeah, he approached me about this deck because originally I had somebody else in mind and they fell through. So I was looking for a new artist, and he jumped on it, and I'm glad he did.
Screw that guy.
He made it work. So, and then there's a solitaire game as well. It's called Heroes Quest. So if anybody knows about tarot decks, the story of a tarot deck revolves around the Jester, or the Fool card, which in this game is the Jester, or Hero the Goblin. And the solitaire game is completely different than the multiplayer game, because you kind of layer cards and try to build up your combat and your magic and your treasure to eventually take down a dragon, but you have to interact with every one of the major arcana cards. So some of the reviews that are in the page are from people that played the solitaire game, and they seem to enjoy that.
Quest card stuff looks cool.
Yeah, so it takes a twist on traditional trick taking, because then your card has a power that you can decide when and how to play, and might give you a little benefits, but none of them are going to break the game completely, but it could be enough just to piss your opponent off that was trying not to take a trick and ends up taking one because of the card you played, or vice versa.
Holy cow. Whoever did that for you? Was that you, Wes, that did this?
No, that was David Diaz with Misa Game Labs. He did some of the stuff for one of my other games as well. So you got to pay a few dollars to get those. He also did the video. If you watch the video, you'll see that Euro juggling. He put that together. So
yeah, I like that guy. He's pretty awesome.
Yeah, and he's basically the character you play. So there's not many games where you get to play a goblin and take down a dragon, and that's what you do in Heroes Quest. You start with this little goblin with no power, and he has to take down a necromancer and take down a demon, and eventually try to take down a dragon. But he has to get the support of all the major arcana in the deck. That's that one there.
That's great. Yeah, looks really good.
And then taking a note from your book over at Grey Fox Games there, Lance, that I was planning on doing something like this as stretch goals, but instead did it as timed, because I didn't think stretch goals were going to pan out, and it turns out that's true.
Yeah, I mean, I'll let Shane talk over me here, but I mean, like with Ragnaroks, we did it because it made more sense. We felt it brought people back to the page more often.
Yeah.
To see what they're going to get. And also then you can, like, people weren't, like, there isn't any kind of concern people are having of saying, well, geez, if we don't get that, then I don't get that, if you just kind of lay it out on the table.
If you want to try something fun there, Lance, you could download this on Tabletop Simulator, and we could do a 3-card reading for you. I don't know if you want to try something like that.
Yes, we have to.
Well, I'm not going to summon the demons right now. I don't need to wake up on some sort of weird bad, like, remember that witch board, those movies or whatever.
I'm not casting any spells. It's an entertainment experience. That's all it is.
Yeah.
The price is pretty decent. Most tarot decks, when you try to buy a tarot deck off Kickstarter, most of them go for $40 or more, and you're getting less than you get in this game. So the price is definitely...
and it's Canadian money. It's not even real money at this point, right?
No, the 24 is US, but...
No, it's just super cool, man.
Well, I made it my Kickstarter critique tomorrow. I'll cover that. Looks cool.
On, if you've got Tabletop Simulator, you can look at all the cards in detail as well. Off that link there.
Oh, the Circle of Nerds. I like those guys.
Yeah, Louis is a good guy.
Any chance those cardboard tokens could go to poker chips, or is that beyond the price?
The bonus cardboard tokens can be used to represent your quest instead of flipping over your trick and using your pile of cards as a trick like you do in most games. So the tokens aren't needed. They're just a Kickstarter to thank backers. Yep. And a couple of interviews and stuff on there. So I think the page has got everything it needs. I just don't know if I had enough followers before I launched. So we may or may not get it. The goal is pretty high, and it's definitely realistic. And I tried not to lowball it this time around and just see what happens with it.
All right. Well, I'm backing it. So
thanks so much, Lance.
Yeah. No. I it's just like I like tarot decks. I just like tarot cards in general. So I just think I like the artwork and stuff. So at the very least,
do the reading, Lance.
You do the reading. You're so excited. You got Tabletop Simulator.
All right. So
you're so keen. I'm not summoning a demon right now. I don't need to be like in some really bad 80s horror movie.
No.
This is the D&D Dungeon Master.
Yeah.
Was that movie with Tom Hanks where D&D was an evil occult game?
No, Tom Hanks, Mazes and Monsters.
Mazes and Monsters. That's right. Yeah, I remember.
It was based off of
I never heard of this movie.
You got to watch it.
Incredibly loosely based on a person that basically like would hide out in the maintenance tunnels of his college, and like he talked about them, and then like, but he already had like massive amounts of like mental illness, and like he wandered off and they couldn't find him, and it had nothing to do with the fact that he had played D&D or that he wandered around in these tunnels. They found him like living in like, I mean, I don't know the whole story, but he wasn't like hiding out in like a dungeon thinking he was like a wizard, you know, in underneath his college or anything like that. It was somebody that was like who needed help, and thankfully I think did get it, but then they made
it was like schizophrenia.
Yeah, and then they got this ridiculously, like this totally ridiculous movie and created it. And
turn on your screen sharing thing so I can do the thing.
Hey Wes, I got a question for you.
Yes, for
it's listed on here as 2 to 6 players. Did you say it was solo?
Yeah, if I have it listed as 2 to 6 and then solitaire because they're 2 different games, and I didn't want to make. I wasn't sure how to present it there.
Okay. I just know on BGG, like a lot of people might miss it up for if they're just looking solo.
Oh yeah, you should definitely list it as solo. You should change that to say 1 to 6. I mean,
yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Let's get that taken care of.
On the plane.
Is this on Workshop?
Why's your tabletop simulator look better than mine?
See what you've been playing lately. 5 Tribes, fully scripted. What kind of weirdo are you?
Ooh, 5 Tribes. Love that game.
What was it? Questeros.
Yeah, the link is in the. I put the. I don't have the chat. You got it. Oh, there you go. Yeah. So there's 2. One is you want the one on the left. Yep.
All right, here we go. We're gonna find out. We're gonna discover Scott's future.
Yes.
This is the horror movie.
Yeah, the colors on your tabletop simulator look better than mine. Why is that?
I don't know.
I know. I was about to say this looks better than my tabletop simulator.
Weird.
If you tilt your thing back, you can see some of the art all floating around.
That's awesome. Nice.
The demon staring right at you. Don't be scared.
That's great. Very cool.
Can't see the eyes of the demon till they come calling.
All right, Scott. What you want to do is grab all those cards in the center of the table and group them into a single stack. They're just separated just for a visual.
Sure.
You know that I can teach you how to quickly group, or you got it figured out.
Sure, teach me. I like learning stuff in tabletop simulator.
You put a square over all the cards.
Yep.
So and then just press the letter G. It'll group them all together.
That works.
Right on. And then the F button will flip.
Good shuffle there.
Give it a good shuffle, yeah.
All right.
You want to go? Now we got to decide what kind of spread. We'll do it simple. You can either do a 1 card or a 3 card spread.
3.
3. And there's a couple different versions. You could do a past, present, future, or you could do a stop, start, continue.
Let's do a present.
So past, present, future.
Yeah.
All right. And then you got to pick a topic. What is something that you want to think about?
Topic. Let's say
conventions.
Yeah, let's do conventions.
Ooh.
Convention. All right. So is it kind of like should BGG do conventions or just what?
Should BGG do conventions?
All right. So we've got a phrase now. Shuffle a few times and think about that in your head. Let's get it all mystical.
Got it. Thank you.
Well, there's a lot riding on this one here.
Oh, I know. You don't even know.
All right. All right. So we'll put 3 cards on top of Questeros there, but don't flip them over yet.
Just 3 off the top?
Yep.
Okay.
All right. So we're going to say the one on the left is your past, the one on the center is your future or present, and the one on the right is your future. So let's start with the one on the left and flip that over.
Ooh, the Thief of Orbs.
The Thief or the 3 of Orbs.
3 of Orbs.
Oh, 3 of Orbs. Why did I say? Whoa.
It does look like it. All right. So we're thinking about the past and what BGG has done at conventions. So the 3 of Orbs is representative of teamwork, collaboration, learning, and implementation. So Perhaps in the past, BGG has really collaborated with other people to create fun, interesting conventions and grow the board game hobby as well as your own site. And it really was a great place to be. And I think your conventions did a lot of good for the hobby and the community. So the past was good.
Cool.
Let's see what the present says.
The dragon. Uh-oh.
It is the dragon. All right. Now, the dragon is an interesting card, but let me just flip to my page here. I don't have these memorized, but I do have a website that has a meaning of every card with the actual Cresteros cards instead of just generic tarot. So if you're ever looking for that, it is at thefundamentalgames.com. So the dragon represents completion, integration, accomplishment, and travel. So here we are in 2021. We've got a pandemic. Perhaps you've completed all of the physical conventions you can at this time, accomplished what you can, and you have to think of a different way to continue on. But I guess we'll find out when we flip over the third card.
Yeah, and it's interesting. It is the number 21.
It is the number 21, yes. Yeah. Final card of the major arcana, the highest card.
I like that dragon art. That's amazing.
Yeah, that's really cool.
All right, so we have a stave. What number of staves?
10 of staves.
10 staves. That's the highest stave. So the higher you get, basically the cards work in 1 to 10, and then there's court cards, and then there's the major arcana. So this is the highest of the standard staves, which usually gives you a sense of completion or nearing the end. But in this case, it talks about burden, extra responsibility, work, and completion. This is actually the same card I drew when I was doing my own the other day. But it could mean that in order to do conventions, you may have to pick up a bigger load than you're used to and go on paths that maybe you haven't traveled before in order to benefit the community. So you can see in the distance, not on this card, but if you look on the, I can't share it with you, but the true 10 of staves has a wizard holding a bundle of 10 staves on his shoulder and a palace in the distance. So you might be trying to bring back the culture of what do you call them, conventions. It's going to take extra money and time and effort that you might not have had to do before. There you go.
That's probably true. Oh, that's awesome. Anybody else want to do one?
Reading. It's the devil, baby.
Does anybody else want to do one? Anybody got
it? You're asking for Satan to get into your home.
That's my question.
What was your? Is it okay if I shuffle it? In his.
Yep. You keep shuffling till he says stop.
Oh yeah, tell me when to stop.
Who's doing it?
Christian, I thought you were doing it.
Oh, am I? Oh no, I was kidding.
Oh,
you can just hit R, by the way.
I'll do it.
You do it.
Forrest will do it. Of course you will.
Tell me when to stop,
Forrest. I find this sort of thing fascinating. Stop.
All right.
I had reading once in my life. It was completely.
Are you doing past, present, future, Forrest?
Ooh, let's go future. Let's go future.
Well, he does all three. He does all three.
Or you could do start, stop, continue. Those are fun too.
Is it just one card for future then, or do you just do?
Put 3 cards.
3. Okay.
Put 3 cards.
3. All right.
So before we go, Christian, you're saying something. You had one reading ever, and what was that?
It was just completely incorrect. It was like a person who didn't know me, and they were like, "I'm going to tell you about you," and it was like 100% incorrect.
Maybe they just knew you better than you did.
Yeah.
I can tell you I'm not a certified reader by any means. This is just for fun.
Wait, time out. People get certified in this bullshit?
They do. It's kind of crazy. I joined a few groups in tarot just to share the cards and see what the atmosphere was like. And just like anything, some people go off the deep end.
Yeah. What was your question?
What are you thinking about, Forrest?
The future.
But what specifically?
Whether or not you'll be able to sit at home while your car earns money for you.
My career. Yeah, my career path. Exactly what Lance said.
The past, present, future for your career. So let's see what the left cards has to say about your past.
Are you thinking about it? You got to concentrate on it for us. Think about it.
The mentor.
The mentor. So the mentor is actually a quest card. It's a number 2 quest card. So we'll see what the mentor's meaning is. And I really like that piece of art that he did with the floating.
That's really cool.
Mentor there. She's supposed to be a psionicist, by the way. But it's known as the priestess in the original deck, and she's known to have intuition, sacred knowledge, and about the subconscious mind. So on a card like this, it could represent that there was some split thoughts. You can see there's black and white on the pillars around her. And so sometimes your focus may have been split amongst different things in your past job or the past career, and trying to make a decision on what to do. You may have needed some more mentorship or leadership, or maybe that leadership was taken away. And so that will bring us to the future. So let's see what the future holds. Or sorry, the present.
Present. Yeah.
That would have been the past.
Ooh, the 7.
That feels apt. That feels apt.
Staves. We have the 7 of staves. All right. So you don't have the picture there, but the 7 of staves will have a picture of, it'll be a halfling with 6 different wands pointed at him, and he looks like he's defending himself. This is challenge, competition, protection, and perseverance is what the card represents. So you might be at a point where you're really struggling and you don't know where you should go. It could seem like the force of the world is against you and you're standing on your own, and you need to find a way to pursue and go forward. So finding that courage and that strength could be challenging, and it might feel like you're going to be defeated. Let's find out what the future has.
Page of staves.
Ooh, I like that picture.
That's really cool.
I like that future.
Look at those.
So that is kind of a stout woman there with a burning, or the halflings in this world, their entire forest has been burned down and they're trying to recover. The Page of Staves is about inspiration, ideas, discovery, limitless potential, and a free spirit. And I think Forrest has a free spirit. So it could mean that this is the time to really embrace your creativity and find a way to push your ideas to get yourself to that next career. Maybe it's a route you haven't taken before, and you can see that she's kind of bringing the forest back to life with that single stave in her hand. So she's trying to reinvigorate kind of a world that's burned down behind. So what can you create? Maybe it's a different path that will be the future that you need.
Is she stepping on that lizard? I can't tell.
Not quite.
Squash.
It's in the forefront.
Oh no, it is.
Oh, okay. I could definitely see it, why people get into tarot cards. Like those things fit. It's just it's cool.
Yeah. Oh, this looks really awesome.
Yeah, any of the artwork you see in there, like if you look at the druid there, there's a couple of quest cards on the left. Oh, our readings weren't entirely accurate. I forgot to put in those other quest cards on the left.
No, they fell off the table.
They're pretty good. But any of the artwork that you see finished in there, those ones are done. John did all the coloring for the major arcana, and then kind of to keep the deck in line with budget, he basically did line art for the 1 to 10 cards, and I'm doing the coloring for those ones.
Oh, that's pretty awesome. He's wearing like wood armor.
Yeah, he looks like wood. He was inspired by Woodman from Mega Man, is what John said. So.
Are all the suits going to get their special artwork too, or are they just all just like the 10 of staves is 10 staves, or do you?
No, every single card. If you look at the bottom of the Kickstarter page, basically every single card has. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Yeah, this is great.
More expensive that way, but then it makes it better for actual tarot purposes. Because if you look, every one of these cards, if you were to put it side by side with a rider weight card, which is kind of like the go-to for tarot, you'd see a lot of the symbology and placement of icons.
I'm in your game. That looks like me. On the left, a little bit.
Nice.
At least the way I used to look, maybe when I was younger.
When you were younger.
Yes, that totally does look like me.
When you got a haircut on a regular basis.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of diversity in the deck as well. If you look at the Queen of Staves, I don't know if you can see it in there, but there'll be a transgender halfling, and it's got a male lion and a female lion above his head, or her head, depending on how you want to interpret it. But different diversity. The King of Staves is a Native American, and just to try to do some different representation and have some fun with the different cards.
It's awesome, dude. I mean,
right.
it's just that every single time that the more normal that becomes, I long for the day that's just in a game and we don't actually have to point it out.
Yeah,
That's the queen. There's the queen.
Yeah, I just would have. I mean, and I'm part of the problem too, right? Because when I see stuff, I'm like, what is that? Oh, like you get that gut reaction that, that I'm fighting against decades of ingrained response to those things.
Yeah.
So, but every single time I see that stuff in games, and it's chipping away at that that crap that I grew up with, and hopefully, like, yeah, I mean, it's just like you kind of hope that your kids grow up in a better world, kind of thing. But anyway, get off my soapbox.
Very cool.
Oh, the Paladin looks awesome. I love that.
Yeah.
Which one's that?
The Paladin riding the lion. That's cool.
Oh yeah.
Oh, they're all great.
That's the chariot. Yep.
So I mean, so everybody go back Wes's thing, and if you already back it again, and so,
double back.
Yeah, make another Kickstarter account, go and back it again.
It's a short campaign, so I'm not sure if it's going to make it or not, but I'll talk to a few people over the coming week and a half and try not to shamelessly plug, but still share.
So you listed it in the board game category?
I have it on tabletop games, yeah.
You might have wanted, maybe, I mean, if you don't make it, go back and put in card games or cards, because card collectors look at the trading card, or playing cards category.
Yeah.
There is a category for that.
Oh, really?
Which could catch a different audience as well, a little bit.
Yeah,
I just got the Hieronymus Bosch tarot delivered.
Gotcha.
It was in playing cards.
Probably intense.
There's no game to it. It's just tarot.
Gotcha. Hey, can I bring up something that is unrelated to this entirely, but like I was thinking about it and I remembered because it made me really angry.
Like, were you going to stop you? Anyway?
If you
okay, well, I mean,
feel the room, is this a grievance?
It's not really even a grievance. It's just something that that happened over the last couple of days, and it kind of just preyed on my mind for a little bit, and I've been just thinking about it a lot. And what better place to just air my dirty laundry than on my show? So, the whole for a couple of days, it's kind of gone away now. So I mean, there's really what's the point of bringing this up or whatever, but. So for a couple of days, everybody kind of seized upon this whole idea of don't yuck the yum, which has been around forever. Like that, it's like if somebody says, "Oh, I really like this TV show," and you don't like it, like, "Yeah, TV show sucks."
Right. It's not an invitation for you to share your opinion.
Yeah.
Contrasting mine.
So it's just like, it can be like innocuous, where it's just like, "Oh, I didn't really care for it," or it could be something where you're just trying to be snarky, like when somebody goes, "Oh, I love Star Wars. Yes, I love all 3 of the movies." You're just trying to yuck that or whatever, And so it can be things like that. And so then it kind of got seized upon by a ton of people, and they were making big long posts and just saying this is something we shouldn't be this negative and this everything like that. And I was just sitting there thinking, this is all well and good. I'm all for spreading positive messages, and I'm all for telling people it's like, hey, we should stop doing this and we should be more positive. I'm all for that, right? But I'm also I was sitting there listening to this, and I was like, how shitty is our hobby if this is the case? If it's if people are so excited to just try to trash on what other people like, either A, how crappy that we have to actually just say to people, hey, you know what? How about you not tell me the stuff I like sucks? We actually have to have a couple of days of everybody focusing on this. How crappy is this? So either A, our hobby is a big giant pile of dog shit because we actually have to have a conversation for days to try to tell people maybe it isn't the best thing in the world to just sit there and tell me the games that I like suck, or maybe the problem is really that big, and it's just or I'm showing my age here. Maybe
YouTube. My name's Forrest.
Forrest watches his own videos. That's hilarious. No, or it's just it's one of those things where it's constructive
social
criticism
media
and discourse about, discussing whether or not a game is good is fine. and also then of course then I run the gamut of if anything that offends anybody gets said, we just can't say it anymore. I mean, where do we draw that line? Where do we draw that line where it's just if somebody says, I just got done playing, Praga Kaput Regni and I had a lot of fun playing it. And then if you say, oh, I tried it and I just thought it was a snooze fest or whatever, am I, it's is that, is there just, we can't ever have a differing opinion? If somebody.
No, what I'd say, Lance, is honest. It's when someone goes, oh, I just got this game. What do you think of it? Then you go, man, that game, I didn't like that game. But when someone's just like, I love this game, and they're not asking you for your opinion, then it's kind of a dick move to just be like, that sucks.
Okay, but and I'm not trying to play devil's advocate. At what point did we turn some corner where like I don't know. I guess maybe it's me. I will say all day long that I need to learn and I need to grow as a human being. I can't ever stop like trying to be a better person. But it's just, is it one of those things where it's like if I posted a picture and I said, hey, just got done playing Sleeping Gods, had a blast, and somebody said I couldn't get into it, I'd say sucks for you because the game's awesome. That would be my response. Somebody popping in on some Facebook post for me isn't going to hurt me at all. I'd be just like, all right, cool, whatever, just like moving on. But admittedly, that's me, right? My wife tells me all the time, it's like, you don't take what people say personally. You just have this ability to shrug stuff off. It's like, but a lot of people don't have that ability. And I'm like, okay.
I mean, I agree with you that there's a bunch of snowflakes in this hobby. And that gets frustrating sometimes.
Oh my God, you're so right. It's such an issue. It really, it's rampant. And it's like, it's worse when you go to Twitter too. Like on Twitter, it's insanity.
I did a video for Tapestry one time and I was like, man, I'm real glad this is a civilization game and not a dumb game about building woven fabric. And then a bunch of people were like, I think a game about woven fabric sounds fun. And I was like, Jesus Christ, are you kidding me? Like, that was too much of a joke for you. But I liked knitting,
Well, great. This brings up a pretty good point. You being a comic,
yeah.
There's a line there in our society in general that's getting like this. How to do the comics? How are you going to adapt to this? Or are you?
I think a lot about what I say on stage. It's not just random shit. And I know that I'm a progressive critical thinker. So I am on the right side of history on anything I'm saying on stage. So I don't give a fuck what you think because I'm right.
Okay.
I guess I just I am all for that. If like somebody is offended or something like that, there should be a place for them to just explain why something is offensive to them, right? And I'm not saying, oh, you're not really offended or you need to get over it or anything like that. That's not what I think. And I don't want people coming across thinking that that's what I'm saying. And here's the big but. I'm just like, it's one of those things where, like, I remember hearing people like post, it's like, oh man, I posted my video for this board game and somebody trashed on me for like having this opinion, or they said my video sucks or this, that, and the other thing. And it's kind of like, yeah, you went and posted something on the internet and let the world see it. If you can't handle the fact that somebody might actually say something naughty or mean to you, maybe you shouldn't post something on the internet. And I guess it's like, and I'm in the same boat as if I go onto my Facebook wall and I post something about, hey, I think this, and somebody goes, yeah, I don't really like that. I probably should just like, well, I don't know, block you so you never have to post to me again. There, you can censor yourself fine. I don't know.
I think there should be places where you should be free from harassment, though.
I agree with that.
And that's what BGG is. If you post something and someone says that you're not, like, your game sucks or whatever, then they're banned. Or suspended temporarily.
Time out. So if I go into
Scott, your audio is a little loud.
If somebody says something on BGG where they said, I just wanted to say I got done playing a game of The Gallerist, and I can't imagine just how much fun I had.
Lance, excuse me, Lance. Lance, could you do me a favor? Could you just back up from the mic a little bit? You're peeking. You're peeking in my ears right now. You're peeking. Good evening, guys. Did anybody order diversity? How y'all doing? Little paprika, huh? Little paprika on top of there, huh? Little seasoning. The shades of destiny are fucking ready at any time because you know what's up.
Charged up.
These glasses are for your safety. Okay.
Lance, I wanted to respond to this if I got a second. So Evan and I both ran game stores, and something that became incredibly salient to me as part of that experience was the idea that we are a home for the misfits and weirdos. And I think part of the sensitivity that you're experiencing definitely comes from the fact that a lot of people in this hobby, especially people who've been in the hobby longer, come from a childhood or a background of either being stuck indoors because of health issues or just being an outcast in some way. And so while the idea of not yucking someone's yum goes bigger, I think part of it is this community in particular doesn't want people to attack people who are trying to be excited about being part of the community. And I think that's the core of it all, right?
Why is that an attack? If somebody, like I said, here's my point. Like somebody says, I just got done playing a game of the Gallerist, and I thought that was fabulous. I can't believe how great that game was. And if I posted them, it's like I tend to think it's one of Vitalis' weakest designs, and that's what I said. Is that attacking? Is that harassing somebody?
I think the difference is just the idea of whether. Well, it comes down to the fundamental question. I think this is what you're getting at: is if you post on the internet, is it automatically opening the forum for every response, or is it only opening that question if you start it as a conversation starter?
That's exactly it. It's are you contributing to the dialogue, or are you just telling somebody that they're wrong? Okay, so here's an example that doesn't even it's not the same. If somebody gets something game hauls, if you come home from Gen Con and people are like, look at my haul, and they set every fucking thing they bought up. Okay. And then what happens is, over the course of that day, because it'll be haul day 1, haul day 2, haul day 3, people will get, sad about it. People will post and say, hey man, man, it's really nice that you guys are all going. I can't afford to go. Or people will say, hey, I don't know how you guys all afford this shit. How do you afford this? And whatever. And really all that leads to, because that post does not engage, it just says, look what I have. It festers some toxicity. So I understand when somebody says hey, I'm actually asking you for tips for this game. Then they're just saying, hey, I bought this game. Do you have tips? And that's exactly what that post originally was saying. This guy just said, hey, do you have any tips? Well, if I ask you for tips and you say the game just sucks, that's all you have to add. That's not what I asked you. And that's the problem. When people say shit that they ask you for. But I can't expect everybody to be decent. I would just hope the default would be to be nice, right? We always say the default should be nice, but this is the fucking internet, and there is a lot of troll people and a lot of people who are online are different than they are in person. And Lance, could you just come a little bit closer to the mic? I'm not hearing you. I get you at a 7.5, please, sir. Thank you. Who
decides it's belittling or not? I mean, is that belittling? When I say I think I think that Lacerda it's one of his weakest designs. That's belittling somebody.
Are you
talking about the Gallerist?
Was I asking for your opinion, or was I just?
I think that if you go to the trouble of posting someplace, if you are having a conversation with 3 people in your room and you're talking about board games, and you say, "Oh, I really like that game," are you asking your 3 friends to weigh in? Absolutely. If I don't know my 3 friends and I say to them, "I really like watching the TV show The Fringe," I'm not saying that just so I can.
Or your friends would say, we would say to you, I would say to you, it's not better than X-Files, but I like it.
When we were going around, when we were going around the horn and talking about the games we were playing, I definitely have played some of those games that have been played, like the one Joel was talking about with Praga, and I don't like it, but I feel comfortable enough to not yum. But you
did.
Exactly.
But you did. You said.
What did you say about Praga? Are you still bringing up shit about Praga from before we were talking about?
That's the same shit. I played it once, and that was enough for me.
Right, Aldi, are you still bringing up same shit, and you still haven't played it more than once?
No, I played it twice.
Whatever, man. You played it 1.5 times. That's bullshit.
Bullshit, Scott. Bullshit.
That's bullshit, Scott. Fuck
out of here. I played it 2 times on Tabletopia.
No.
Or tabletop.
He's got a saved game on Tabletopia. Who does that? Play the fucking game.
In this conversation, Scott, you said I played Praga once and that was enough for me. That is you saying
I yucked Joel's yum.
Yeah, but do you think Joel's?
But we're talking. That? I mean, I feel like
Joel is not sitting there going.
If Joel posted that on
Facebook, literally have an argument right now.
Publicly, I would not say anything. I was trying to create dialogue. I'm trying to create something.
Were you harassing Joel with that comment?
No. Yes, he was.
But it
was a microaggression.
You were not. And here's the deal:
I mean, I hope you didn't take it that way.
You have a giant message board system of people that are saying things people have the ability to reply to those things. So is the whole, I mean, there's one thing to go in there and just start, you motherfucking piece of shit, goddamn.
There's levels of it, right? Like if I came in there and someone said, yeah, I love Praga, and then I replied, and I'm like, well, what did you like about it? Because I found it lacking in certain areas like that.
Okay, so what did you like about it? Right? Yeah. Like, okay, so like, this is the thing. This is the thing. So if someone says this, I like Praga. I think it's an awesome game. I played it today. It was awesome. I think it's a hidden gem, or it's underrated, or it should have been in everybody's top 20. It would have been in my top 10 or whatever. And then you say, hey, like, does anybody like this like I do? Or thoughts, like people do the thoughts. And I'm like, oh, you just threw a fucking lot to the internet. Thoughts? I'm like, that's the dumbest. I hate when people do that. I'm like, thoughts or discuss.
Hive mind.
Internet go. Hive mind. I'm like, dude,
well, then you're opening
yourself up to oblivion. All right. Yeah, so don't try to pull that shit on me. It's like you've opened yourself to everything. I could just put, I fucking hate you. Like I can say, I fucking hate you, log off. Like
I like Ticket to Ride. What do you
like? I'm serious. Like I'm serious. Like that's what I say. It's unfortunate. The default should be good, but it's unfortunate, right?
When I first got into this thing, I was on a member of a private mailing list. Some people may know it. It's called Diggers. It's from the 1990s and 2000. And I posted a review, and a person who I'm still really great friends with replied and took every sentence I wrote and reversed the logic of it. So everything I liked about the game, he posted that and reversed everything.
What a bite I got drink.
You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's kind of, I took it as like, well, shit, I'm not fucking posting on this message board anymore. And I didn't. I posted very little.
Oh, man.
And I'm just going to tell you the effect of that from like 20 fucking years ago.
Yeah.
I still remember it. I was thinking about it the other day.
And it probably, like, it took your level of comfort of engagement down.
It cut me down. It cut me down a notch, right?
It took you down a notch. Yep.
So I have to be real sensitive to that stuff. Like,
okay, I just think that
that person who posted could be right at the beginning.
Think about it, Lance.
I want to create a hypothetical situation, and I want to know an honest answer from everybody here. If somebody says, again, going back, it doesn't matter. I played so and so game last night, and I thought it was amazing. Yeah. Best time I ever had playing a board game, and
that will actually open you up from some bullshit.
And somebody posts right after it and says, that's really weird. Good, good for you, but I've never really enjoyed that game. Like, good for you. And then they immediately contact. It's like, this person's harassing me. They hurt my feelings. Can you block them?
Yeah. Well, you're talking about I think actually this conversation is about the pre-yum.
Right.
Whether you crap over someone's experience before they get to have it.
Right.
Well, if somebody already had a good time, they're more likely to
go. Yeah. They bought it. They're bringing it home. Or like they'll say, hey, like, I've been waiting for this Kickstarter to arrive. Like it's been forever.
It's all spectrum.
I think there's tone.
I mean, it's just like there's tone, but what if somebody just says, I took offense to this person. Can you please ban him? They're yucking my yum.
I'm talking about I'm belittling the person versus
I'm talking about belittling the person.
But there's people out there that are going to be like that. And then
we do, but we also can remove those motherfuckers too.
Well, no, but the problem I have
we just can't.
And admittedly, again, I'm always looking to better my intelligence on these things, and I'm always looking to adapt and change. But at some point, we have to actually stop listening to people that they are saying that they're offended by something when you actually are like going, okay, where does the line drawn? And it's such a nebulous little like spot.
It's for sure.
I totally agree with you, but honestly, like, how many users you got on BGG?
2.732 billion.
All right, kick a couple hundred. We'll be straight. Hey, just kick a couple hundred for the fuck of it. We'll be straight. Like I'm sorry. Like I'm sorry. Like we are not losing anybody from the fucking hobby. There's enough groups that they can get kicked around left and right. We got people who are kicked out of so many groups, they make fake accounts to go into groups and continue to troll under different names. I got 3 of them right now. I'm investigating right now. Like they are notorious. Dude, don't worry. You're not going to stop the trolls because they have so much energy in their bodies.
Yeah.
They want to go troll. Like, I'm like, I actually think I know this guy. And I'm like, I cannot believe you have this much energy. And I pegged it because I went into a conversation with him. I was just like, I want to ask something and see if he'll react just like he would if I was arguing with him. And I just said 3 comments in a row. I'm like, yeah, I know who you are. You get kicked out of groups all the time. And you made another account just to fuck with the people in the same group you just got kicked out like 2 months ago or something like that. And he just came back as another troll identity. It's just like, that's how far people will go. And that's why it should be as easy to even have a conversation with that person and just say, hey, you got to go. It's like,
you give people a chance, right?
And then go over to the board game group, go over to BGG, go over to Dice Tower, go over to Board Game Revolutions. You got 40, 50,000 members. You can go to each one of those and talk shit about the other group and get kicked out of there because you talk shit about another group. And, and you'll learn your fucking lesson of just, let's talk about games. Because otherwise you're saying, I'm trying to be a dick and nobody will let me be a dick. That's what you're saying. That's exactly what you're saying.
It's all about the tone, right? Though. I'm not saying there can't be disagreements, but if I just go like, it's all about the tone of the response, right? Maybe the relationship of what was being discussed, and I mean it's a fine line, all of it.
I just don't find I don't find it a lob to the community when you're saying like, hey, I'm excited about this game tonight. And then like some people just post that like game haul, or finally my Kickstarter arrived. Are you backers excited? Well, you sort of open it up because some people will be like, let's say it's Mythic. They'll be like, well, they always print shit rule books. They always do this and that. There's feedback that's out there about them, or Starling Games, right? You're opening a wound that people already know about. If there's an Everdale post, which there's so many right now, Everdale's overhyped, changed my mind. That could be somebody's favorite game. And one guy even said, I'm in the minority here. So I'm like, he's just ready for a fucking troll rant. And I know I'm in the minority here, but I'm going to put a meme.
Oh yeah, any of those types of conversations.
I'm like, see, that just shows you how toxic shit can get.
We follow those. Yeah, when one of those posts go up, we follow the conversation.
Yeah. Like when you're just ready to bounce.
We have like a little Slack channel. Like, watch this conversation, everybody, because it's one of those hot button things that.
And I could have kept scrolling. You know what I said? I was just like, you are in the minority, but unless you're willing to engage, then like, why are you even making this post? I just put, this is just a post. I was like, this is just a post. Like, I don't know what people get from that.
I was watching the QAnon documentary that came out on HBO. Anybody watching that?
Yep.
No, I haven't.
Fascinating.
No.
There's one guy in the show who's basically anti-QAnon, but all he does is troll the QAnon people. And he goes, I've been doing this since I was 15. I'm like,
Jesus Christ.
You're a troll since 15 and because you hide in anonymity.
Say that one more time.
Easy for you.
Anonymity.
I wanted just you. I just wanted you. Yeah. Oh yeah, man.
It's like a big word for me.
Yeah, it is. It's a tough one though. Yeah. It's a tough one.
You suck. You can't say that word.
God, such an easy word to say.
Such an easy word to say. I mean, everybody can say.
Everybody
preschooler can say that word.
Everybody knows that word is.
Like little Nemo and a enemy.
Lance, I feel like you're still not satisfied with the outcome of this
Lance
topic.
But here's the thing. I understand the libertarian in you, Lance, that wants everyone to be able to say whatever they want. You put it on the internet, you're open game.
No. I want everybody to say what they want to say. I want everybody to say what they want to say. I want you to be who you are all the time. So that we can make sure I know exactly where to put your ass. Like, say what the fuck you want to say. Don't hold back. Don't wait till the door closed. You an asshole, be an asshole. That's why I hate covert people. I just don't like that covert shit.
You don't want people to be like, what is it? Like
Well, I will try
Just
to
be
explain.
authentic. I think be authentic.
Politeness.
I will try to
politeness.
explain. I will try to explain how I feel about this. First of all, I think like posting on like Facebook and social media, like Twitter, not so much because you can't. There isn't a way.
There's
Well,
just
you
no
can
way.
you can
Yeah.
curtail what people see, but on Facebook. You have groups and groups have moderators. And if you want to be able to go into a group and you want to make sure that like, and you can create your own group, you can create your own group with people that you trust to have like, that aren't going to like say anything that's going to offend you. I'm not just talking about board games. I'm talking in general, all kinds of things that go on. But Facebook has become a place where people have discourse and talk about a lot of different things. And I get it. I get it. Also the fact that like, I have a pretty thick skin for things. I mean, it's just like, it's, I mean, I grew up getting beat up every day by bullies because I brought D&D books to school. I mean, it was like one of the first things I learned was that you just had to be tougher than them. And it's just like, and just kind of not care. And I learned that pretty young. And it's just like, and I learned a lot of stuff, and it's just like, and everybody's upbringing is different. And for the vast majority of times when people like try to trash on me or something like that, there's like a handful of people that if they say something mean to me about what I am, that actually affect me. And it's like mostly my family, it's just like, and some friends. But for the most part, I'm just kind of like, all right, well, whatever. You just kind of move on. So I understand that I'm in a different place mentally.
You got an iron skin. You got a tough skin.
You
can take it.
Other people. So I don't get it. I don't understand it. But I also don't understand where it's just like, you end up having situations where it's like people want to be able to say like, and be able to feel safe in saying, I really feel this way about this, that, and the other thing. And I get that. And I think everybody should have that ability. I don't think anybody else should be shouting those people down or making them feel unwelcome or anything like that. But I also feel that like, just like if I have a differing opinion of yours, unless the area like specifically states you can't say anything like this, that, or the other thing, or else you're gone, you're out the door, then I should be able to just say like, I didn't really care for that TV show. I didn't think it was good, and I should be able to say
I don't think that's what we're talking about though.
Yeah.
It's more of the like.
But then it's like.
Like we're not even talking about shows. We're talking about other levels of shit.
No, but how about this? In this extremely specific circumstance, then where like I really want to go see the new Avengers movie, and then like I step in and say, why would you want to go see that? It's no good. Is that me being a shithead? I mean, is that
hair? You're on the shithead side of the line.
Well, but okay. So if I'm a hair over on the shithead side, I mean. Like literally, like, am I going to ruin the movie by saying that? It's like those.
No. I'll tell you, like what I did with the Snyder cut, because I was just like, this is. Before the cut, I was like, this is absolute trash. I'd rather watch a shitty Netflix show like I usually do every Friday, because they come out every Friday, and I pick one of the shitty shows and I watch it. And I was like, but I realized that I was like saying that on other people's posts. Like I was saying shit like, like it's why would I want to watch a cut that's 4.5 hours? And I'm thinking to myself, like, I watched the Lord of the Rings extended edition like 50 times. And watched and listened to all the commentary and the music soundtrack like all day. And I watch shitty Netflix shows all night long until I actually can fall asleep. So yes, I can watch the Zack Snyder cut, but I was just being a fucking troll because people had hope in Zack Snyder, and I was like, I had to watch my mouth, and I can check myself. But it's like some people have been waiting for this forever. I was not. So I realized that it was important to other people, and I just had to check myself. But I just realized that other people don't think like that, and sometimes in the internet it's people's time to shine. And it's also a time for people to like. Attach themselves to somebody else or a movement, so it's like, oh, this person, they believe in what I believe, or I can follow the person that I like. Let's say for board games specifically, like they can follow these personalities that they like, and they can follow those people. They can get access to those people. They can't even like, they can't block them. They can block them if they know how to, but like they get free access to you. And if they sort of like what you're doing, they get to jump in and chime in and be like, yeah, that's stupid too. And you should be in trouble for that. And because the other person, that's got a bigger platform is like, hey, this person's stupid, or they're doing something that's problematic. All of a sudden you get a big hive and somebody gets off on that. They're excited about it. I don't know if they're necessarily as passionate about it, but that's a high that the internet gives. And some people get into that. It's just a thing that happens, man. I worry about that getting worse, but I also think that whole load's going to blow off once convention season comes. Like, I really do. I think once the hugs come back, people start playing at the table, a lot of this stuff will blow over. Some of it. Some of these things are a lot more personal. Some of these things need to be dealt with in the industry because there's a lot of people who have done and said things that need to be addressed, which I don't think they have the same energy when you see them in person. But no. Yeah, I just feel like, and that's just not tough guy shit. It's just like stupid shit. It's like, dude, why would you say that? Like, why would you say this? You know, or say what you mean right now, right here. So it's like that's going to be some kind of stuff that happens or not, because most people don't care, right? Well, most people don't mean it. Most people don't feel that way. It's out of context. And you got to the point where you can't even call your friends anymore. People are so cut off, like you can't even call them sometimes. So
not to cut you off, Jerry, but I'm gonna go back to my I'm gonna go back to my starter statement was either A, maybe just maybe, and I realize that there's a lot of gray area between these two spots, and but it's like these are the two like kind of sides of the coin. Like either A, maybe we're being a little bit too cautious when it comes to like somebody maybe getting their feelings hurt when they say they like a board game, or B, maybe our hobby is just full of a whole bunch of fucking shitheads that just can't wait to trash on what from the amount of like absolute like calling down from the mountain, rejoice, let's bring the testament the testaments down from the mountain. You know, thank God we're finally talking about this callous behavior that has gone unchecked for so long. We are finally going to not stop yucking the yums. Thank goodness somebody. We were talking about it. We've opened up the drapes. We're shining the light. In. Okay. Yeah. Just like it's either that or it's like I was just like, yeah. What happened to just fucking common sense? Just don't be an asshole.
Would you? Okay, this is what I was saying.
Like, what level of problem are we talking about? I mean, is this like once a week, once a month, once a year? I mean, like, what's the
Lance? That's what I'm saying. I don't think you're on social media enough like that to understand this, but like, I feel this is what I feel like. Just how I see it, I think the people who engage the most are the people who have negative things to say. I think a lot of the people, like your admins and some of your active people, are going to, like I said, posting pictures. They usually have like one little post they try to make that's their own individual post. But more times than not, you're going to have a lot of curmudgeon. There's like a lot of curmudgeon reviewers that go out there and they just go in and trash people's favorite games. Like they just do. They just go in there and trash their favorite games. Then they post a link to their review. Like it's the most crazy shit. But I feel like the negative people are a little bit more active.
I think I must be insane because
I just read an article today that was saying that there's the mainstream, like your national media, like if media with a national audience, they did like a study and it showed that most of the pandemic information that they gave out was how do I put it? It was negative, right? Like, so when it was rampaging through, you know, and killing people, it was negative. When there was something good to say about like vaccines or whatever, it was still generally negative. And the conclusion that they came to in the article after like some other studies is that those media outlets were just marketing what the consumer wanted. People wanted negativity,
negative waves, man.
It just proved the news is right. Like what I prove about the news, like bleeds and leaves, death, sadness. You know, start out the news with COVID deaths. I'm like, I don't want to see what the total is now. Just tell me, like nobody died today, or like it's down to it's down to 15 infections. I don't need to see the tally. I don't want to see the death tally in my state. I don't need to know the death tally in my state. I'm good. Like we're good. A lot of people die.
You don't, but your neighbor does.
It's like, right? Did you watch the news 3 times a day, old neighbor? Like,
but it's not just old, it's young too, right? Like, I mean, it's not just old.
Neighbor knows.
I mean,
I would also like to point out that Shane is an elitist and he reads the New York Times because that was in the New York Times today.
Oh my God!
elitist
you
FedEx
have a house
there.
in the hills, so what the fuck, man? And you got a pet alpaca walking in the fucking background. What the fuck is this?
He's in his
Seriously?
mountain house now.
Right? Really? Yeah.
It's a
And he brews his
$7
own beer in his
That's a
home
$7
too.
beer.
This fucking guy. This fucking guy. All I'm stuck with is this fucking Facebook alpaca. He's got an actual alpaca.
Thank God that wasn't from Fox News. That would have been.
Hey, sidebars, quick sidebars. Scott, do you want the Aquatica expansion? I have an extra one. I know you had said something about it.
I don't have the game anymore, unfortunately. It's in the BGD library, so I wouldn't be able to play it anytime soon.
I was gonna say I haven't. I think Rob sent me an expansion.
I think somebody else could probably benefit.
I bought it and then he sent to anybody else.
I don't know.
All right.
I think Grant was
Forrest,
like
I got sent one. I just haven't opened it yet.
I don't even know what Aquatica is.
Hey, Forrest, play The Awakening first, and also grab a calculator.
So I play it this weekend. I'm excited.
I love it. I love it because I'm a math guy. But grab a calculator, bro.
Guy, so excited.
The Awakening. Is that the second one?
No, it's the first one.
First one.
The third one is great. It is.
I got the third one.
What are we talking about board games for?
Okay, how long could I get?
I played a lot of board games, dude. So.
Can I get one of those in a game night? Assuming it's about 4 hours.
I play so many games. You can the first one. The first one, yes, you can do about 4 or 5 hours. But you gotta have
solid board.
What's that?
Will I want to replay it?
No, it's got no. The last one, they have variations of endings, so it's like one of those video games where it's like, oh, but if you went this way, you would have this sort of ending that's different. That's how the game's built. There's like 6 main endings, I think it is, and they're just what is that? What was that game? Heavy Rain. You remember that video game, Heavy Rain?
Oh yeah.
Where it was like. It's basically like that. So it's like there's like what 5 endings, 6 endings, and then it's just like different levels of like holy shit, and then like and then the guy kills himself.
Your game's
spoilers
like under an hour to have play it multiple times, right?
Okay, this is like a 4-hour game night game. Yeah.
I would like to completely change the subject and talk about something else that like I was gonna wait until later because this is something that happened to me and it really fucking pissed me off. Like literally like I don't actually get angry. Hey, Grant. I don't normally get like angry, but I was like shaking angry. Like my wife was actually like worried about me because she see me angry like that. Maybe like
if you're really angry, Lance, I'm gonna need you to rip your headband off when you say. I mean, just rip off the fucking head.
I have told my daughter.
It's Hogmedia.
I have told my daughter from the moment.
I want to see it.
I've told my daughter from the moment that she was like 8 or 9 years old. I sat her down. I had a conversation with her. I said, look, just here's the deal. I said, you got your phone. So I was like, you keep your phone charged, keep it on you all the time. It's just so like, if you're in a situation where something bad, you think something, you can call me. If you don't want to bother calling me, you can dial 911. You can tell whoever answers what your problem is. I told her that repeatedly. And I said, here's the deal. I said, if you're ever somewhere and you're biking, you're with your friends and somebody shows up and approaches you and says, that they're like, I don't care if they say they own the building you're near, if they're like somebody there, if they say you're a cop, you say anything, you just say, I don't care what they say, you just say, I'm calling 911. And if you're a cop, they'll tell me whether or not you're a cop, and I said, and here's the deal. I said, when you go to school, I was like, I don't care what happens at school. I don't care. It's like, it's one thing. It's like if your teacher pulls you aside and just says, hey, just like, I need you to quiet down or something, that's another thing. But if you get pulled out of your classroom, and you get taken somewhere where you're going to be talking to somebody within the school about anything, when they're saying, we need to ask you some questions about something. I said, the first words out of your lip was, call my dad.
Call my lawyer.
Yeah. Just like,
smart.
call my dad and ask him to be here. I said, and I was like, you're not going to get in trouble. It's like, they have to respect that. They have to call me or your mother, somebody will get there. And I told her that like every single day. And I told my son too, the same thing. So like well, geez, you get closer to the mic. Everybody else can hear me. Maybe it's a Wiki Kids problem. Anyway, fine. Is this better?
That is better. Yes.
You're peaking, but it's fine. It's fine.
So, so last Friday I went to. Oh, God damn it, Jeremy! Last Friday I went to I went to the I pick up my daughter from school, and like and usually she comes right out. You know, she's like one of the first people out. And I'm sitting there and waiting, and she wasn't super late. I mean, she got in the car, like maybe she was like 10 minutes late getting out. No big deal, whatever. I was just sitting there like listening to sports radio or whatever.
This is getting me heated even thinking about what's going to happen. Like, I'm so glad I don't have any daughters. I'm so glad. I'd be in jail. I'd be in jail.
She gets in the truck, and I was like, hey, what's going on? And she's like, and she was like, oh, you know, I'm sorry it took so long. And I was like, don't worry about it, whatever. You know, it's like, you know, and so we're starting to pull out of the parking lot. And she starts telling me this thing where she's like, yeah, so like I went to the bathroom at school and I went back to my class, and then like a few minutes later, one of the like front like people, they're basically the people that check people in. You know, you can't get into school without checking in. They came to the class and asked for me to come out, and they took me to like into this room. And then a little while later, this woman came in with this other person, and they started asking me all these questions. And I immediately stopped. I was like, what are you talking about? I was like, what's going on? I was just like, and I said, I have told you. How many times? I said, how many times have I told you if that happens, you just need to tell them. But she was scared, right? She was scared. She was in a situation where, like, you know, she had basically this assistant principal and this other person, and they were asking all these questions. And basically they were like, somebody had said that somebody was vaping in a bathroom. And so then they heard that she was in the bathroom, and so they pulled her aside. And so then they started asking all these questions, but they weren't asking her like, were you doing that? They were asking, so what were you doing in the bathroom? What were you? Right. And so I had her go over, and then they said, can we look in your backpack? And of course she was stupid, and she said, yeah, sure, go ahead. You know, and just like, and so they dug through her backpack. She didn't have anything in there or whatever. And she's telling me this, and I'm just like shaking with anger as I'm driving the car home. And I was mad at her at first. I was like, honey, you have no idea what happened in that situation. I was like, first of all, I said, what did I say? I said, you need to tell them to call me, you know, because I will be there. And I said, 9 times out of 10, when you say, I want my dad here, if you're going to talk to me, they're just going to say, whatever, I don't care. It's Friday.
There's a lawyer. Yeah.
I was like,
we'll figure it out, right?
It's a Friday. I do not want to be stuck doing this for the rest of the day. Just go back to your classroom, you know, whatever. But then I called the school because I was livid, and my wife was trying to calm me down. And I remember, first I was talking to the person that had pulled her out of the class, and she was like, oh, let me talk to you. What happened? I was like, you're not going to like this conversation. I said, right. So, and then I got about like 2 minutes into the conversation with her. And she's like, you know, actually I have the principal, Mr. Clark's here. He'd like to talk to you. I was like, I bet he would, you know? And so then, and that conversation, I mean, he at first was like, very like, hey, I understand what you're feeling. He was very equivocal. He's like, I understand why you're upset. I understand why. And I was like, a 13-year-old girl with 2 authority figures standing over her in a room is not have the ability to give consent for a search. And I said, and it's like, I told my daughter, I was like, it isn't because I think that you did something wrong, but what if somebody freaking put something in your backpack that you had no idea was in there? Right. What if you know, your brother like had like a penknife in his hand and he dropped it in your backpack for some reason? Who knows why? What if the person who was screwing around doing something wrong wanted a place to hide something that they had to get rid of and put it in your backpack? It was like, now all of a sudden you're letting them dig through your backpack and they're finding that. And she's like, what would you have done? I said, well, what I have done, if I had gotten there, I would have said, I'd like my daughter to leave the room for a moment, and I'd like you to talk to me about what you think that she did wrong, and then I'm going to talk to her about it. You know, and you know, and I said, but that wouldn't happen, because the moment I'm there in that room, they're going to say, it's okay, she can go home, because they're not going to deal with it. They're just going to be like, it's not our problem. We're just going to move on. And that guy, and then the one thing that pissed me off more than anything, I said, would you be okay if it was your kid in that room having those people asking for consent to search her? And he said, oh yeah, I'd have no problem with it. I was like, well, this conversation's over.
Yeah.
It was like, because you're just, and then I, you know, I mean, we have a family lawyer, and I called him up and I talked to him about it, and he's like, this is an incredibly he's like, you're doing the right thing by saying, but then I called, and actually I'm able to put my kids on a list that says that you like nobody within a school can ask them anything until there is parental contact.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's usually something. There's usually something that says you can't talk to them.
They're both flagged like that now, so I don't have to worry about it. But I was like, what fucking bullshit. I mean, I understand they have to do their job, and I understand that like if there's an issue at a school and there's a problem with like that's going on with that stuff, I get it, right? But and if they want to get to the root of the problem and what's going on, having to the moment a parent gets in there, it takes away all their power to find that to get to the bottom of it. But it's like, really, we're of the belief, and my lawyer is like, there are cases where they will let that they say a 9 or a 10-year-old or a 12-year-old or a 13-year-old person can give up their right to consent for search because they that's allowable, you know, because it is for the greater good.
They can just say, "Give me your bag." And you're like, wait, hold on now, hold on.
Yeah,
so you just take my bag, man. Like, my bag.
So if you have a child and they are in a school, and maybe you don't agree with me, but if that freaks you the fuck out like it did me, that they could just walk all over my daughter's rights, in my opinion, like. Call your school and figure out what you have to do to add that. I mean, like I was livid. I was just like, dude, you're a. I mean, and I realized that guy's got a job, and he's got to toe the line, and I'm sure he's been trained to have that conversation with an angry adult many times, but still,
principals have it tough, man. I was an elementary teacher, middle school teacher, and a high school teacher. It just gets harder and harder. I mean. You got, like just a school in a nutshell. You got kids who don't come to school. You got kids who fight. You got kids who have no food. You got parents that don't show up to conferences unless you feed them. You got teachers sleeping with teachers. You got sexual stuff going on in your school. You don't know who and what is going on. Drugs in your school. People loitering in the halls. You know, like. It just all kinds of stuff, embezzlement for fun, you know, like just everything. And these administrators, if they're not part of it and it's all happening under them, they could legally go down for it. Yeah, legally, and their school system won't protect them. It's crazy.
My dad was a teacher.
It's nuts, man. It's nuts how far it can go.
My dad was a teacher for over 4 decades, and he said the whole thing is that, and I was talking to him about it, and he said. Like there's a switch, he said, that happens with certain kids in schools, and at some point the child realizes that you don't have any power over them when you like they walk in and they're like, yeah, you need to get to class, and they can go, well, you know, okay, I'll head that way, and then
it's 7th, 8th grade. It's 7th, 8th grade when they hit that little puberty spike. Because I had those kids in middle school, and it's like somewhere around that winter break ish, 12-ish age, they start to come back, wacky feelings, don't want it, like everybody's crying, everybody's yelling, but they also by the 8th grade they're almost like, especially because they're at the top of the middle school now, they're like, man, fuck that. Like you tell them like, hey, go this way, fuck that. Really?
All I'm saying is really? If you're a parent, protect your kids, and like, because I mean, like, and the thing is that I didn't know how to impress that to my daughter. I mean, I had that conversation with her, like I said, at least 10 times, and then she did the exact thing I told her not to do, and I was just like, and admittedly, I did the wrong thing first. I was like, basically like, she had plans for the weekend and stuff. I was like, you can kiss all those plans goodbye. You're gonna be cleaning up dog shit in the backyard all weekend.
Oh, God,
and I said, because the next time you think maybe I should talk to these teachers, you'll say, oh, I don't want to clean up dog shit all weekend. I was like, you're gonna be more scared of me than you are going to be of the. And then my wife is like, all you're doing is teaching her not to tell you the next time it happens.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
So mom came in and calmed dad down and dragged him out of the 50s and like
no, the 50s you would have been like, you
shot him with a paint gun and made him Technicolor. Didn't go too far in the future. You went to Technicolor.
So and then we sat down and my her brother already knew that sister was in trouble because I was like, as soon as we got on, I was like, and again, I was mad at the situation, not so much at her. And we got in, and I just slammed the door, and she started saying, so I said, just go to your fucking room. I was just like, because I was like, I don't want to say anything. And then I heard her brother like, run down the stairs. and so then after mom calmed me down, we had a conversation with Caleb and just said, hey, here's how this works. And just like, and so we got him on the same page too. But I don't know. I felt bad. I didn't handle it as best as I could, but man, oh man. I mean,
dude.
And if you Google, if you like look up like how much power those schools have over those kids, like as far as like their rights, I mean, unless you take the steps to make sure that like you have to be informed of anything that's going on, they can. I mean, the court cases that have just resoundingly one after the other sided with school boards and schools.
Well, Lance, think about it the other way. Think about it the other way when we were kids, though. Like, school districts can make you come to school on Saturday for detention.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you didn't show up, like, it actually counted as, if you didn't show up, then it would count as a full tardy or full absence. Like, it was like you paying your debt back in jail at school. And if you did it, because I had truancy issue, they almost ticketed my mom, which could eventually lead her to go to jail.
But
I had to serve my detention on a Saturday though. Like I had to do it on a Saturday.
But Jeremy, if you hadn't done that, you never would have got to date Molly Ringwald.
Yeah, baby.
Don't you forget about me.
You know, all we got is time. I ain't got to ask him for no more time. We got all day. No, dude, I had this one instance with my son because my son.
Hold on. Barry had something to say. I know because he'll talk an hour and Barry will figure out what he's going to say.
I think times were different back then, though, Jeremy. I think the teachers cared a little bit more.
No, they didn't.
No, they didn't. One of my favorite teachers was in that green. You know.
No.
But
I left the school because I got paddled every day, dude. And I was the only kid that memorized all his Bible verses. I got it wrong one time. I got paddled for the rest of the week.
Oh, you went to
I had a streak.
Okay.
I had a streak, and I broke the streak by 3 words, and I got paddled all week for it. I was like, no.
I'm gonna head out, everybody. I'll talk to
you. We had some tough love. We all had tough love in school anyway.
Yeah,
we had tough, but like teachers could get away with like not doing their job well, just showing slides and not teaching. I had a teacher announce to me that he was retiring and he didn't care. He said, I've been given the same test for the last 5 years. If you can memorize it, you can. Whatever. Like he didn't care. I mean, there's a lot of teachers who didn't care, and there were some very compassionate ones because there always will be, right? There will always be good teachers for the most part, right? But like, man, believe me, there's enough yucky motherfuckers who were, what do they call them? Not unionized, but tenured. Because tenure's been like a real big union thing. So it's like they're just there. They can just stay there till they retire. Nobody can impose them.
I do want to side with Barry a little bit. I think a lot of teachers fell off when they really took the creativity out of teaching when it became all about the testing. With
yes.
Yeah, that's right.
I think that was a huge turning point in the quality of teaching in this country because they had to. Essentially, they might have been a perfect circle, but we had to shove that perfect circle into a box.
Yeah, I totally agree.
I thought it was more whenever the system and the parents started going against teachers and siding with kids.
So I call it the Triforce. I call it the Triforce of teaching.
Oh god!
The Triforce of teaching is the teachers. The teachers have to work with the parents and the kids. The kids have to listen to the teachers and the parents. The parents have to listen to the voice of the teacher and talk to their children. So it's like it's got to work. And if one part is off, it's fucked. Like it'll get worse and worse. And especially when you have a growing mind, it's so critical that everybody is at least on the same page or informed. And it really hurts when the parent isn't informed because you have to communicate through the kid who is the person having the issues. Or if the parent doesn't, like they have their own issues and they are informed of their child and it doesn't match the activity they have at home, like we just talked about keeping the same energy. Some kids don't have that same energy. Like I was a very, very, very quiet child at school, but at home I was like, blah, you know, like dancing and stuff like that. But then I started to act up. My mom was like, just have him sit by the fucking window. That's all he really cares about. And that's what I've been asking the teachers the whole time. She's like, but I'm not going to fucking take 2 buses to come here to tell you that. I don't have a phone where I'm at with work, you know? And like, she could have been a dick every fucking time, but she didn't, you know? It's just like, with some parents, I mean, at teacher conferences, I would tell them about their son and like what we've been doing and adjusting, and they would cuss me out. Just cuss me out.
When you get a parent, I used to do this all the time. I tell them like, I'd be like, all right, so this is what happened today. And to be like, oh, that's just my son being my son. Mm-hmm. It's like, motherfucker, that is not the correct goddamn answer.
Right. Or like they giggle and like, they're like, ha, yeah, that's him. He just like his dad. I'm like, but that's not the pattern that we want to continue with, you know? Like, you know, and that's the thing is when you tell somebody what you're not going to have in your class, like, I'm like, hey, man, you know, like one thing you want to have to worry about is class management. I have rules in my classroom and I expect these children to follow them. And if they do not want to learn, I will give them ample opportunities to do that. But I also have to make sure everybody else who wants to learn gets, you know, an opportunity to do that. And if they can't, then I will remove them from the classroom. I will do that. They can't be in here if they're going to not contribute to the learning environment. And they're like, why would you do that? I'm like, hey, I will call you. I will write down. I have to document all this stuff when I kick kids out of class anyway. But you know, I just have to let you know that. And I remember this woman, she was just like, so you think you just boss my kid around? And I'm like, Mama, I see your child more than you do every day. You know? Yeah. Because we do, as teachers, we do, right? Yeah. So yeah. I didn't say that to her, but it's like, Mama, I see your I'm the one that's supposed to be kind of like co-signing on how you raise your child. And if you're not raising your child properly, then he's gonna get more discipline from me during the day than he does from you. And I think that's the hard part for some people to swallow, because some of the parents don't necessarily didn't have that. They've been learning parenting on the fly, you know, like they're not ready for all this stuff yet. I mean, shit, I think about my mom, she was just coming into her own and I was still in middle school, right? Like, you know, she had me when she was turning 18. So it's like, you know, even when I was in middle school, she was like probably like she was in her 30s. So like she was just coming into her own, you know? And so it's like, you gotta learn how to communicate and deal with adults who are not happy with your child or with you, like as a parent, you know, like, you know, feel me? But yeah. I was just gonna say that, you know, with the dad stuff, I have this line with my son. I used to always tell him, I just kind of hit it in his head. 2 things I would say: kids don't know shit. Kids are liars. They don't know shit. Like, say it with me, son. Not gonna get in trouble. Kids don't know shit. And he was like, what? Say it. He was like, kids don't know shit. I'm like, okay. Because they're going to lie and they're going to try to get you to do things you don't want to do. And they may make you think that they know something. They may know more than you, but they may not be telling you the truth. You can always ask me for the truth. But I always said, if you have a stranger that comes by that tries to grab you, talk to you, whatever, there's only 2 answers you have, especially if it's outside of your grandma. You're not my dad. You're not my mom. And keep saying it louder and louder and louder. And if that person grabs you, claw, bite, whatever you got to do. And it worked until I had a moment like you, Lance. We were going on trick or treat. We're going trick or treat. You know how you let the kids walk and they're running and stuff like that. They're running up the block trying to get to the next house before everybody else, whatever they're doing in their packs of trick or treaters. You know, all the kids are walking together. So we're walking, and this guy, like I'm kind of walking up, I'm walking behind, and you know, my son goes up to this house that the kids had went to, and he was behind, he's the smallest guy in the group. So he goes up there. I look down at my phone. This dude, I turn to my right. This dude, he opens the door, he looks at my son, and he just goes like this, moves to the side, and he just puts his hand on my son's back, and he goes in. My son goes in. I said, hey, hold the fuck up. I ran up there, and I as soon as I saw him and I looked into his eyes, I could tell, okay, this guy's got a mental illness. But like I realized that the second I saw him, and I was so infuriated because, you know, my son turned around, ran out. He was very confused. And I was just like, you can tell kids whatever, but it's like they just follow the lead of an adult. Like they just do. They just go with it. Like it's like you can give them prime directives, like RoboCop. You can give them prime directives like RoboCop, and they still will fuck up. Like they'll just go. That's like all these shows that I watch. They just go. Like they talk about those kids that got taken away in Brooklyn in one summer or something like that. Like 20 kids from the same freaking from the same park playing apparatus. They were just taking kids and walking away with them. Like literally walking away. Up, nothing. No candy, no nothing. Grab them by the hand, walk away.
What's your puppy? I want to see your puppy ride.
Oh.
I can't. Sorry, that was my attempt to not be disruptive with that.
Oh, you're okay. I want to see the puppy. I like
let's
puppies.
see the puppy. Fuck me.
I've got my. Oh, look at him!
Look at him!
Look at him!
That's
Westy?
already...
Is that a Westy?
Yep.
Yeah. Little guy.
And what he wants is this slipper right here.
That's what he wants. Ooh, hey,
which he's been given permission to have, but he was tearing it open too much,
off.
So we had.
Oh my god! Right on the unicorn. Oh my god!
Right on the unicorn.
How violent!
That's why I keep killing my camera. Sorry about that.
But those I was just like, I cannot believe that just happened. And my son, I almost did exactly what you did, Lance. I was like, why the fuck would you do that? And I was just thinking to myself, like, it could just happen.
Yeah.
Like it could just happen. Whatever that is, like whatever age it is, whatever. It still can just happen. And it still happens to teenagers, dude. Like it happens to teenagers all the time. That's how people get into trafficking and stuff. Like they'll go with their friend. They'll be like, hey, I have this guy. He's cool. And then go with them. And then I just watched a story like that. She was like, I have a new guy. He's cool. And she had just met this friend at this camp or whatever. And then they went, and then he went to a hotel area. They thought they were going to a party, and then he took them. And it's crazy, man. Like, I don't know. And I feel like those types of people just know how to find those types of people. I don't know. They just know they have that spider sense of some sort that, they're drawn to the right people. They know how to pull people in.
Well, I mean, they probably what sucks is they learn pretty quick if they're a good mark or not, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh yeah. Definitely. There are people who just prey upon others. That's what they are. They are hawks.
And you just got to hope there's a special place in hell waiting for them.
Yeah. Oh, I would hope at least, row A, single B, single C in hell. You know what I'm saying? Down there at the bottom, standing room, hot. Like for real, man. Like what was it? I forget. I was watching stand up, and I forget what Grant would probably know if I told him the joke. He'd be able to catch it. But it was somebody. He was just like, I think we all agree. I said that if you get to a certain point in your life where you find yourself under the situation where the only way you can achieve any sort of happiness or sexual gratification with assaulting a child, you simply just have to take your own life. Yeah.
You need to just take one for the team here, and don't worry, God will understand. Just gotta lean into
my wife was a psychiatric social worker in the jail, in a county jail. And she met, like any killer or possible person that had got arrested that you would see on the news, like person who does this and that to kids or whatever. She had to be the person that was given their first eval when they came in, and like the initial. She was just like, man, Jeremy, it is. She's like, it is so tough to try to at least give them the decency, to say what they have to say, so you can take good notes. Like you can take, it's really like an interview. You're taking very good notes, listen to them initially what they're. And then you just pass them on. She's like, but the ones that are hard are the ones that like you learn more about what the origin is once they're in jail or whatever, where they are for that time, for that holding time. And you start to hear more of their story because you got to go and like visit with them and do updates and stuff like that. She is like, some of these motherfuckers ain't never had a chance. Never. And it is gross. You don't feel better for them. But I remember she had kind of talked about this guy who like he was a pedophile. And she was like, she's like, of course, when you learn these things, like origins of pedophiles and things like that, she was like, I don't know if there's anything they could do other than just to completely sterilize this guy. Like there's nothing he can do. There's nothing. It's almost like there's nothing he can do. And I was like, that's crazy to me. But I don't know, man. That's just, it's just nuts. It's like, why would you want to prey on a little child, man? Like, oh. It's like, there's just nothing I can hold back. And then she worked in child welfare before that. And like, that's worse because they had to go to the homes and like, you know, listen to parents who are in a terrible situation, but at the same time, like in a terrible situation where they needed help anyway, you know, or they just weren't good at it and they were like kind of losing their kids. But like people who are like, how long before you can take them? Like straight up, like, how long before you can take them? Are you gonna take them today or tomorrow? Like she used to tell me stories, and I'd be like, oh my God, this is crazy. She's like, yeah, some people just didn't even want their kids. They have 5-6 kids in there. One of them, you know, 2 of them ain't got clothes on, and like. Just she's like, it's crazy sometimes, and you got to go there and take it on the chin like a champ, and just do your job and leave. You can't be angry. You can't, you know, like, yeah, it's crazy, you know. Or like one parent was doing good and the other one wasn't, so the other person would try to get that parent in trouble by hurting the kids, and you know, like it just, some people are monsters, man. Some people are just fucking monsters. They're monsters.
I don't know. Yeah, well, no, I mean, yeah, like you say, they just don't. They're behind the 8 ball from the very beginning.
Yeah, I got something else I wanted to say. Joel Eddie, sir, you're a fucking legend, man. Dude, he's a fucking legend. When I first got in the hobby, I watched every single one of your fucking reviews.
He's the one.
He was the one. And you remember I said that before. I said when I started doing reviews, all I wanted to be was a shitty Joel Eddie, a combination of shitty Joel Eddie and Rado. I said, yeah, I want to be a shitty version. I was like, I don't ever want to be like a scripted dude. I just want to say what the fuck I want to say, and I should just be chilling. Like it should sound like I'm just chilling, just talking, whatever. Like we just got done at game night, and we were talking, and you just did you always do like a thorough job. That's the thing. You just say, you know, it's thorough enough. This is how I feel, man. Like you ain't got to do all these quick edits and cuts and shit like that. Like
I appreciate that. Lance must set you straight then after that.
Fuck you, Joel.
I would never say that to you. I would never say that to you. Yeah, but dude, yeah, you're a fucking legend, man. You're awesome.
Thanks.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, Lance, you know I'm an ass kisser, man. Just
I know.
Just back off the mic when you talk to me like that, all right? You know.
I don't know. Let's think of something positive to talk about. Anybody got anything positive?
That sounded pretty positive.
What's the shittiest game you played?
Can we talk about something positive that has nothing to do with Joel?
We've been sitting on the Scrabble sequel, Bombshell.
Tell me a game you like. I'll tell you it's 6.
Yeah.
Okay. What's the sequel to Scrabble that's so amazing?
Well, Lance, it's going to be a video that's going to make me pennies for years to come.
It literally is upwards. You know that, right?
It's called Alfred. No, there's only one other game that was designed by the designer of Scrabble, and it's called Alfred's Other Game. And
yes, that's the best name ever.
There's no videos on the internet except.
What is it called?
Because nobody knows who Alfred is.
Alfred's the designer of Scrabble, and
yeah, but nobody knows that. They know
nobody does know that. It was terrible.
They will now.
Wow,
yeah. It's actually a pretty damn good game. I
don't you dare.
Surprised. It's a good word game.
Yeah.
It's a good little word game. It was fun solo. I'm hoping to get it on game night and actually do like a full game night review of it. Not that anyone's gonna fucking care.
BGG does not agree with you, but only 10 people made a thought to actually comment on it.
You know what's a really good word game
ratings.
Is that Letter Tycoon game. But speaking of games,
Yeah,
that game was really good, dude. That's a really good game.
I think Brad was working on a sequel to it. It might have already been.
No, it's not going to come.
Expansion. Oh, it's not.
No. I have it, but it won't come out.
Yeah, that was a really good one.
That sucks.
No, Letter Tycoon's a solid game.
Yeah, it's a solid game.
It's coming out in a reprint with new artwork.
Okay.
You guys have to see the cover of Alfred's Other Game.
It won't have
it's pretty weird.
It's something else. Wow.
Yeah, it's a sign of the times.
Lance, put it on the fucking screen. Put it on the goddamn screen. Let's see it.
That is actually Alfred as well. No joke.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Oh, dude, Lance, I wanted to talk about that Robinson Crusoe page, and then they did a really good kick-ass job of recovering it and making it like fantastic. But it was a clusterfuck day one. Oh my god. They got pummeled in the comments for it too. I literally, this is like my top 5 game, and I was so confused on what the hell was going on in that page. I just I'm not coming back for 5 days. I mentally just said that to myself. I'm not coming back for 5 days.
They dropped the ball in that big time.
They dropped the ball
because the video was so everything they said in the video was like, oh my god, that's spectacular. And then I get down to the story, I'm like, what the fuck? What do I want?
So they and this is the best. This is what I love about Portal. Like, Ignacy is the best. He's the best. Because when you read his stuff, it sounds like him talking. Like, it's him writing this. And he's like, I know that the first page we had, it stunk. It didn't have good details. And we read it was like there was over 200 plus comments. And we read all your comments and you said it sucked. I'm like, boy, he actually doubled up on that one. And then he's like, then we did this and this and this. And he laid out everything that they changed, every single thing. And then he was like, this is there, and this and there. And then people were still like, well, you still don't have French. He's like, no, we will not have French. Sorry. He does not, Ignacy does not pull punches, man. Dude, during his press conference earlier this year, he was like, what did he say? It was this game. He was like, this game is really ambitious. I can't remember the designer. He was like, this game is really ambitious. It's going to be doing something different. You either like it or it'll stink, and you won't like it at all. I'm like, this is great.
The monster one?
Me and David were just sitting there laughing our guts out, man. It's like, only Ignacy would do this at his own conference, man. Like, you'll either like it or it'll stink. I think it's fantastic. But yeah, that was that one where the monster one.
The monster one where you have the scoring system changes throughout the game.
The scoring system changes. And I was like, dude, that sounds crazy ambitious. But yeah, he's right. It'd probably be like, you either like it or you won't. That's not a tagline you want to go with for the game you're about to sell in 2021. You either like it or you won't.
It might be great.
Isn't that every game though?
I know, but I'm like, as an owner, you want to be optimistic.
And
I think
have
it's
it
doing
help
something
you.
innovative.
If you don't like it, you better not share your opinion.
You know what I'm saying, Lance?
I keep looking at one of my favorite reviews for After the Empire.
Well, he covered his ass. He already said you're either going to like it or you don't, so you can't really bitch about it.
What's your favorite review of After the Empire?
Tedious, fiddly, repetitive, 3 rounds too long. I'm not a fan of tower defense video games, and this is worse. No arc in the game, 3.
I read that the other day. I was like, I'm not a fan of these video games, and I don't like this one either. Yeah, no shit.
No shit.
I don't like these type of games, and I didn't like this one either.
I will say though, when they do like something, it does mean a lot. Like in the reverse, when someone's like, I hate this genre.
Yeah,
this one, true. I like it.
So I go against the grain. I don't like tower defense. But they're like, that's another thing. Like, I don't like something, then I'll always make sure I try one game that year. If it pops up, I'm like, oh, that's a pick up and deliver. Fuck it, I'll try it. And then sometimes it changes. It starts to flip.
Right.
So it's like I didn't like tower defense. I played Kingdom Rush. I like Kingdom Rush a lot. And I don't even like the video game. I hate the video game. But it's something about the way this is done in a board game way. I like it. It's Philly as fuck too. It's Philly as fuck. But
maybe tower defense doesn't like you.
Right, I know. It's racist.
Man.
A racist fuck tower defense.
It's the Ivory Tower.
Yeah, from the Ivory Tower. Gazing upon the
Yeah.
No, but dude, so that was the thing. I want to try something different. And that's another thing. If you're not just doing this thing, what are you trying to do something different? And that's why I was like, I want to try this After the Empire. It's trying to do something different. It's tower defense. I'm open to it. Sink or swim, right? Sink or swim. But I would at least disclose that too. I would say, hey, generally I'm not a fan of this stuff, but one thing I do is I wouldn't review something and say I don't like tower defense games. This game sucks. Because that gives an impression that you're working with a 6. You know what I'm saying? If it was out of 10, it's you're working with this game being a loss anyway. Whereas I would say like, okay, so generally these types of games are not my kind of thing. And it's not that this game is, bad or whatever. You just got to say that instead of being like, yeah, and this is like every tower defense game. I don't like them. Da, 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 da. Then you just sound like a fucking idiot to me. Like,
well, they're also not reviewers. They're just some person on BGG.
Yeah. Dear BGG. Send ass out. Like I love them. I love the Dear BGG guys.
Oh well, we got like our 1-star review before anyone else put any reviews up. We got that honorary check mark.
Yeah, we got that guy.
I like starting with those. I like starting with the ones though. Start with the one. Start with the one. We got.
It's like, their search engine crawler was working.
I like the arc. I like the arc. That's what I like. I like arc. I don't like the fall. I don't like
you want to see the average go up. That's what the starting one is a favor.
We are the reviews are they're emerging, they're rising, He's just got all this bullshit buzzwords trying to. No, man, I feel you on that. I was sitting here trying to play Anachrony, and I just was like, my brain stopped working. I was like, oh my god. It gave you so Anachrony. I'm sure most people know what the hell it is, but like they have that new big infinity box, and that's great because if it's still it's a lot to set up. It's not really, but it's a lot of chits, and you do need some organization. So they've come up with organizational trays for that before in the old ones, but still it's just a thing, right? You got to have those organization trays. But they've added every expansion from the last Kickstarter plus all the stuff that's all in this gigantic 20-some pound box.
That's a lot of pounds.
And it's got a whole bunch of these game trays that they put in there. You put it all, it takes like 3 hours to figure all this shit out. But then they got it all in modules. So like the containers are modules.
That's
perfect.
Cool.
So flash forward to 4 weeks, a month later, opening said box and saying, hey, I just want to play the base game. All right, let me go ahead and get out this fucking manual and figure out where is the base game. So then I got to go look through these charts and figure out where the goddamn base game is for the chits. And the base game, one is at the top, one's piece is at the top, one's at the fifth floor, basement 5. I should say basement 5, B5. It's down at the bottom. Like certain things are in the middle. And then all of a sudden, what do I do with the other ones? Because now it doesn't fit the way it was supposed to fit anymore. So this shit you got to take out and put it somewhere. And I was just like, in the end, I'm not sure. Other than when you finally get out on the table, there's some semblance of organization there, right? There's not bits everywhere. There's bits and stuff. But it felt like I took more time to set the game up. I don't know. Maybe because there's so much content in the same container. Maybe that's just what it is. There's so much content in the same container that it even added another layer of fitliness while also creating a really great organizational system for putting it away and also a great organization system for when it's finally set up to play. But there's like this weird medium in this thing of like, this was really fucking irritating. Like it actually took me like a half an hour to get, like to really get going,
I never find them inserts intuitive at all.
I will say this because I always hesitate to say as a publisher, I really don't feel it's my job to push anybody away from anybody's game or anything like that. But I will say this, there have definitely been games where I've been excited to play them and I've opened them up and I've seen the amount of like, how do I even figure out how to get this even set up? Yeah. And like, and I start like looking at it and like in a very short order, I'm already like, yeah, I'll just go play something I know how to play. And I'm gonna hope I'm gonna hope I end up at a convention at some point where somebody needs another player.
Yeah, like that's exactly. Sometimes the convention, I just go and watch. I'll go and watch somebody demo the game so I can get a good idea how to play.
Well, no, and that sucks, right? Because I want to, it's like obviously
Your next idea, Forrest.
Yeah, obviously there's people out there that probably enjoy the game, right? You know, and it's just I'm the moron who can't, you know, figure out how to. That's just being intimidated by the sheer scope of the game, right?
Yeah.
You know, and because I'm just not even willing to like, you know, dive in and see what happens. So,
Yeah.
you know, but I mean, it's just like, but I also think that I can't be the only person that's having that reaction. Like, I'm not living in I'm not in like some island or whatever. And like, you know, just like everybody else is just like, yeah, this is easy. You're a moron. No, I'm pretty sure there's probably a few other people that are like,
that goes back to the, like we were talking about a while ago, that thing right there, man. Okay. So let's say this, I'll say this. So I'm like, man, I've been trying to play Anachrony. Here you go, Lance. This is your post. I've been trying to play Anachrony, but like every time it's so hard to get it to the table, and I got to read this big rule book and the setup and stuff. But I love like the new setup and stuff, and you know I'm just having a hard time with that. And then like the rules. Anybody having the same problem? And
You're an idiot. That game's super easy.
Thing I hate. One fucking thing I hate. When somebody says they struggle.
I would say, give me your address. I'll send you an Uno deck.
Yeah,
it's more your speed.
Yeah. Oh, you asshole! You asshole!
Then they play the rules wrong, like everyone else.
You know what? This is the one. This is the line, and it just gets me. It's the only one that gets me. Oh no, it's simple, straightforward. I'm like, it's not simple, straightforward. It's a fucking 3.5. Wait, it's almost a 4 on BGG. Shut the fuck up. It's not simple, straightforward. It's not. It's not at all. It's got literally like, I think it's got like 25 icons. You add more expansions, it adds another 15 to 20 icons. I'm sorry. Even though it does get intuitive when you in practice, in play, you have to learn it, you know? And then I have to learn an AI. It's got this fucking AI has a whole another set of language on the goddamn board, bro. Like, like I'm sitting there with the book open, trying to like, but I haven't played it in years. I haven't played it in 2 years, so I was just
it's pretty simple. It's straightforward.
It's simple, straightforward. It's like, you know what, man?
It's probably a little harder.
You know,
Yeah.
I'm just putting
Play better.
Just fucking smash some spam in your fucking mouth. You know, just not fried spam, because fried spam is good.
Fried spam, spicy brown mustard.
Talk about cold spam.
Just the jelly. Just the jelly.
The gel.
Just jelly.
Just jelly.
Just slide out of the can. You got to shake the can a little bit. It just plops out.
Has anybody had like a fried bologna sandwich recently? Yeah, like
no.
I haven't had one in 25 years.
I mean, like salami, fried salami, anything like that. I just want to know if
salami all the time.
I just want to know if it's holding up. You know, like
it does.
I used to eat those.
Sure,
you know, it's like eating a hot dog. We do eat hot dogs, right? We do, right?
Still do.
But like. I mean, well, shit. I grew up poor. We had to eat the hot dogs. We had to eat pastrami, spam, sardines, canned beans, that was a steady diet. So, some of this stuff, it's like, does it hold up? Like we used to have like peanut butter and syrup sandwiches or peanut butter sugar sandwiches, cinnamon toast, like cinnamon toast that you had to make your own cinnamon toast.
That holds up.
That shit like that.
Yeah, as long as there's no shrimp in it. Yeah.
Do some of these things hold up? Like I can't have a government cheese, grilled cheese, which is the best grilled cheese ever. I don't know that's the best grilled cheese ever. The cheese you get from the government is the best grilled cheese ever. There's nothing better. But
you're pronouncing wrong. It's government.
Government cheese. Government cheese.
Me and Jen were talking about this. Like she said, they had sloppy Joe sauce on sale, and she's like, "Do you eat it?" I was like, "No."
It was sloppy Joe sauce be coming through, man.
I was like, man, Jet, you don't understand. We ate that every fucking week for, you know. I was like, haven't you noticed I don't really like hamburger to begin with? I'll eat a cheeseburger once in a while, and that's it.
Wow.
Chili, but.
Dude, I will eat a hamburger. That's a problem. I need to wash it, man. Yeah, I eat a hamburger and fries. I eat you remember Eddie Murphy? Welfare burger. All that stuff. He said, "Dad, you got all that stuff hanging outside. I want McDonald's." He said, "You want me to eat this welfare burger right here with all the onions and shit hanging outside."
That was from he had the red suit on for that one, right?
Yeah.
Is that raw?
Classic.
I still say random stuff from that like all the time. Because like my dogs, they drive my wife crazy, and like and she'll be like, "I love them." I'm like, "Baby, when you leave, I kick the dog. I kick him." Just
Oh, that's what he says when you're not around, Eddie.
Yeah, I kicked the dog.
I kicked the living shit out of
It's
him.
just the way he says it. The way he says it has me cry every fucking time. Oh, and my wife say, so she talks shit to me. I'll say like, "What's that?"
Goo goo.
Gus, why do you burn my backyard down? Every year you come in and you burn my backyard down.
I tell my wife she doesn't love me. I'm like, you don't love me, you treat me like animal. She hates that. She actually knows that. Like, she doesn't know any references ever, but she knows the Eddie Murphy stuff. You don't love me, you treat me like animal.
Eddie,
what have you done for me lately?
Has anyone watched the new Coming to America yet?
I haven't seen it.
Yes.
Yeah, I seen it.
I want to, but it's just like it's like one of those things where it's like I lost the wager to see what movie we watched last Friday, my wife and I had to watch Togo instead. Which wasn't bad. Togo wasn't bad. If you like dogs, Togo's a pretty good movie, and there's a line that Willem Dafoe has, and he says something like, it's like dogs are something special. Paraphrasing, dogs are something special. If you're lucky enough to own a truly great one, he's like, they'll never really leave you. They'll remain harnessed to your heart until your last day. And it's just kind of like, I was like, see you, Chris.
He's right, man. I still got my dog. I got my dog Rascal up here in the front of my house. I still got his little fucking rubber ducky toy. I couldn't fucking stand. It was his little thing. He's little Shih Tzu. He's that fucking meek. He loved it, man. Oh, pepperoni pee. Pepperoni pee.
Jeremy, I got a question for you about
yeah.
America. The barbershop guys, how are they still alive?
That's Eddie Murphy. Man.
I know, but they were like in their 70s back in the
whatever, man. You watch Marvel movies.
How are they still alive?
Yeah. You watch Marvel movies. Like, what the fuck, man?
Yeah,
really, like
clean living.
You walk around at night, fake throwing around a hammer like Thor. I mean,
there's the guy on Facebook. Jimmy's like, watch Coming Back to America. Liked it. I didn't like the timeline discrepancies.
Yeah. Now, the only thing I thought was weird,
dude.
The only thing I thought
I would Facebook call that asshole. What did you say, dude? What did you say? I didn't like the timeline discrepancy.
I was like, remember? So like the first Godzilla movie.
I like real troll. Like that's a real troll, man. Like
so, like no, like that the first Godzilla.
I wanted
movie,
to like it, but I hate.
The first Godzilla movie. Went to it with a buddy of mine, and we were leaving, and he was like, I was like, what'd you think? He was just like, he's like, it was good, but I mean, when they're doing that helo jump where they're parachuting in, and I was like, yeah, they screwed that entire situation up. That isn't how it works. And I was like, oh, but I said, did they get the giant radioactive lizard right though?
Right.
Yeah. As far as we know, they did.
Yeah. That's how I am. I'm like, okay, you put me in a fantastical world. That's fine. I'll grant you those things.
Right.
But don't mess up,
Dude, I tried
to mess up the easy thing.
Dude, there are so many when you watch. I haven't even been to war. And some of the things you see in those movies, like that is not the training we get at all. but I mean they do you can tell they train. It's just that like it's very, movie like, and it's from my brother who's been through combat for years. I mean, he just laughs. He laughs in the movie theater. He laughs. Here I am crying, clenching and shit like that. He's like laughing his guts out, But for him, like the newer shit is just dumb to him. Like anything that's newer, it's just not right for him. The stuff that's older, like Band of Brothers and like Saving Private Ryan, dude, that dude will be curled up in a ball. Like he'll be curled up in a ball. Because I think it just doesn't, like, he doesn't know, like, how they were trained. He doesn't know everything. He doesn't know the specialists. He fucking balls his guts out. I mean, like, it was Band of Brothers, and then what was the other one that was out at that time, too?
Saving Private Ryan?
Yeah, but there was another series that was out
the Pacific, which was the follow-up.
Pacific, yeah. And, I mean, like, man, we'd be watching that
Band
shit.
of Brothers, they all actually went through full boot camp to do that movie.
Yeah. So he was just, he just lost it. He can't. You can't watch those. Like if it was like 1917, he couldn't watch that. Like he just those are where he connects. You know, he has like connective tissue. The other ones, he's like, this is like fucking video games, dude. They're fucking Call of Duty, man. This isn't a fucking movie. You know, like, yeah. He's
Aaron, did you say you knew a couple of those guys?
Yeah, I knew Wild Bill and Babe.
Really?
Yeah.
Hey, Babe.
Nice guys. Misunderstood.
Yeah, they were really nice guys. He was talking to me when the book came out.
We talking the actors or the real humans?
No, I'm talking the real guys.
Okay.
When the book came out, he didn't like neither one of them. Actually, any of them in Easy Company really didn't talk about this. You know, so when the guy came with the book, it didn't make a big splash. You know, the series is what really did it. And he was like, I'm grateful because I got to go back. And he met some of the guys he shot at, like where Wild Bill lost his leg there. At,
okay.
It was the Battle of the Bulge. I can't remember the name of the town they were at. In the series, it's one with all the trees where they're getting bombed.
Is Bastogne?
Bastogne, that's it. I blanked on it. Eventually they both went back to all these places, you know. And he said the attention they got afterwards was really uncomfortable for them.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
It's like this was 40 years ago or whatever it was at the time, you know. And it was funny. My mom used to work for the racetrack offshoot in Center City, and it was a concourse where you had to go up these steps that you get off the L. And Babe would come in through the L and come up the steps, and he just had his surgery done on his leg. My mom's like, "Go help him." I went down. I was like, "You need help, babe?" He's like, "Nah." I was like, "All right." I turn around and go back up. She's like, "Go help him." I was like, "The man took a fucking bullet, Mom." You know, he said he doesn't want help. Yeah. But yeah, they were good guys. It's when Babe would get some liquor in him, we start with the Irish tunes and tell you just about everything you wanted to know. But it took a while. Yeah, they were really good guys.
Yeah,
good. That series was fantastic. I way preferred it over Saving Private Ryan, which was also fantastic. But like that series was like that was the first time I can remember like they had done miniseries before that, but like that for me kind of set the ground for like what we expect of TV now. You know, we're like, oh yeah, like Game of Thrones, like level of budget and care, like that stuff started with those miniseries. I think
when you go all in, like all in. You know, not the one that's after. Like I was thinking about watching this show. It was called Nevers, but I was like, this is what happens. It's after the big one, right? After the big one, there's a whole bunch of these lesser ones that they're still trying to sell you on. You know, like they're selling you on the fantasy of that one. Like I remember when what was that? Westworld came out. They went all in on Westworld. They threw all their money at Westworld, whether you like it or not. They threw all their money at Westworld. But they had that show, The Leftovers, that came out like right there. And it was like clearly, although it had a good idea, had a really good idea, it just didn't work. You know, so now they have this show, Game of Thrones came. Now they have this like Nevers, which is like a twist between this Harry Potter, Game of Thrones-ish thing set in like a Victorian time. So it's like, okay, this is like, it always sounds cool on paper, man. The trailers are always good, right? No matter what it is, you know, the trailers are always good, right?
Yeah.
And I was just thinking to myself, this can't be good. Like it just can't be good. I'm gonna watch 3 episodes, and I know it's not gonna be good. Yeah. But you know, they try. It's just so rare to find good, like really good TV, like memorable, great TV. Like I watch a lot of shitty TV.
You watch Peaky Blinders yet?
A little bit of it. I watched
that show. Was real good.
Yeah, a little. A lot of people. That's the one on Netflix, right? With the.
It's BBC Netflix combo. It was a BBC show.
BBC Netflix. Yeah, it's BBC Netflix.
But it's like at that level where it's not like BBC, like BBC.
I watch a lot of BBC. BBC is it's a little bit it's a little different. But yeah, I watch. Funny thing is, I watch some of those shitty Netflix shows that come out on Friday, and sometimes we binge them. Sometimes we binge those bad shows.
I had no idea Netflix dropped their shows on Fridays.
So they drop. So every month, every week this year, they are launching a new show or several new shows every Friday. So that's why you're seeing
skipping pilots and going right to throwing paint at the wall.
That's what I'm saying. That's why you're seeing like some decent actors showing up with Netflix movies all of a sudden. Because they actually are like, but they have movies from different stars that are coming out. Of course, you don't see the gigantic stars, but definitely they're out there. What was this one we watched last week? I'm gonna pull it up.
I wonder if that effort is all to make up for how much they're hemorrhaging their money making shows back to the owners. You know,
Dude, they are. Dude, they gotta be hemorrhaging money. Like,
well, just like they're losing like. What do we have, like 20 new streaming services this year? Like every channel's starting their own, so they're losing all the shows back to those things, you know. What was the show?
The show. Yeah. What's the name?
Yeah, I'm waiting for this thing to come on.
We're on riveting content here.
I was hoping, dude. I was hoping. What's the name had I was hoping Aldi had watched that Behind Her Eyes show I was talking about.
Oh my God, that pissed me off so much.
Dude, did that piss you?
The end of that show made me so mad.
I know.
Dude, that show, like in this pandemic, it's the last ending I wanted to see.
It's the last, like it was very much a surprise. Like the last 3 episodes was like, holy shit, where did this go? Then, like the ending,
and then they were just like, "Fuck you! Did you want to feel good?"
Right. You want to feel good? Fuck. I was like, even with the bad, you're like, oh, that's fucked up. No, it went one level deeper than like, oh, that's fucked up.
Right. Like they just. Like,
I was like, oh, this
what
is.
What show are you talking about?
Damn it!
Behind Her Eyes. No, dude, seriously, like.
How many episodes is it?
You know how this is. It's not as bad, but you remember in There Will Be Blood, when at the end you're like, this dude is not gonna win. You got to be kidding me. You're like, this fucking asshole is not gonna fucking win.
No,
and not only does he get to say every damn thing he wants, he gets to win.
Yeah, yeah.
You are angry. Like this is almost as bad, and it's creepy because it's like a creepy way.
Yeah, like that sort of ending that's just different because like you don't need to have everyone be like the good guys win. Like I love it when they're just like, yeah, shit's
no, but this one
sometimes.
this is the one where you're just like, they didn't have to. They could have like cut 5 minutes out of this that would not make it feel so bad.
Yeah, they just basically was like they just basically made it so that it was like, if you wanted to feel good at all about this, fuck you.
Yeah.
That's what you want your people to feel after watching your show.
Yeah.
Just like, and I guess maybe it's the better ending, but what you ended up with was just feel bad. So it was just like whatever. Like I thought about that show for 2 days, and I was like, son of a bitch, I'm so mad.
So it did a good job being
show.
Art. It impacted you for 2 days following.
Oh, it's called The One, dude. It's called The One. This show's called The One. It was wild, dude. So like, okay.
Is it like a Matrix spinoff?
Check this out. It's actually like a Black Mirror episode that went too long. So what happens is, when you hear the concept, you're like, this sounds like a Black Mirror episode. So CEO of a company, she gets the research. She's got this research thing she's working on. The whole thing is that you take some of your DNA and you send it in like the 23andMe thing.
Oh, yeah.
And then when you get it back, it tells you who's your DNA match, like the person that's the one for you. So like literally like everything that your DNA says.
It does sound like Black Mirror.
This is the person, the one person on this planet that is there, that is exactly what you want. So the thing is, anybody can send it in. So like if you're married, you can just send it in. If you're a jealous person, you could, send it in. Well, I'll just leave it there. There's a whole bunch of shit she does, but there's a married woman who finds out about this, and she's stupid enough, even though her and her husband is so in love, they straight, she sends his DNA in to find the one for him. And then she goes and befriends that girl. And hilarity does not ensue.
Dark. That's real dark.
But the real twisted part about that is that like you get this wonderful feeling of knowing that like she can't even try to stop it. That's his one. Like you when you watch this, you're just like, that might be how it works. Like somehow, some way, the fates of the universe, even with her not doing that, somehow this pull made those two people meet, and when they meet, you can just it's crazy. Like the way that all plays out, you're just like, you can't actually stop it. Like you can't. Like the way they set it up, it's like that person, you don't even know them yesterday, and then like how they meet, you're just like, oh shit, that's how it works. You can't stop it. You know, like he's very happily married, but the second he sees her.
So you liked the show or you didn't like the show?
Well, the thing was, is it has a true Netflix show sign. Seven episodes of, 5-6 episodes where you're like, yeah, I'm feeling it. All right, that's probably too long, but they cut it off. That's a good cliffhanger. All right, wait, is this 8 episodes or 10? You're going through the Netflix emotions. You're like, is this an 8 episode or
is this over?
And then right, exactly. You're like, oh, but he shot that person. Okay,
It's like they did 8 episodes, and someone saw it and was like, we need to do 3 more because we think it'll be good.
Like, they signed us on for 13. You're like, no, just do editor room episodes.
Just keep moving. Just keep adding stuff.
But I think this one is 8. And like the climax to it, it's pretty nuts because even her, the woman who runs the whole thing, has her one, and it's all caught up in this stuff, and it gets nice and good, like good complicated. So it was a decent show. You know what? I'm a pretty hard judge of shows, and I admittedly watch a lot of shitty stuff. I don't mind watching things that are passable, at least, just because I just like watching film. I like watching TV. I mean, my favorite actor is Nick Cage. Like, fucking.
He's got a pretty broad career. You could find some winners.
But Nick Cage has some great shit.
Oh yeah.
Like the reason why I like Nick Cage so much is because he does everything. And I mean, like he embraces his fantasy. He embraces, he loves the challenge of a role. And when you talk to him, he really gives a shit. Like he really does give a shit, dude. They had Cage Fest. Nick Cage, he would go there. Like sometimes he would go and watch the movies with them. So like he's serious. Like he doesn't he ain't like.
Did they know he was there, or he'd like sneak in? And
there's been rumors that he did he snuck in there and stuff like that. I like that kind of stuff. I can't confirm it or not, and I have never been to this Cage Fest thing, whatever it is. But yes, this is
probably a bit cagey.
Yeah, it's hey man. Once you enter the cage, you can't fucking leave. All right.
Yeah. That's his 50th birthday gift.
I just cut a wrestling promo right there.
Anyone ever show Patriot?
What's that?
It's a show. It's just called Patriot, not The Patriot, just Patriot.
You clued me into that one.
Patriot.
It is one of the best shows that no one's ever heard of.
What's it on?
I've watched in a while.
Yeah, it has like a horrible name, so nobody will watch it.
From 2015.
Like
so good.
It's hard to explain.
The gist of it is this. The main character his father was like really high up in the CIA, and he was trained to be like a CIA. Basically, since he was a kid, he was like kind of trained by his father to be a CIA operative. The kind of guy that goes in to like another country and like does a mission, and if he gets caught, he wasn't supposed to be there, right? Like nobody, there's no protection from the US government, right? He's just, and he doesn't want to do it. He's miserable, but he's really good at it. And it's all about these characters in the show. Like they introduce all these characters, and it's just really, really interesting. And like one of the things is he really just wants to like play music. So like he's also a folk singer. So like to kind of like almost therapy for him, he'll go to like bars and like in the countries that he's in, and he'll play folk music and just sing literally exactly about the shit that he's doing. So it's like literally exactly like, had to break into the whatever, and like had to put a guy in a bag. Like he just literally will sing exactly like what he's, and he's miserable, just absolutely miserable. But, he does the job anyway, because like, his father or whatever needs him to do it, and he's the only guy who can do it. And, it's if you like shows about like character and like just kind of character development and just interesting characters and interesting dialogue.
Kind of reminds me of Barry. Sounds kind of like the premise of Barry a little
Yeah,
bit.
yeah. I'll say this. I mean, I normally say, well, it's like people who have told me, or they're like, it's like, you should really watch Doctor Who. And I've said, well, I've watched like 4 or 5 episodes and I always found something else that I'd rather watch. They're like, oh, you have to get through like the first season and a half and then it really starts picking up. And I'm always like, if I had to watch, why would I watch something I need to watch a season and a half of? When I got other stuff that's good right away.
Yeah.
Right. And then, so Barry is definitely, you have to stick it through the first couple episodes before you actually like really, it starts to hit its stride. And
hey,
yeah.
Did I tell you about this 2-second horror story thing last week?
The 2-sentence horror story stuff?
Yeah, 2-sentence horror stories.
Yeah, I mean, those are some of there was a big meme of them. We used to read them off on Halloween episodes of Alaboom.
Okay,
like one of my favorite one was I came home to find my wife holding our son in the middle of the living room. I don't know why anybody dug them both up and put them there.
So this show, it's called 2-Second Horror Stories. So this is the cool part. There are some ones that are a little bit more like Goosebumps-ish. They're not childish. It's just that like they're very much like, this show is a CW show. It says it's CW production company. I'm assuming just the production company, but it doesn't feel that way at all. Like there's some that like in the beginning, you're like, well, this seems kind of CW-ish, but you start watching these, you're just like, hey, that was pretty fucked up. Like these are there's some really, really good ones. There's some really creepy ones in there too. So yeah, like I think should definitely check this out. We watched the second season first. So we got like a little bit more into it because you can tell it's like when you watch, nothing's like the Black Mirror season one, but it was like watching the second season felt like, hey, we're coming back with our best shit, and they came back with some pretty much playing on your child fears type shit, and like a lot of those different things, or like your self identity, or like how you see yourself, and like there was some really good. It's pretty good. So like the first part of the story, when the show starts, it tells the first sentence, and then when the show's over, it tells the second half of the sentence, and that's kind of it's 2-sentence horror.
The other creepy two-sentence horror story was as I tucked him in, my son smiled at me and said, "Will you check for monsters underneath my bed?" I laughed and looked underneath and saw my son look at me and say, "There's a monster on top of the bed."
Great.
Yeah, just like that's
Dude,
good. It's just
they got some ones in there that are just like, holy fucking shit. Like, yeah, there's some ones. There's a one in there that's like about like believing kids who are in detention. Like if they saw something, if something happened, and the teacher, oh man, it's so bad. It's so violent. That's the best part. It's like violent. It's horror. It is true horror stuff. So at first I was like, this is gonna be cookie cutter. It ended up not being cookie cutter. So yeah, check that one out. We spent a whole Friday on that one. We were like, oh, these are only 30 minutes. So yeah, that was a whole Snyder cut. We spent a Snyder cut watching these shows.
When do you say that's on? That's on the.
That was on Netflix too.
2-second horror stories.
Yep.
Yeah, that's one me and Jim were looking into. We just didn't get into yet.
2-sentence horror stories. Yep, looking at it right now.
Horror stories. Yeah, maybe I'll check that out.
They took the Jack Handy model and just went horror with it.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, I like horror stuff and crime stuff. So I like a lot of these crimes, murders stuff. I'm the guy. I'm the weird guy that
If you like the crime murder stuff, Discovery's streaming service supposedly is chock full of them.
Yeah, that's the problem. I would not want to add that to my repertoire.
I can't judge. I went down.
My wife and I, like, that was the thing when we met,
night.
when we first started dating. That was the thing. She was just like, "Well, you can leave the TV on." She's like, "What do you listen to?" And I said, "I actually listen to crime stuff." She's like, "What do you mean, like Law and Order?" I'm like, "No, like Forensic Files." she's like, "Actually, that's fine." I'm like, she's like, "How do you do it?" I was like, "Well, I listen to several things to make me relax when it's time to go to bed." I was like, sometimes I listen to ocean music, but I actually fall asleep better if there's narrated stuff. Well, the Forensic Files guy is very, even though it's about crime and killing, it's got like a good rhythm. But the best person on the planet, it's not Morgan Freeman. It's the guy who does the Blue Planet, like the Blue Planet.
David Attenborough.
That guy.
Oh yeah.
Wow. I mean, like
Sir David Attenborough.
When he reads exciting stuff, it just feels good. You're like,
there's a red squirrel that's near the surface.
Yeah, get the water.
Yeah.
It just is so relaxing.
He is old school, man. He is like, there's like black and white 1950s homemade stuff that he was doing. And he sounded like that when he was like 20, I swear.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's awesome. Yeah. He's awesome. But yeah, man, like I just like this stuff. Have you seen The Sinner before?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, dude. That's some serious shit right there. So that was a good one that was on.
Is that in Spanish?
No.
Okay.
That one, there's 2 stories now, I think, because there's 3 now. 3. They're all different, and they are all very much like, ooh, because they do a really good job of like building up what really happened.
It's weird because like the first two stories kind of had twists in them.
Yes, but the third one was just like.
The third one had no twist, right? It was
the third one was like, this is every episode. Dude, I know you did it. No, I didn't do it. I know you did it, man. I'm just coming to check on you. You did it.
Right, you did it.
The cop's just like,
and he's like, yeah, I did it.
Yeah, I did it.
Like, I gotta make sure you don't do it again.
Wait, but then I'll save you the whole 3rd season. The bad thing is that happened for 5 episodes, and then all of a sudden the cop was just like, I'm gonna go off the rails and just not be a cop anymore. It's just because this guy's not telling me. Since this guy's not telling me everything, I'm just gonna commit crimes till I figure out what happened. And then he's like, "Yeah, I did it."
Like, yeah, I did it.
It's this 3rd season is a disaster. But yeah, the first 2 seasons had like pretty, like, whoa, you know, like it was pretty.
The 3rd season was more about like trying to answer some philosophical questions, you know,
about good, like morality in a
morality
sense.
And like it didn't really fall, which I kind of understand them not following the exact same format every season, but yeah, I think it fell flat compared to the first 2 seasons. The first 2 seasons were pretty good.
Yeah, the first 2 were pretty good.
The 3rd season was meh. You know what other show pissed me off? The 2nd season of it made me so mad. Goliath made me so mad.
Oh, really? Yeah. See, the thing is that the first season was too good. The first season was too good.
It's true.
Yeah. The first season was too good. It was just they had it all right.
But the 2nd season, the bad guy or woman got away with everything.
Everything.
You were just like, oh my god. Like,
yeah, Goliath it was such a good show, but that one like pretty much evened it out.
Yeah.
Like it was just like, goddamn, like this show, the first season is just every character's dripping, every character has their moment. You know, even like the little intern, the little cutesy intern chick, she had her moments. Like they just eliminated her in the 2nd season. It was just like they just go like, oh, you're useless. Yeah, you know, it was just, that was tough. That was a tough.
The 3rd
tough
season
show.
was decent. It wasn't as good as the first, but at least it redeemed it some.
Yeah, that's a good one, man. That's a good one. Man, I've had some. Oh,
I gotta sign off, y'all. Have a good night.
Later on. You got to give me some more. You got to give me some more shows I haven't seen because running out of stuff.
Amazon? Do you have Amazon?
Yeah.
Oh, dude. Okay. This one here. But do you watch Marvelous Maisel? Do you watch Marvelous Mrs. Maisel?
I love it. Love that show.
I know. I can't. Like I like. That is like. When do we know that's coming on? Like my wife and I were just like, we're just gonna.
Yeah. That show's brilliant.
Like, honey, we have to like maybe try to like save it for another night. We just stay up.
Yeah, no,
my wife rarely stays up like that.
Does it.
But for that show, that show. This one here.
Last night I watched 3 hours of detectives interviewing murderers.
Which
sounds
one?
like fun.
Is that the?
It's not a show. It's just on you. It's just YouTube videos.
Yeah, dude. There's a. Really
I couldn't
cool show.
stop. I was like, what's this? Oh no.
Oh, so this one. Okay, so this one was okay. It's called "Tell Me Your Secrets." It's got what's her name, Lily Raby or whatever. She was in American Horror Story.
Okay.
She was whatever. She's a nice actor. Well, she got out of jail. She's put in witness protection. She's in a small town, and the people. She was accused of a crime where I think she was an accomplice to the crime that her boyfriend did, but the girl, the girl that was so-called, like, this girl was taken. So the family is looking for her because they know she got out somewhere, but the main character, Lily Raby, is in witness protection. So she's doing her thing, trying to get herself back, in witness protection. She can't go anywhere. And there's this guy this cop guy. You don't know if he's a cop or not. And then you got the other side of it, which is the woman.
Don't tell me the whole show.
No, I'm just saying, like, you have the other side of that. So you have these things. She's having flashbacks of what possibly happened because you can't remember everything. Hilarity ensues.
Fine.
I think that's you know what? That's what we're gonna say. Every time we say a plot for our shows, we have to say a hilarity ensues. No, but that one's actually pretty good. That one was pretty good, and even the climax was, a little shitty, but it was still good. It made the cut at least.
All right, tell me your secrets. Good.
So to at least recommend it. It made the cut.
It seems like a good review channel. Like, you just kind of set up like what kind of game it is, and then hilarity ensues. End of review.
End of review. You're like, but if
I like saying end review to end of review. Like, I like that. End review.
End review.
And then just
hilarity
stare.
Ensues.
Yeah. Until it just goes.
Stare for 5 seconds and then click the stop button. No edit. No edit. No edit. No like, subscribe, no nothing. Just no edit. Ooh, 47 meters down is on. Oh man.
Uh-oh.
Oh, dude. I'm queuing that shit up for tomorrow. I'm gonna watch some shitty Netflix. I'm gonna watch some shitty stuff tomorrow. So, I love a good shark movie. I love shark movies. They're terrible, and I love them.
Jaws isn't terrible.
Well, no, not Jaws, but I mean, like, we're talking like Shark Night. We're talking, like this 47.
Sharknado.
Like, did you see Meg? Did you see Meg?
Meg, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Was that Megalodon?
Yeah, I heard there's going to be a sequel too.
Dude, there better be. Like, dude, Meg was great. Are you kidding me? Oh man. No, don't get me wrong. I love good foreign films. I love all kinds of stuff. As a matter of fact, I don't know if you know Simon from Forbidden Games. We're like movie buff dudes, and we talk about movies all the time. Like, we go in our little chat and nerd out about movies, because he goes to movie theater. Like, he used to go to movie theater like for a whole day, and he would go watch all these films and stuff like that. And we have a spot here that's a very old theater, and we have a film festival. We have 2 film festivals that come here, and then we also have like another small little art house, and they have 2 movies a week. And usually there's like 1 foreign film, an anime film, or 2 small whatever. And I would go to those constantly. They're only $3. It's like, so yeah, I know. I was just like, well, good or bad, I'm just gonna watch it. $3 fucking. Like, it's $3 fucking. And you can drink, you can drink in there and stuff. Like, man, it was great. But yeah, I love good movies, but I will definitely take one for the team. and I'm good at talking people into it too. I'll be like, hey man, we're gonna go see this. We're gonna go see Deep Blue Sea because you like LL Cool J that much. Okay? The deepest, bluest, my head is like a shark's fin. All right.
Which one was Sam Jackson in?
Oh, no.
I just wanted to get you, Shane, one time. Deepest, bluest, the head is like a shark's fin. That is actually the song, by the way.
That's amazing.
That is.
I'll watch some pretty bad shows as long as it's sci-fi.
Yeah.
Ooh. Well,
can
the
get
thing
pretty
is
bad.
that the thing is did he? Okay, so here's one that's actually debatable because it was great.
Farscape.
It was kind of Falling Skies.
Yeah, that one did.
Oh, Shane, you haven't seen Falling Skies?
Mm-mm.
TNT show? Oh, fuck, man.
Is it
Dude,
sci-fi?
I'm serious. You actually should watch that one because that one was really good. Like it had like 6 episodes too many, but there was 4 seasons of very good show. Yeah, like the last. There was something going on at the end because I think Noah Wild, the guy that used to be on ER, I think he had like quit the show or something. Like, and they had like a weird part that they had to go without him, and it just like it just kind of took the life out of the show. But it was really fucking good.
That was a good show, man.
Yeah, it was a good show.
Yeah.
Like,
It was a good show.
It was a good show. I'm hesitating to, and this is speaking of TNT because TNT every once in a while they have a good show.
You got one now.
I'm hoping that Snowpiercer's good.
Yeah,
I'm waiting though. I'm holding out judgment. I'm holding. I'm not gonna watch it.
They got 2 seasons.
I'm gonna wait. Oh, it's got 2 full seasons.
It's got 2 more airings for the full second season.
So then I'll watch it now. So then I'll watch it. Is it good?
I like it so far. Yeah.
All right. Is it good? Like, don't half-ass. Is it good or not?
Yeah, I do. I
Jesus.
Jen enjoys it too. It confused me in the beginning though because I saw the movie.
Yeah.
And
Willy Wonka?
You got to look at this as a parallel world. Okay. I thought it was.
It was a replica. Okay.
At first, I couldn't remember how the movie ended because I seen it a couple years ago. But if I remember right, like they stopped.
They went outside.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I couldn't remember.
No, I'm just they went outside. And
if
they
I
all
remember,
froze to death.
the planet was starting to thaw out.
Yes.
So I thought this was a sequel or a prequel to that,
yeah.
and it's not. It's like a parallel thing. That screwed me up for a bit. But I enjoy it so far, and I enjoyed the way they went with it into the second season. At the end of the first, into the second, and where it's going now. Yeah,
that's the one I want to watch.
I'm worried about it because TNT.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like TNT, but the thing is these 2 sci-fi, like they've been, if they're great, they're great. Like the Fallen Skies is like really fucking good.
It was good.
Really good.
It was.
Yeah. So
I'm having problems with The Expanse. It was rough to get into, and then it got really good, and then this last season was a fucking slog, man.
I haven't seen it last season.
God damn, it's a slog. Yeah.
Yeah, see, I was like that was the thing. I was at the beginning of Expanse when I just was tired of sci-fi shows getting canceled that were awesome. Yeah. So then like I was just like, this is another awesome show. And then I was like, this is a good idea, but I don't know if it's a good show. Then I just quit on it. And then I heard
I really enjoyed it.
Then I heard it was coming back, and I was like, then it's going. I'm like, why are people picking up this show? And I haven't heard it. And I haven't heard anything but great things. So I got that one in the bank to watch from the beginning. And then I also have I want to find out some way, and I will pirate it YouTube. I will find a way to get my hands on that new Star Trek. I want to watch that new Star Trek. Apparently, it's really fucking good. So
a new movie?
No, the new Star Trek stuff that's on CBS, Star Trek Discovery, whatever.
Somebody's told me about that.
No, I haven't heard one bad word about this damn show. Like, not one. People are
it's
like,
been a couple of years now, right?
Yeah, I think it's in its 3rd season or something like that. But like,
season, you got to give a little bit of forgiveness.
Yeah,
they tried something new, it didn't work. They adjusted course. All right.
Well, you know what's great about this is the thing. I don't really like CBS, but like one thing I like about them is they have budget to pivot. Yeah. Like they could actually make another show on the fly. Like they literally just make another show on the fly. Like, whereas like for Fox, they'll just be like, nope, we're not coming back. Whereas like with CBS, they'll be like, hey, we just made another show and we made it on another night. You're like, damn. Like they'll fire the main character, make a new main character, make a new show. Like they will. They literally will. So they know what they're doing over there. I just don't like CBS shows at all. No, I really don't. But that one I want to check out. And here's another show. It's on Netflix now. It should be. It's called Evil. It was on Evil. Yeah, it's the dude that played it's the dude that played fucking Evil? Yeah. It's just called Evil. Yeah, but it was a guy who played Luke Cage.
Oh,
he's like a priest.
Huh.
Oh yeah, I did want to see this. I
Yeah.
forgot. Yeah.
So here's the thing. It's corny. Then it's like really creepy. And then like it goes a little darker than you expect for a CBS show. Like a little darker than you expect, right? Like cookie cutter but dark, right? And then it's like, and then it goes a little bit more, a little creepier because they actually put they put a good chunk of money into special effects, so it doesn't like come off as like cheapish.
Right.
The little devil guy they got in there that's kind of praying around, he gets pretty creepy. But yeah, they did a really good job with that show. And
but most importantly, does hilarity ensue?
And you know what?
Hilarity ensues.
Season 2. Hilarity ensues. Yeah, they're coming back. They're coming back with season 2. They were supposed to be on already this season, but of course, COVID and stuff like that. It was supposed to release the season 2 is like next month, but I think they need to finish filming. So I was looking forward to that one. It was a good show. It had some good base to it. Good base to it.
Who has time to watch all this TV? I just don't understand.
I usually fall asleep to it.
I'm a fucking loser. Yeah, and I fall asleep half the time.
Yeah. I got to watch a movie at least 2 or 3 times to see the whole thing.
Like all these stuff that come on Marvel, all this Marvel stuff, I fall asleep. Then I like will wake up, and then like when I'm up in the middle of the night, I'll watch it again. Like just can't. I'm like I am not retaining this shit. Half the shit, the things you're saying to me, I'm like. My wife would be like, "Weren't you listening?" I'm like, "I think I passed out, but I'm back now. I took a nap. I'm back." Where are we at? Episode 7 or episode 8? Where are we at? You know, like
keep going.
I don't know what it is, and I'm not trying to be. I have like watched TV shows with my wife who will have her phone out like the entire time.
Yeah.
Which I've learned, like, I'm not gonna shame her if she wants to do that, you know. But it's like,
drives me crazy. Don't fucking care. Drives me crazy. I fucking hate it.
My wife does that though.
Yeah.
My wife plays Candy Crush and tells me she's not a gamer.
Well, no. So my thing is that it's like I'm sitting there and like like you're watching a TV show and like and you're doing they get into a story arc, okay, and then like here's a character that's in that story arc, okay. And they kind of have introduced them for that. And then like the story arc goes over like 2 or 3 episodes and you're like watching it. And then like 3rd episode, it's like all of a sudden I will inevitably get who's that guy?
Yeah.
The
guy that's been in the last 2 episodes.
Yeah.
And
he's that guy.
And he's the guy. And then I get the same thing. Don't treat me like that. I was like, what do you mean don't treat you like that? I mean, it's like it's just like he's the terrorist. He's the terrorist. He's the brother of the guy that was killed in the 1st episode.
Remember?
And it's like, she's like, well, it's just like, I didn't recognize him. What do you think? It's just you were looking at your phone. You were looking at your phone. It's fine.
I can't stand it.
My wife,
if that starts happening, I'm like, I'm gonna go work on board games.
Sometimes when I do that, my wife's like, "Yeah," she's like, "You don't even pay attention. You wanted me to watch some show, and I'm staying up late." She's like, "You don't even listen." I'm like, "I don't even listen to you. So what the?" I don't even listen to you. Like,
they never like to hear that.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Yeah, but that just drives me nuts.
No, I know.
And it isn't just wives. I'm sure there's men that do it too.
Yes.
I'm just saying, in my situation. And the thing is that also what drives me crazy is like, I'm going to watch my show. And I'm just going to watch this show. And nobody's going to bother me right now. And I'm going to watch the show or whatever. And then like there hasn't been anybody in the house anywhere near the TV. And as soon as I sit down and I got my drink and I'm watching my show, it's like immediately everybody just
everybody's
comes in the living room, and then they're just
kids
like,
got questions.
Oh, no, it's not even that. It's like I get the response of, "Can we watch something we all want to watch?" No, we can't because I came out. You were all vanished.
Yeah. I don't want to watch the Great British Baking Show.
Yeah.
If I have to watch another baking show again ever in my life,
oh my gosh.
I hear you. My wife's a baker and she watches this shit, and I ask her why. Why? When I worked on trains, I didn't want to come home and watch a fucking train show. Why would you want to do that?
I get it. There's obviously like and it's just like, and the same thing. And for
that's
me,
why those shows exist. We all like them, right? That's why I say that. We all like them.
The other thing is the house seller people, like those shows.
Oh, yeah. Dude, I can't help it. I can't help it. I love them.
I fucking hate them bastards.
It's just like I start that gets on, and it's like my brain just turns off.
Yeah,
it's just like I don't know. It's like, we don't know if we're gonna get this tile in on time. Yes, you will. You'll get the tile in on time.
Get the tile in on time.
You will get the tile in on time. Just like that dad and his son always got the motorcycles done on time. You're gonna get the house done on time. It's going to be fine. It's like,
or if they didn't get it done on time, you would never know because it's edited out. And you hear the shh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just like your manufactured sense of urgency isn't. It's just like, it's just like, and it's just and that's the stuff that just drives me. It's like, no, you did it. It's like, oh my gosh, it's like and it's like, love it or list it. It's like, I just can't do it, David. No. I just can't do it. I just can't. Yes, you can. You do it every week. Every week you figure out a way to get it done. Nobody's believing you, you old bag.
Dude, I watched a show called The Prophet. And
I'll say this. The stuff that I watch, like the TV show. First of all, I don't really watch reality TV. I just don't. Because and if I find, and like I literally, like if my wife's watching one, and I find myself kind of getting interested, I'm like, just like, just like get out a book. Start reading, just like do anything. You can. Just because I don't want to. She was watching this show that was like Married at First Sight or something.
Lance, I was just about to say that tonight. That happened to me. We did, dude. I'm so glad you did. I swear to you, it happened to me tonight. We watched an hour and a half of Married at First Sight. I was like, what the
this nutball show.
Dude, it's a nutball
you have got to have just scraped the most ridiculous human beings off the. I mean, the people.
By the way, they do call it Married at First Sight Universe. By the way, I just want you to know that they do call it Universe because there is like a whole run of these shows.
So like, yeah. So like, I don't know. The premise of this is that these matchmaker people. They figure out like, okay, they go in, they do this interview, they say this is what I'm interested in, the other person comes in, and then they find two people, these experts find these two people, and they get legally married to each other. They haven't seen each other, like literally, like they get dressed and they show up and they get married and they get married, and then now they follow these people around for like whatever it is, 90 days.
60 or 90 days or something.
Yeah, and figure out if and at the very end they decide if they want to stay together or get divorced. Yeah. And it's just like, okay, whatever. Interesting premise. But I'm like,
not really.
First of all, sounds interesting. I'll stick around for an hour. Yeah. Second of all,
who are these people? I mean, have you literally painted your? I mean, and the thing is that okay? So you immediately say, and I'm not trying to be in any way like I'm not a pretty human being. So let's just put that on the table here. But I mean, these are all like normal looking people. I mean, they don't have a third eye growing out of their head. They all are like reasonably attractive or attractive people that are normal. So. And this is wrong for you to say this, and this is for both the men and the women, that like you're 35, you don't look like some sort of slovenly troll that's crawling up from underneath a bridge.
Right.
You haven't been married in your life. There's something fucking wrong with you.
This guy that they had tonight, he had been married. He had been engaged and married. And then he was married to this woman, right? He got married. And the woman he was engaged to, he had known for years. Well, since they had broke off their engagement, she had just told him right before he went on this show like right before he went on the show, that she was pregnant. So he had been kind of like just taking care of her because she was like, she kind of had some kind of accident or whatever. This dude had to tell his wife, that not only is she pregnant, but he had already purchased her a Benz so that she could drive around with her kid. Now, don't get me wrong. Like,
okay.
I mean, like, I'm just like, why am I watching this show right now? Like,
but okay, so in the
not the people I want to watch.
And this is a perfect situation where yucking the yum, bringing it full circle. Yeah. like if my wife digs those shows, she just gets wrapped up in them because one, she can kind of half watch it while looking at her phone, and she can also like she gets into it, and that's fine. She enjoys it, right? She doesn't want to watch the freaking ridiculous space documentary stuff about space stuff, like stuff that I'm interested in. It would bore her.
It would bore my wife. Yeah, she would bore.
Yeah, but I find that fascinating. So, the stuff I like isn't in any way inherently better than what she likes. I get it, but in the back of my head, I'm just saying, what fucking incentive do these producers have to actually have good matches? I mean, it's like it worked out perfectly.
They believe in love.
They're totally in love, and they spent the rest of the time.
Love. No, that's it. It's just simply.
They have to pick like, okay, so this is the one that's gonna work.
Yep.
This is the one we're gonna give them two directly opposite people, so we can have like.
I think they. Honestly, I think
because there was one.
Lance, think about it.
No. Let me finish. There was one where it was like this woman was like, I want somebody who is like super driven, who has like a successful whatever. Like had all these like things of like the person that she wanted. She was like 25 years old, and she said the guy's got to have his own money. He's got to be driven. He's got to have like either like a top flying job or his own business. And it's like
everything.
This whole thing of like this is what. And I was like, wow, you basically said if a man doesn't have all of those things, it's like I'm already moving on. Well, okay, that explains why you're single. But right. I mean, it's just like and then you're sitting there. It's just like, and then they match it up with this guy who is a like part-time yoga instructor who's a hopeless romantic, doesn't own to have a car, and lives with his parents. And that's who they matched her up with. And we're like, we really think this one's gonna have a shot.
Because in your core, this is the type of man you need. Like,
sounds like the opposite of the one.
Right.
It's also like, it's like they put that together, and they're like, ooh, we're gonna force these two people to be together for 90 days. We're gonna put all this challenging, forced emotional and physical intimacy on them. It's just like, and then I'm wondering, why are they on this show? I mean, admittedly, I guess maybe some of them go into it saying, I'm going to find this person I'm going to spend the rest of my life with.
Right.
And it's going to be amazing. But in the back of my head, I'm like, they got to be thinking, I'm going to get so many Instagram followers out of this.
Right. Like, well, I mean, like, and that's the thing. It's like coming out of it. Like this guy at the same time, he said some of the realest shit right before we turned it. Cause I was just like, this woman, I felt bad for the woman. Cause I was just like, God, that'd be fucked up to hear. Like this dude just bought a Benz and he's going to have a baby with another woman and all this stuff. Right. Cause you got married right off the grid. Like, you take these vows, you're like, shit, I'm with this dude who has, whatever, right? Well, it came to some point because they just weren't connecting or whatever. And he was just like, she was saying like, hey, it's, da-da-da, you're not doing this and that. And he was just like, well, you don't communicate with me. Hope I didn't get bit by a spider. I got spiders down here. But he goes, he's like, you know what? He's like, the only time you actually talk to me is I've tried to call you like 5 times. I've called you 5 to 7 times in this last 2 weeks. And he's like, the only time you actually talk to me, you want to talk about communication is when we have the cameras on and we have to sit here for a couple hours and like talk for the TV. But as soon as the TV cameras go off, you don't answer my calls or anything like that. I was like, that is the realest shit I ever heard on a reality show ever. Because I was just like, maybe he does give a shit. And I was like, maybe that's the thing. It's like, he also could be a very private person. And he's trying to find love. And he would rather talk about a lot of that stuff not on camera. And then like she was trying to force him to talk about it on camera, like some of the stuff he has or issues he may have or whatever. Because as soon as he shared something that was actually kind of like real 100 stuff, she was all like, oh, now you're giving me all the details. And I'm just like, oh, you just want him to spill the whole fucking beans for the world to see. Like, do that shit on the side, man. You do that shit after work, after work.
Listen, you're already sucked in. You're like, you're.
But no, but that's all I needed to see. Because I was like, after that, we was like, I'm turning from this shit. Let's watch the Bucks game. Yeah, because that's the thing. It's like he said the realest shit ever. I was like, no, that doesn't sound like reality stuff. Because this is all she said. She said, when you call me, he said, I try to call you. I'm a person that likes to call. He said that. I'll call you. I want to go hang out with you. I want to take you to dinner. She says, well, I would like one thing from you. I would like you to text me. Counselor says, how often would you like him to text me? She says, at least once a day. He was like, I don't like to text. I will call you. I've called you twice in a day and you didn't pick the phone up. I left you a message both times until you called me back. And she was like, well, you're just not communicating with me. I'm like, and the counselor was like, he was just like, man, I mean, he was just like, he's like, I'm mentally done. I'm mentally done. And this is not working. I'm mentally done. Yeah, and I will not find out. I will not find out at the season finale, except for maybe one day when I'm laying down and it's like the confrontation show. With all the transitions and stuff.
Any it's just like there is the only like quasi like, and this is like I'm giant air quotes reality show reality type of show that I'll watch. And not many of them of this I'll watch, but I'll usually just watch them just to make fun of them constantly. Is any kind of ghost hunting show.
Oh, those are great. My wife likes those. Those are the ones that she does like. Like she actually likes them. I'm like, baby, why are you turning into this? I'm gonna slap this controller at your fucking head.
They're always saying something like, "Did you hear that?" No, nobody heard. Nobody heard. You have $87,000 worth of audio equipment and nobody heard anything.
Lance, they have the most fucking mics in the history of man. Like they got hand mics. They got a proton pack. They got all kinds of shit. Okay. They got a keyboard set up. I mean, they got every goddamn thing.
Okay. And there are totally times when they have like, oh, we're gonna go into this old abandoned psychiatric hospital and we're gonna walk around here. Okay. I'll buy into the fact that there's no lights in there and you have to use your night vision cameras. But sometimes they're like, all right, well, we're gonna go into the McGillicuddy Manor. It's like the owners of the house have been kind enough to let us go here and stay in the night. And it's just like, and they're walking around this person's house and you can see like a dining room table that has like plates on it and all the lights are still off. They're like, did they cut the power? I mean, just turn the lights on.
Dude, ghosts don't like the light.
Yeah, come on now.
Oh.
Okay. Also, there are how many of these shows? How many episodes? How many hours of filming? Thousands, tens of thousands.
Dude, that's I was gonna say. I watched.
Show me one irrefutable piece of evidence that ghosts exist.
Possums that eat
all the footage that they have. And they can't, and yet still they make these shows and people watch them. It's mind-blowing.
And then they turn on. I love when they turn on that like the squawk box or whatever, which like randomly switches from like different radio stations like over and over again. They turn this thing on. It's like, oh yeah, this is like a highly tuned ghost hunting apparatus because and they leave it open so like ghosts could like use it to like turn to apparently ghosts have the ability to alter the frequency and make sure you get certain radio signals at certain times, and it has nothing to do with just randomness. And they're sitting there and it's just like they're and then it's just like you can't understand anything, and then they're like, did that thing just say hello? And then they
that would just say hi, Brian.
and then they cut back to it, and of course then they have to put the subtitle under, and then they go slow down to third speed. They're like, see, it said hello. He was trying to talk to us.
Oh my god!
You just wanna drag them out and beat them with a rubber hose for like. Just like, I mean, kudos to you for finding somebody to put you on TV and you can make a ton of money off of it.
Yeah. Sidebar to this conversation, just going back to shitty movies, but not shitty. Have you seen the Babadook?
Yeah, Babadook is good.
Babadook, Duck. Yeah, that was a pretty interesting movie.
It was no Hereditary, which was like one of the most
it wasn't Hereditary.
Unnerving movies I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, that's an all-timer right there, baby. That's an all-timer. Midsummer.
Midsummer was but I mean, but Hereditary was the movie that like after about an hour I just had to turn it off. I was like, okay, I just need a break. I said I just need a break. I will come back and watch the rest. But I mean, it was just like that movie was just like ramp it up.
Yeah.
Ramp it up.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, usually there's a second act where you get like a cool down. No,
it wasn't a bullet. Especially because of how it all like really kicks off, and like you're like, okay, I didn't want that to happen. Like, okay.
Yeah.
Talk about with the kid, like I'm just like, okay.
Like, I gotta bail out. I'm falling asleep.
I think we're gonna wrap up.
Yeah, we probably wrap it up.
Almost,
Later, guys.
2:30 in the morning.
Have a good one,
man. It's almost 2:30 in the morning.
Do you want to teach me how to play After Empire right now? No.
Heck yeah. Always.
Evan would.
I totally would.
No, I'm going to bed, man. I'll go to bed, but I will be up. I'll be up and around, man. I'm at home for a while, so yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna do a GameFound crowdfunding for the After the Empire replay.
Oh,
so we will need a video from you.
Wow. When is this?
Probably late April.
Late April, huh? Yeah, shit. I look at me. I'm fucking Cro-Magnon. I don't give a shit. Very few rules, people. Very.
I gotta work on the GameFound page tomorrow. Actually, that's most of my day.
How is that, man? You gotta talk to me about that process. I just want to know what tools they give you.
It's way better. It's way better than Kickstarter. Yeah. I mean, it's 1,000 times better. Plus, actually being able to talk to a human being when you have a problem is kind of nice too.
I figure because they like when I just look at these pages, the reason why like probably Robinson Crusoe's was a clusterfuck is because he probably had all the options in the world and he was just putting everything on there. Because I was just clicking, I was like, I don't even know which one is different than the other. I was just like,
is that live on there right now?
Yeah, it's live. Yeah, but it looks great now. Like it looks great, but you can tell it's just like what he really had copy paste tools like crazy.
On it? I
don't dude, it's funding like crazy right now. I think they have like hold on a second. Oh, actually, I think I have it up on my phone. But yeah, it's doing fucking gangbusters. So it's got 5,124 backers, 599. It's almost 600,000, 600K. 19 days left.
There it is.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah. They had 27,000 people following this project. Wow. So they're doing good They're doing good. It's just
Robinson like in the top 25.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
On BGG. I mean,
so this is the thing about this is.
Oh God! I opened up a book of stories here. Okay, go ahead.
So here's the deal. I know. Don't. No. There's a deal with them though. Here's the deal. They had a sale in November on all their content. Okay, so they had a sale in November on all their stuff, so you can pick up all the promos and things like that. Then they announced that they were going to have a chest. So it was like a chest where you could get a whole bunch of everything that you may have missed. So it was like that. They put it in this little chest plus 2 new scenarios, two or three or something like that. Now they have the collector's edition, which is the 2nd edition, with all the stuff in it, everything from the chest, all this in one big box. So it's like, just nickel and diamond it a little bit here. The miniatures are the ones that are kind of filling the gaps, and that's what people are not happy about. But I see the vision. It's just the price is quite a bit. But you're going to get every scenario and more in that book of adventures, a ton of extra ones. So I was like, you can at least just go in for the book. So if anybody owns it right now and they feel like they have enough, at least you can just get that book, and then you have it's like 50 scenarios after you put them all together. So yeah, I would at least say get that. But the other stuff, like you get a your camp, you can actually put it together.
What's that camp do?
So when you get you in the board game, you build up a camp that protects from the weather. So basically, they made it modular, so you can put it together and take it apart to represent the damage that's going on it, and stuff like that. So what we just said, it means absolutely fucking nothing, and you're paying for it.
Yeah,
that's it.
It looks cool though.
It does look cool.
It looks really cool.
It does look really cool.
Miniatures for a hero.
It's very cool. Like this is not this game does not need miniatures at all. It does not. It does not affect gameplay at all. But it's miniature characters for. They probably have up to like 15 characters now. So yeah, you're paying for that. Whether you want to or not, you're paying for it. You're paying for somebody else's plus VAT. So yeah. That's it. I'm such a Robinson Crusoe fan.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite games.
It's one of my favorite games. I like to be beat up. So
I'm gonna have to play it at some point.
I'm a glutton for punishment.
Yeah, me too.
I haven't played it in years now.
I like when a game's hard.
I just like a game where you have to survive.
Yeah.
Like that's the thing. Like I like Atlantis Rising. It's so random, but it's like a game. It's just a game of oh shit. Like it's gonna go down. So you got to get out of there. It's like that's the whole thing. It's like it's gonna go down. You only got so much time. So what are you gonna do? And how are you guys gonna work together to do it? Like I like that feeling. I like these. Like even with Anachrony right here, great big Euro game. At some point, the world is gonna explode. We're gonna get hit by a meteor. This whole board's gonna change. So what are you gonna do? And you can borrow from time all you want, but you gotta pay that shit back. It's just gonna go down, and I like that feeling. I like that. So
yeah, me too.
All right, man. Now I'm done. Tirade over.
I wasn't paying attention.
Unless you want me to start talking about like chicken wings or some shit like that, and then hilarity ensues. All right, that's it. That's it.
All right. Good Wednesday. We'll be back next week with some more. Let's see. Congratulations again to Chris, Ryan, and Evan for their Alaboom buck that they earned. You weren't here for the fun and games, Jeremy.
What?
The forest facts.
Oh no! I was looking at it, and then I told you to stop, and then I realized I wasn't going to make it in time. So fuck it. Yeah, I saw some of it.
Well, he had a chance. It was a nail biter at the end.
Yep. I earned the first $1.
Yes.
Mask mandate.
Ooh.
Oh, ending April 6th. Wow.
Good luck.
What's the spread there though? With the
by the way, it's Indiana, guys. I was there last year. I'm like, y'all motherfuckers just sitting in Chick-fil-A chilling, assholes to elbows. Like Indiana don't give a shit at all. Y'all don't care about y'all citizens at all.
we never touched on it, but there's a little bit of a bebop going on around if Ohio puts its mask mandate away. Would you go to Origins? Food for thought. We can talk about it next week.
We can talk about it next week.
Anyway, good night, everybody. Thanks for being on.
Night, guys.